The Mendocino County Board of Supervisors is now in session for March 22nd, 2011. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Brown?
Here.
Supervisor McCowan?
Here.
Supervisor Pinches?
Here.
Supervisor Handberg?
Here.
Chair Smith?
Here. I'd like Mr. Bob Parker to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
This is the time that the board hears from the public on matters not on the agenda for today, so if anyone would like to speak under public expression, please come forward, state your name for the record, and give your form to the clerk. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name's Don Crawford. This is probably 2 minutes.
Please speak into the microphone because it's being recorded.
This is probably 2 minutes and 58 seconds unless I breathe.
Okay.
May go
Please
over.
breathe.
Okay. Don't forget. Compassionate, enlightened government is expensive, but it separates us from the cave-dwelling ancestors, and we all profit from it continuously. Its services and protections are delivered by the people I work beside every day. Most scrape by in an ever-fretful lower middle-class life, not as comfortable as yours. Frankly, the challenges of your job pale in comparison to the challenges of any one of the eligibility workers I see every day, as each copes with a caseload bursting with the nutritional and medical concerns of more than 2,000 county residents. They do this at a fraction of your pay. Your negotiating teams take it or leave it ultimatums are unimaginative and distasteful by any standard. And the continued threat of indiscriminate across-the-board double-digit pay cuts and forced layoffs without any offer of compromise isn't negotiation. It's an ill-thought-out charade. 3 major issues are at play here, and your team hasn't had the courage to acknowledge any of them to the public. First, major concessions have already been made by the county workforce, and critical worker attrition continues every month. You know that, and your team knows that. Second, county businesses will feel the destructive consequences of your team's strategy every day. And finally, the human cost of throttling the poorest of the county workforce is unconscionable. It could be the legacy each of you will never recover from. It doesn't take an expensive management team armed with consultants to hack up the livelihoods of these people. Any 5th grader with a list and a red crayon could do it. And prioritizing serious decisions affecting the quality of life of county personnel with an unsophisticated 1 to 10 rating system like rating a Friday night date is callous and denigrating. Wouldn't this be the time to clarify your position and assert control of your team? Do you really want their tactics defining you? Recently I saw The Unknown. It's a movie about assassins. Most assassins have an uncomplicated job. With no moral compass, they simply bring a skill set to the workplace. You on this board don't have that luxury. You get paid to bring all your skills along with the inconvenient baggage of your inner compass, which should show you what's right and what's not right. Your management team is transitory. These fiscal issues are transitory. Don't do permanent harm to 800 innocent people because of either. Make honorable choices and assert yourselves morally above those who pretend to speak for you. I urge each of you to remember that you have emerged from us, your community, and what you do to any one of us, you do to all of us, and you do it to yourselves. I have something here.
You can pass that to the clerk, please, and she'll distribute it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Don?
Janice Marcel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janice Marcel. I've done a lot of study about the condition of veterans in Mendocino County in the past, and I'm currently an advocate for maintaining the services that we have right now. I understand that the board is considering, I know that you have a lot of budget cuts to reevaluate and make cuts of, or cut down some of the budgets. But we have a lot of veterans here in Mendocino County. We're rural, and we don't have what Sonoma County has. They have a brand new vet center. It's easy transportation access for them. And I think that just at this point, you know, we have more and more people coming home from the war. Veterans don't stand out in the line and say, hey, I'm home, like they did in World War II, after World War II. But they're here, and they need our services, and I try to work hard to try to establish groups to bring them out. I live in Willits, California. It's real minimal, the services, getting them to the services, the hospital in the city. The bus would be, hopefully the bus transportation would not be limited. And I'm just here in concern of that, and I wish you'd really consider just what these men and women have done for us in the past and are willing to do as they come home. And they need a little extra help with making that transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Anyone else? Louise, sorry, I can't pronounce your last name.
Gagno.
Gagno, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Louise Gagno. I'm an Intake Eligibility Worker 2 and the Vice President of SEIU Local 1021. I'm going to talk regarding actual wages that are being received by the workers in the Health and Human Service Agency. A 23-year senior worker who is married with 3 children and who works full-time. After all this time with the county, she's making only $22.05 per hour, with an extra 41 cents per hour to speak Spanish. Her gross pay per pay period is $1,796.50. 18.6% of her wages are deducted for insurance premiums and retirement. A 15% wage decrease for her would mean $204.56. An eligibility worker 2 who's been employed for approximately 4.5 years. She's a single adult who works full-time. She's earning $18.13 per hour. Her gross pay per pay period is $1,450.41. 15.5% of her wages are deducted for insurance premiums and retirement. A 15% wage decrease for her would mean a loss of $143.76. Exactly what do you get for these wages? Dedication, hard work, and a willingness to provide the very best services we can. We're all seasoned workers, more than willing to go the extra mile. We have voluntarily given hours of mandatory time off in an effort to save jobs and this county's economic situation. We've never been told where the savings we generated have gone, nor do we know how much was saved. We have lost many of our seasoned workers. This means caseloads have gone from 300 to over 700 cases per worker. In taking 15% of our wages, the county's proposal would equal approximately $7.5 million from salaries. When you look at the fact that the county would only gain $2.2 million in general funding, it doesn't add up. In the taking of $7.5 million, the county would effectively be taking $7.5 million of spending power. No longer would we be able to shop locally. We will commute to large chain stores in order to keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. Less homeowner taxes will be received by the county, as homeowners will be losing their homes to foreclosure. We could no longer afford to buy any vehicles. Again, a decrease to the county's general fund in the loss of vehicle licensing fees. That's a lose-lose proposition. There must be a way to turn this into a win-win for both sides. We, as CalWorks, food stamps, and Medi-Cal workers, are not funded through the general fund. We are state and federally funded. Cutting our wages by 15% will not save the county's general fund. Many workers will move out of the county and look for work elsewhere. For each $1 of CalFresh food stamp benefits that are spent in this county, $1.80 are generated in revenue. The number of CalFresh applications has jumped with a 28% increase between January and February of this year. We in the EFS department have processed over 6,900 new applications since March 1st of 2010. In closing, you, our Board of Supervisors, are elected officials who need to start answering the tough questions posed to you by your constituents. We feel it is time for all of you to stand up and respond to the accountability and transparency we are requesting. We feel it needs to start at the top and work its way down. Thank you for your time this morning, and I leave you with this. We need to continue to provide the vital public services we provide to all members of this community in a timely and efficient manner. Let us do our jobs because we get them done. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Helen Michael?
Good morning. My name is Helen Michael. I'm a multi-program eligibility worker in an intake unit in EFS. I work in the Ukiah office as well as being the outstation worker in Willits, which I began as a pilot program to give North County residents easier access to services. I've lived in Willits since 1982. I raised my 3 children here, and sadly, I buried my husband here as well. When my husband became seriously ill, I took care of him until he passed away, and then I found myself having to re-enter the workforce after an absence of many years. I was hired in a clerical position with HHSA, and after a little over a year in that capacity, I was promoted to the eligibility worker position and have been working as an intake worker ever since. I find my job to be very rewarding, and I love the fact that I'm helping people. For most of the time that I've worked for the county, I felt that I was a valued employee, that my work was appreciated, that I was an integral part of a larger picture. But that feeling has changed, not only for me, but for most of my coworkers. We feel that we are expendable, that the work we do is not important, that what is more important is the bottom line. And we've been rudely dismissed with the comment that you've heard this all before. Our workforce has shrunk by 30%, but our workload has increased by nearly 130%. We had over 1,200 employees in 2008 and are down to 800 now, yet our workload has increased from an average of 300 cases in 2008 to over 700 per worker now. We're losing valuable employees because they can't afford to stay. And where has the money gone from those empty positions? We're being asked to take a 15% pay cut this year and then go back to negotiations next year, where we will undoubtedly be asked to take another cut. In order to save $2 million from the general fund, nearly $8 million will have to be cut from our wages. You need to realize that that $8 million is money that we put back into the community, in the mortgages we pay, the property taxes, the sales taxes, and the money we spend at the local businesses where we shop. If this pay cut goes through, you'll lose many more experienced people who are invaluable to this county. We understand the county needs to take action to repair its finances and are more than willing to be a part of the solution, but we're certain that doing it in this draconian way will make the situation worse, not better. We urge the Board of Supervisors to think carefully about the consequences of your decisions and act for the long term in a responsible manner, not in a short-sighted way. We county employees are not the enemies of the community. We are the community. We are your friends, your neighbors, your customers, your taxpayers, and your voters. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for public comment? Please state your name. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name's Jacqueline Carvalho, and I appreciate the workers speaking. I think they did a fine job. I'm going to tell a really quick, hopefully, story about that I've told probably 1,000,000 times, and it regarding the health benefits. For 5 years, we did an increase to health benefits to build a reserve. At the end of those 5 years, every increase, we go back and say, where's the money? And for 5 years, we raised raise the premiums, and there was never a penny in reserves. So we filed an unfair labor practice and reconciled the books, and lo and behold, within 18 months after we were forced to do an external audit, the money was there so that we could reduce it by 15%, which saved about $280,000 annually. I feel like we're in the same spot right now, and I'm a numbers person, so I prepared this packet that I'm going to leave. There's 6 copies here, and I took the actual audited actuarial review, actual audited numbers from 2005 through 2010 to find out what the actual deficit is or has been, and these are external audits. It comes to $9,800,000. We're going to have a meeting with the auditor to find out if there's any discrepancy here, but according to what's posted on the website, roughly we've lost about $9,800,000. I'm also putting in the equivalent of the loss of 109 positions. These are the county's information provided to us. It equals $7,591,000 for just 109 positions. The studies are here, the numbers are here for your review. And the question comes, if there's $7.5 million in just 109 only SEIU positions, and there are other bargaining units that have suffered losses as well that I haven't computed, and we're 439 workers down, that roughly, if you apply that formula, is about $30 million. So if we lost $10 million in revenue, and we've sacrificed 439 workers, plus given MTO and other savings that I haven't even included in this analogy, to me there's a discrepancy of about $20 million. So we're asking where the money is, how it's being returned to the departments, and if I'm wrong, I will stand right back up here after I meet with the auditor and whoever else wants to meet with me, and I will say that I was wrong. But there seems to be a huge discrepancy, and we're hoping that with these increased workloads and the attrition rate, we lost 20 people last month in the Health and Human Services Agency. We're at the critical stage where not having these workers in their place is going to actually cost the county more money. We're not going to be able to bill for them. We're actually at this juncture preventing money from entering this county. It's a critical situation. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on now to agenda item number 3, the chair announces that the minutes of March 15th, both the meeting minutes and the workshop minutes, will be continued to April 5th. And moving on to the consent calendar, would the clerk please establish proper notice?
Yes, proper notice has been established.
Okay, and the chair announces that 2 items will be pulled. They don't need to be pulled for separate consideration with respect to voting, but just for presentation, and that would be item number 1 on consent and item number 16 on consent. I'll go to the board. Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I'd like to ask a question. Is the Sunnyvale item number 6B, that is timed now for 1:30?
It's not a timed item according to the publication of the agenda, but it is a time that we have already zeroed in on with respect to the agenda planning for this afternoon at 1:30 as accurately as we possibly can. Like any item, it's published, it would say approximate. That's the goal with this item, for 1:30 this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. And
Sure.
I do have item 4.3. The chair's name needs to be changed on the resolution.
Item number 3,
Yes.
so noted.
And I don't think we need to pull it. And I do have some comment on 4.12, so maybe that would be one we could pull.
Okay, so pull item number 12. The clerk will make note of correction on item number 3. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment on 15 also, so I'm wondering if we're simply making a comment, do we need to pull these items, or can we just make our comments and vote on them, or vote and then comment? What's your preference?
Well, for items 1 and 16, those are proclamations that we're going to present shortly, so those will stay on for approval. Supervisor Brown, I guess, is pulling item number 12. So it's up to you. If you just want to comment on 15 and you feel it as published can go forward, then I would suggest leaving it on and just make comment. It's up to you.
I think just a comment. And is that?
And actually on 12, that's the same. I want to comment on the action itself with the
Okay.
Coastal Commission.
Okay, so let's go forward then with those two items, hoping that we can wrap those into the final approval. So first, we'll go to you, Supervisor Brown, on number 12.
Okay, on this item, it's actually an action that dates back to 2008, and after submittal of the application in 2007, it's still coming back. And I guess my point being is this is like a ping pong game, and I just want to read from the comment. And it says, Coastal Commission staff rejected the documents for failure to comply with their requirements. Attached are the newly worded / additional documents requested by the Coastal Commission staff. And I would like to make sure whomever, a nomination is possibly going forward for you today as a possible appointment to the Coastal Commission. And I think it's really important that we basically ask the Coastal Commission and the staff to give us clear direction. There isn't. And I know that Supervisor Smith, you and former Supervisor Colfax, and hopefully Supervisor Hamburg at this time will take part in the Coastal Counties group that is looking at Coastal Commission problems. And I know the League of Cities, and I believe City Councilman from Fort Bragg, Jerry Mello, takes part, but it is one of their recommendations that we push the Coastal Commission to come back with a written guide for submitting new and amended LCPs and a predictable timeline for processing them. So that's my point, and I'm going to pass this to you. Don't know if you've seen the League of Cities and their coastal group recommendations. So that's my comment. I wanted to see it go forward, but I'm, seeing this ping pong ball paperwork coming back, our county staff as well as others and city staff have to have clear direction.
Good, I think those are excellent points, Supervisor Brown, and points well taken. In discussions that I was involved with the Coastal Commission over, I think, a year ago, maybe 14 months ago or so, along with Jerry Mello from Fort Bragg City Council, these issues were discussed with respect to consistency and the concepts of clear direction, hoping that the Coastal Commission, with its reduced and challenged resources, would be able to provide some basic components and make those available online. Components and for the individual applicants and for cities who are and counties that are needing to update their local coastal plan, giving them some basic templates to assist them, and which would assist us because of our, of course, challenged resources and diminishing staff to handle comprehensive planning processes. So I think your point is well taken, and I think we can move forward on that item there. Yes. So let's go to Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 15 on the consent calendar is a letter to the United States Postal Service. The concept of this letter was previously approved by the board. It essentially asks for three things, and the public should know that the Postal Service is recommending closure of the Ukiah, Maine post office. However, I believe that this is only the first of several dominoes that would fall, although they're not disclosing their overall plan. They are, at this point, refusing to release the information that they say supports the need to close the Ukiah Post Office for economic reasons. They also have not yet responded to a City of Ukiah request to perform an independent evaluation of the building at the city's expense. And they also are not giving a straight answer regarding their plans to perhaps close other rural post offices in Mendocino County. When directly asked if they had such plans at a meeting in February, they replied, "Not at this time." So again, I'm concerned that if they succeed in closing the Ukiah, Maine post office, They will then move to consolidate other post offices as well. So I really think before they go forward with their plans, it should be part of a larger community discussion where they are putting all their cards on the table and the public has a meaningful opportunity to participate in the decision-making process. So that's the intent of the letter, to encourage them to have that process.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, just to add one thing. I believe there's a meeting coming up on April 21st. It's going
Correct.
to be a public meeting with representatives of the Postal Service. So that would be a good thing for the public to just put on your calendars. April 21st, I believe it's at the Conference Center.
Yes.
Good, thank you. So we're ready to move forward on that one? Thank you. And I believe that Congressman Mike Thompson has also taken interest in this issue and has dispensed his staff to deal with, I believe, both the regional or district office as well as through Washington, D.C. So-
Correct. Congressman Thompson and Heidi Dickerson, his aide, have been very helpful.
Thank you. So, to the board, a motion for approval of the consent items.
So moved.
Second?
So we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan and a second by Supervisor Brown. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We'll go now to the presentations, and first we will go to a very important annual one that we do. This is a proclamation recognizing Victims' Rights Week, April 10th through the 16th. We have our district attorney and staff here, and I'll ask Supervisor Pinches to read the proclamation.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing Victims' Rights Week in Mendocino County, April 10th through 16th, 2011. Whereas 20 million Americans are victims of crime each year, and each crime affects many more, including families, friends, and communities. And whereas crime exacts an emotional, physical, physiological, and financial toll on victims, as victims have lost loved ones, life savings, physical and mental health, and often their sense of security, that has the potential of irrevocable change to change the course of their lives forever. And whereas more than 30 years of progress for crime victims stands on the shoulders of dedicated advocates and brave victims who overcame shame, isolation, and indifference to gain a voice, rights, and respect. And whereas we applaud the progress of our nation has made in recognizing crime's impact on victims and celebrate advocates and survivors who through their determination brought rights and resources for victims and have changed the course of history. And whereas victim assistance programs across the country are reaching more victims and criminal justice officials are honoring victims' rights more consistently, public understanding of victims' rights remains minimal, and our nation's victim service system remains fragmented, underfunded, and uncoordinated. And whereas more work remains to be done to address the mental health impact of crime and to meet the needs of victims from nonviolent crime, victims of terrorism, and other underserved victims. And whereas the history teaches us that by working together we can help victims of crime reshape their destinies, ensure that they receive the support they need, the respect they deserve, and the rights they have earned. And whereas National Crime Victims Rights Week, April 10th to 16, 2011, provides an opportunity for us to reshape the future for victims by honoring the past and reflecting on hard-won victories, and to recommit to working together to insist on better treatment for victims to help them overcome the harm caused by crime. And whereas the Mendocino County District Attorney and Victim and Witness Assistance Program is joining forces with victim service programs, criminal justice officials, and concerned citizens throughout California and America to raise awareness of victims' rights and observe National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby proclaim April 10th to 16th, 2011 as Victim Rights Week. Signed, Kendall Smith, Chairman of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Supervisor. Would you like to do the presentation,
Sure.
please?
Kendall, did we include that in our motion for consent? Okay.
invite him to say something.
Yes, oh, they are.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board, Council. Once again, we renew the annual recognition of victims of crime in Mendocino County. This morning, I would like to provide you with some brief information. Through our efforts this last year, through state victims' compensation, $356,000 was returned to victims of crime within Mendocino County. Through our victim witness office at the district attorney's office, we serviced 863 new victims, 292 continuing victims, knowing that state and federal government only allow us to claim one visit per victim. In truth, these figures are what goes in, but they do not reflect how many times we actually assist our victims and witnesses of crime. I would like to take the time to also thank our district attorney, our sheriff, our chief investigator for being here and supporting victim witness. And I would also like to support our sister projects, Project Sanctuary, both inland and coastal, Mendocino County Youth Project, Safe Passages, Action Network, Hospitality House, Buddy Eller Center, and the Community Center. Without these agencies, the victims of crime and the people in our community can truly not obtain the services they need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you very much for the materials. I always look forward to these, and I see we have some new ones here that we did not receive last year. And I know, Anita, that you do an excellent job with the ever-diminishing resources that all our departments are experiencing. So it's really your dedication and our district attorney and the entire staff that really keep this program going. So thank you very much. Let's move on to another proclamation. So we'll move on to item number 16. And this is a proclamation recognizing and honoring Cindy Montesanti upon her retirement. Proclamation of the Mendocino County Board of Supervisors recognizing and honoring Cindy Montesanti for her years of service to the office of the Mendocino County Council. Whereas Cindy Montesanti began her work with the County of Mendocino in the Human Resources Department as a young, enthusiastic CETA employee in December of 1977. And whereas after 33 years and 3 months of exceptional and dedicated service to Mendocino County, Cindy is no longer young and wants to retire to be with her grandchildren and her recently retired husband, Tom. And whereas Cindy, known for her selflessness and compassion, strong legal, secretarial, and budgetary skill, effective office management, and the ability to move mountains to get things done, has dedicated ceaseless hours to helping the County Council office function efficiently. And whereas Cindy has been a travel advisor par excellence to the County Council staff and never failing to get the government rate. And whereas Cindy has served as a quintessential taskmaster to 3 county councils and countless deputy county councils through the maze of office paperwork, mileage charts, timesheets, vacation requests, endless purchases of coffee, gum, and Halloween candy, and constant reminders about everything, all the while maintaining a professional demeanor, positive attitude, and a good sense of humor. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Mendocino hereby recognizes and honors Cindy Montesanti for her 33 years and 3 months of service and extends their heartfelt appreciation for her dedication and commitment to the employees of Mendocino County.
wish the county lots of luck in the future with everything and keeping it stable. So I'll miss everybody, and I won't be a stranger. I'll come visit. So thank you all so much, and for the kind words too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a quick statement.
Yes, Supervisor.
You know, Cindy talks about the ups and downs, but I was here in the 90s when Cindy was here, and you know what? Cindy's always been up. You know, she's been always the same cheerful person from the first day I met her till, I mean, always and everywhere. She's been a real strong representative of Mendocino County. And over 33 years, I really appreciate Cindy. It's really remarkable. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I just have to say, I was here in the 80s, and Cindy was here. And I've known Cindy and Tom for more than a quarter of a century, and really, really admire you both a great deal. I thought it was particularly interesting, though, that you came in with CETA, Cindy, and it just made me remember, because I used to run an agency, you know, the Child Development Center, that relied heavily on CETA employees, and what a good thing that was for so many. And, you know, think of somebody as skilled as you are, really, and Cindy's brought so much to County Council, and started off, you know, rather humbly with that Comprehensive Employment and Training Act of 1976, I believe, all the way back to the Jimmy Carter era. And I wish we had something like CETA today, because it did a tremendous amount for many, many people. And, you know, here's one of them that we're honoring today after 33 years of serving our county. So thank you very much, Cindy.
I run a CETA program back in the 70s. That's how basically my introduction to government.
No
I run
kidding.
a Comprehensive Employment Training Act program in Laytonville, working on upgrading Harwood Park in the 70s. So
Wow, that's interesting,
yeah.
John.
Supervisor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. Cindy, thank you very much. As a new county supervisor, unsure of how to approach the legal department, you gave me a great orientation and have always helped me with whatever information I've needed, and I really appreciate it. I'm sorry, out of all those years, I have only been able to work with you for 2. But thank you so much.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to agree with my colleagues. And Cindy, you've always had a positive, helpful attitude towards everybody who walks in the door of County Council, and you've been a tremendous asset to the county. And enjoy your retirement.
Madam Chair, I just want to state that we're having an open house all day in our office. Please stop by. We have food and punch and cake in our library, and we'd like to see you.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item number 5C. This is a notice public hearing, discussion and possible action regarding adoption of resolution confirming the fiscal year 2011-12 annual report of the Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District, the bid, thereby levying an annual assessment for the bid in fiscal year 11-12. The CEO is the sponsor. We'll go first to the clerk for proper notice.
Proper notice has been established.
Thank you. We will then go to staff for a presentation. We will take public input, public comment. Staff will have a chance for final remarks. Then the board will present any questions to staff or the public. The public hearing will be closed, and then the matter will be back before the board for deliberation and discussion. So we'll go first to Mr. Duncliffe from the Executive Office.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Duncliffe from the County Executive Office. The Mendocino County Lodging Business Improvement District, or BID, includes all lodging businesses within the unincorporated and incorporated areas of the county. It was established in 2006 by the addition of Chapter 5.140 to the Mendocino County Code. The purpose of this is promotion, with the goal of increased visitor spending in the county. The bid enables collection of a 1% gross room rent assessment from the district businesses and requires the county to provide a 50% match to that assessment. Your board appointed a bid advisory board to cause the creation of an annual report for the coming fiscal year. Today represents the second component of an annual two-part process for renewing the bid. On March 1st, a resolution of intention was adopted by this board, which accepted the annual report and set the date and time of today's hearing. Absent protest by lodging owners representing 51% of the bid assessment collection, after the public hearing, you are asked to confirm your acceptance of the annual report by accepting a new resolution, thereby levying the assessment and continuing the bid in the coming fiscal year.
That concludes your comments. Okay. Any questions from the board at this time of staff? No questions? Okay. Then we will go to public input and public comment. Those wishing to speak to the item, please come forward. No one to speak to the item at this time. Okay. So we'll go back to you, Mr. Donacliffe. Do you have any final remarks or comments?
No final remarks.
Okay. Thank you very much. The board, of course, has before us the agenda summary with the specific resolution addressing the bid as agendized for the public hearing. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yes, Madam Chair. I just want to state for the record that while I think there's very broad support for the bid among proprietors on the coast and among other groups who benefit from these funds, there are a few people out there who are less than totally enchanted with the entire process, and I just want the board to know that I am in touch with those folks. We have a meeting that is going to occur on the coast probably in the next couple of weeks, so that many of those people who would like to have their concerns heard more fully, at least by this supervisor, and perhaps, perhaps Kendall, you as well, will be heard. So, I just want that to be known, that the concerns that people have about the bid are being heard and will be addressed in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor. And I have noted a number of communications with concerns from the public, both written ones and verbal ones. And I have had a meeting with a number of individuals, both basically over the phone and follow-up to those concerns, and also meeting in person. So I understand what, the points that you're trying to make, and I have also been trying to get some clarity on some of the issues that, as you stated, Supervisor, are probably minority concerns, but concerns nonetheless. Clearly, there is the vast majority feel that the bid has done has played an exceptional role in terms of bringing forward the promotion of Mendocino County in the years of its existence. And I was there at the formation of the bid and worked actually on the formation of the bid. But I do understand it's important to hear from these the minority viewpoints that exist, and I have tried to do that to date as well. So we'll go to one more call for any comment from the public, because the public hearing will shortly be closed and there will be no more discussion with the public. If anyone wants to come forward, please do so at this time. Okay, seeing no one back.
There is one.
Oh, one person? Okay.
Joe Bradley, Denon's Victorian Farmhouse. Good morning. To what you just brought up, just to let you know, there has been outreach by the Board of the Lodging Association and VMC to these people, and most of these people choose not to tell us who they are, but we have attempted to find out what the problem is with these minority voices. But the bulk of the bid has been extremely good, and I appreciate all your support because you guys have all supported us. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, everyone would like 100% support, but I think that the Lodging Association has done a tremendous job in garnering countywide support. The bid is supported not only by the lodging businesses within the unincorporated county, but also within the cities of Point Arena, Willits, Fort Bragg, and Ukiah. And so to bridge those geographical divisions and get majority support in all 5 areas, I think is remarkable. And as Ms. Bradley said, the Lodging Association and Visit Mendocino are very open to meeting with anyone to explain what they're doing and answer their questions. And I hope that when this comes back next year, the questions that are out there will have been addressed. So I think it's very appropriate to follow through and approve the bid for another year. So I make the recommended motion.
Supervisor, first, we're going to need to close the public hearing. We're still on that part, and then
Fine, Madam Chair.
we'll go back to you. That's part of the
You can
notice
put a
procedure.
motion on the floor at any time, I believe.
Chair
Supervisor
Smith.
Brown.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I agree with Supervisor McCowan and his comments about the bid. And I always look at cost versus benefit, and I think that the bid has been a great benefit to this county. My involvement in county promotion goes back to 1990, and it's evolved through the years, but I certainly feel that we do derive a great benefit from all the work that's been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. And I think the breadth of that discussion was clearly evident at our earlier March meeting, where we had a comprehensive discussion of the bid, heard from a number of participants and members of the public with perspectives about it, had materials on the bid, and I think they did a very good job of bringing forward the comprehensiveness of their engagement with the public and their outreach beyond Mendocino County. So we'll go back to Mr. Dunnicliff. Any final comments? Okay, seeing none, then the chair will close the public hearing. The matter is now before the board for discussion and for action. So we'll go to Supervisor McCowan for your motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the recommended action.
I'll second.
And a second from Supervisor Brown. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Mr. Dunnicliff is back.
No, for the next item.
Okay, thank you. So we go on to our second noticed public hearing, and this is discussion and possible action regarding adoption of resolution authorizing submittal of an application to the Community Development Block Grant CDBG program for an economic development allocation, California Community Economic Enterprise Fund Microenterprise Technical Assistance Grant of $500,000. We'll go to the CEO as sponsor, Mr. Dunnicliff.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Steve Dunnicliff with the County Executive Office. The Community Development Commission of Mendocino County, or CDC, administers the Community Development Block Grant Program on behalf of the county. The Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, program requires notices to the public, such as today's public hearing, to ensure the community is aware of opportunities to participate. This year, the CDC also began directly emailing local individuals to ensure potentially eligible organizations were aware of the CDBG funds that are available for business and microenterprise technical assistance. In response to this year's opportunity, West Company submitted the sole application for consideration. This $500,000 application will allow West Company to continue operation of its microenterprise technical assistance program, helping to support the economy of our county. After holding the required public hearing, it is requested that the board adopt a resolution authorizing submittal of this application. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Dunnicliff. Let's see, we have gone to the clerk for establishing proper notice.
Proper notice was established.
Okay, so the public hearing has now been opened, and I believe Supervisor Pinchas has a comment or question.
How come this microenterprise development program isn't incorporated in the Fort Bragg area?
It's my understanding that that is because Fort Bragg has a very active CDBG program in and of themselves. The city of Willits, the city of Willits, Ukiah, and Point Arena, we're all happy to sign on. That was a discussion that happened before my time in the office. But it's my understanding it's because Fort Bragg has a viable program. And I believe that if you'd like more specific information, Pamela Patterson has personal knowledge.
If I may, Madam Chair, I
Yes,
another question.
sure.
You know, $500,000 seems a lot of money to it says to retain or create 9 jobs.
Mm-hmm.
Is it, and that's the history of it, I mean, is it says / and or, I mean, are we retaining 9 jobs? Are we creating 9 jobs? Or what is actually, I mean,
for the specifics,
there's a big difference in creating 9 jobs versus retaining 9 jobs. I mean,
for the specifics of the proposal, Supervisor, if I may, we do have Craig Slaughter and Pamela Patterson who are operating the program on the county's behalf, and I think that they'll be able to give you a little bit more specifics on some of that.
That'd be great.
Mm-hmm. Yes, in fact, to your question, Supervisor Pinches, I actually have a request and was expecting Pamela Patterson of West Company to speak, and I'm sure she can clarify some of those issues. So if Pamela would like to come forward, we'll begin with you. Anyone else wishing to address the board on this topic, please fill out a form and bring it forward.
Pamela Patterson, CEO of West Company. The CDBG program is intended to assist targeted income group individuals with identifying whether or not creating a job for themselves is what they need to do. So we see approximately 200 people come through our door that are just asking us whether or not starting a business makes sense for them. We provide a workshop in which they go through and make that determination for themselves, or maybe they've sat down with us for an hour and realize that that's not what they can do. As a result of many activities, we do end up with approximately 15 to 20 businesses started throughout a 12-month period, and anywhere between 12 and 26 jobs created. It just depends on who comes through the door and whether or not it's feasible for them to create a business for themselves. And what's valuable about this funding as well is that we can use this funding to match. I know it doesn't make any sense because it's federal dollars, but we can use this money to match our federal programs, Mendocino Small Business Development Center and Women's Business Center. The Mendocino Small Business Development Center is intended to serve existing businesses, and that's where we see some retention. Because we're able to get the funds to match this rather small program, our core funding is around $45,000, but we're able to match that more. We're able to reach out to existing businesses, contract with more expertise to provide the services of one-on-one advising to specific businesses that are looking for either retaining their jobs or creating jobs or just trying to rescue their business. So the numbers don't always speak to all the activity that goes on within West Company. Did I at all answer your question?
Well, I hope so, because, you know, if you give 9 people $55,000 apiece, they wouldn't need a job.
That's very true. But that's only for 1 year that they would receive that. And we're hopefully teaching them how to fish as opposed to just
You don't
giving
have
them
any
money.
retention statistics or anything of how, kind of a track record the last 5 years of what you've been doing with this?
I do. I have them with me. So if we look at last year, I have to make sure I'm on the right page here. If we look at last year, our fiscal year from July 2010 to June 2011, 15 new businesses were started, 26 jobs were created, and we retained 14.5 jobs. We helped increase sales a variety of businesses by 282,000. We saw a change in profits of 44,000, and we assisted people in getting 11 loans equal to about $938,000.
That's through 25 businesses for that year.
That was a start of 15 businesses. We don't track how many businesses we assisted to retain the 14.5 jobs.
So they're pretty much single operator businesses, right?
Mostly.
Yeah.
If you take a look at the trends, that's what you're seeing. In 2005, we saw that in Mendocino County, we had approximately 7,000 micro businesses. Those are businesses that consist of 5 or fewer employees, if you're counting the owner. Today, in 2008, that's the closest we have numbers for. We have approximately 8,300 micro businesses in our community, an increase of nearly 6%, I believe. And I can get you the exact numbers. I'm kind of going off the top of my head, so don't hold me to the fire with that. But and this is the trend. And if you start to read economists talking out there, we're seeing that the individual is going to need to be more responsible for their fiscal and their economic well-being and their health care and all those things. That's kind of where we're going to and I keep talking about, we're going back to the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker kind of economy. And that's where we're more and more important that we start working with businesses and those who want to have their own business to make sure that they're able to do this. One of the things we find out when we start really delving into a business is they hate financial management. They don't do that. And so we've expanded our services to assist with financial management of businesses. Sometimes we find that people are running a business and we wonder if they really know that maybe they're paying for their business rather than the business paying them. So those are the kinds of things we're here to do and kind of give that reality check. And really it's important. And the Board of Supervisors have supported this since 1993, and I've only seen an increase in the number of people who are seeking out this as a means to have a job. So we're seeing job seekers turn into job creators.
I got one. I guess this is a question for Steve. Steve, it said the West Company was the only applicant. How well advertised is this program to reach? I mean, you'd think in these economic times we would receive more than one applicant to do this service.
Because it's the Community Development Block Grant Program has some very specific federal requirements associated with it. Although we receive the money from the State Housing and Community Development Agency, they're ultimately HUD funds from the federal government. So it's fairly restrictive as to organizations that are eligible to actually utilize these. And really the two primary areas that they're able, this specific, I guess backing up, the Community Development Block Grant Program has separate pots of funds. Some of them are more appropriate for housing type programs. This is the Economic Development Allocation, and it's designated for business assistance, loan programs, or microenterprise technical assistance is really the two primary categories. And so when you start talking about the business assistance loan programs that are eligible to use CDBG funds, the county issued a request for proposals, I believe, about a year and a half ago. And Community Development Services, one organization, ended up being the county's operator for the loan program. They've currently got plenty of funds, and we're actually going through a process right now to analyze the needs of the Community Development Loan Program to make sure that program is not overfunded and fully operable. The other aspect of this then is the microenterprise assistance, and West Company in this community is really the premier microenterprise technical assistance provider. So it was almost by default that they were the sole respondent. And then going back to your original question, Supervisor, this year is the first year where we are actually making a much more proactive attempt to contact everybody in the community that might be able to use these funds, and that's where the CDC has established an email correspondence in addition to the public notices that go out in the newspaper to make sure that everybody that's been identified is aware of these funds.
Yeah, because, I mean, the statistics don't show that we're doing a very good job for the amount of money we're spending. And I realize it's federal dollars and everything, but those are important dollars too.
Yeah.
I have a question, Ms. Patterson. If you could address the question Supervisor Pinches had regarding the coastal area, specifically Fort Bragg, since you have been based in Fort Bragg, you're well aware of the community there. So maybe you could clarify for us a little bit on that.
The city of Fort Bragg has, for the last few years, applied for the Economic Development Block Grant funding for microenterprise development, and continues to do that. They had a resolution last Monday night and passed the resolution to go forward with the application.
So would you say that you partner with the city on that? I mean, does it work as a partnership on the coast?
They generally release an RFP, and we respond to it, and we become the program operator or contractor for the services. Great. We have not requested the same amount of funds. We've requested $185,000 since it's a smaller area. But in the past, they have supported us up to a maximum of $300,000. Well, we don't get the $300,000, but you know, the application is for that amount.
I think the important part is the services are being, there's
Yes.
continuity of service for the public. is the
Yes,
point.
and that's important.
Thank you very much. Any other comments that you wish to make for the public hearing?
I think I covered them all.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll go to Mr. John Sakowicz, please.
Yes, good morning, Chair Smith, supervisors, staff. John Sakowicz, Ukiah, Terry Brown's district. I think Supervisor Pinch's comment is well taken. 25 businesses for $500,000 is not a good return on investment. The metrics aren't there. The performance isn't there. And I think the county could have done a better job in noticing this and in recruiting other applicants. A company that has a contractor that's had a contract since 1993 may have grown complacent. And as you all know, sitting in your positions, we fight and claw for every dollar. And economic development is a big part of how we're going to raise revenues in our county, how we're going to raise future tax revenues in our county. So I agree with Supervisor Pinches that the performance metrics are not there. And I don't know whether the answer is to do more aggressive recruiting on the front end or on the back end to associate some performance metrics as a condition of the contract. But I think, I'm a big fan of Tony Shaw. I'd love to see Tony Shaw come back as our economic development coordinator. But I think economic development is the engine that will drive this county forward, not higher taxes, not bond issues, not borrowing, but economic development. So I think this is key, and I think the evaluation and the performance needs to be a key part of this contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to address this topic during the public hearing? Any questions from the board to the public? Okay, seeing none, we'll go back to Mr. Dunicliff. Well, first we have a question or a comment by Supervisor Hamburg.
Well, you can go back to Steve first.
Okay. Do we have any final comments before we take this under consideration by the board and close the public hearing?
Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, I did want to iterate that the Community Development Block Grant Program requires a competitive procurement. I believe it's every 3 years. So although the program has been in place since 1993 and West Company has apparently been the recipient of these funds since 1993, they are continually reproving their capacity or ability, at least as compared to any competition that might exist through the RFP process. So, and that happened most recently about 2 years ago.
Thank you. Okay, so seeing no additional public comment, are these questions for the board for deliberation or public comment?
No.
Deliberation.
Okay, for deliberation, okay. So, seeing no further public comment, the chair will close the public hearing, so the matter is now before the board. Public comment is no longer permitted. We'll go to Supervisor Pinches.
Well, just to try to looking out for the taxpayers here, I would encourage, and I realize they're the only one applicant, but I guess my comments were based on the sole fact that I want to see if we can get a little better job performance out there than what we've been getting, because I think the numbers are pretty dismal numbers for what dollars are being invested. So I just like to put some sort of an incentive out there to do a better job, because complacent, I think, is probably maybe the right word to use.
Supervisor Hamburg.
This particular applicant in this program is kind of something I have some feeling for. I was actually executive director of North Coast Opportunities when this program began back in, I think it was 1986 or 7, as the Women's Economic Self-Sufficiency Training Program, that's what WEST stands for. And you know, I really can't disagree with my colleague Supervisor Pinches about the metrics, and you know, we would always like to see something better. We'd like to see more employment. We'd like to see more successful businesses. But I think it's important to realize, well, for one thing, that a program that's been around now for 26 years is probably doing something right. And I think any of us who do business at various establishments around the county have seen that plaque on the wall saying Women's Economic Self-Sufficiency Training Program was the initial funder for this business. I certainly go to several businesses in the county that have that that plaque on the wall acknowledging where they got their start. I think it's also important to realize that this is that the people that the West Company is dealing with are not people who come to them with particularly high levels of skill, or they may have a very well-honed skill or ability, but they don't necessarily have any significant understanding of how to run a business. They may not know how to put together a business plan or a balance sheet or any of those things. So you're really often taking people who are at a very beginning level in terms of trying to take their skill and turn it into something that will support themselves, or in many cases themselves and a family. So I just think it's important to realize that even though these metrics are low, this is not a program that what's the word, cherry picks or skims off the top. This is a program that deals with people who are highly motivated, but for whatever reason, and you know, to me, a big part of the reason is the failure of the public education system, which I realize is a whole nother subject. People who come to them needing a lot of help in order to launch a business. So I think we have to temper our look at the metrics, which I agree are not as impressive as we'd all wish them to be, as against both the long history of success of this organization and the challenges that are faced by the community that they deal with. So, Madam Chair, at whatever point you are ready, I am prepared to make a motion.
Well,
I'll second.
Supervisor, the public hearing is closed, so we will accept your motion, and
Okay.
Supervisor McCowan second. Any discussion to the motion before the board? Supervisor McCowan.
I would just make the point that in addition to what Supervisor Hamburg has noted, the CDBG program is notorious for the reporting requirements that go along with it. So even though it appears to be free money, I'm aware of organizations that have been in line to receive it and have said no thanks. And it should also be noted the alternative to approving this grant application and being able to help some applicants would be to refuse the money and help none. So,
Supervisor Brown.
I'd like to thank all the supervisors for their comment, and Supervisor Hamburg, I'm glad you went back to the whole history of West Company and brought that forth. I think it's very, very important for the public to realize there's a whole history there. So at that, I don't want to keep us any longer on this particular item and would like to call for the question.
To the clerk.
Thank you. I just want to verify that Supervisor Hamburg made the recommended motion.
Yes,
Correct.
that's right.
Second by Supervisor McCowan. So to the motion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously. We have next on our agenda a timed item for 10 o'clock. We will take a 5-minute recess while the participants can set up for that presentation. Thank you. Is back in session at 10:30 for a timed item. This is presentation of retirement system actuarial study, actuarial audit, findings and recommendations, future actuarial services, and adoption of retirement system rates for fiscal year 2011 and 12. We have here Mr. Jim Anderson, the retirement administrator. He will introduce our other presenter and clarify a change in the document that was received after the publication of the agenda. So we'll go to Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Smith and members of the board. Jim Anderson, Retirement Administrator, and I have with me today Graham Schmidt with EFI Actuaries. A couple of housekeeping items before we actually get into the presentation this morning. One is that I apologize, the original PowerPoint presentation that was submitted with the agenda was an early version, a draft version that did not include the chart and some other edits in it, so the board members have received an updated version. The other item is to let you know Mr. Schmidt is a much desired man today. He needs to be in Modesto for a 3 o'clock meeting, so we have him until 11:30, and he's going to have to bow out at that time. So my hope is that we can get through any his part of the presentation as well as any questions prior to that. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to go ahead and start the presentation. The presentation today we envision being a little different than what we would normally bring you on an annual basis. Typically, I would be sitting here with our actuary and we'd be going through in great detail the actuarial report. I think it's it's news that everybody's aware of is that we have the actuary that prepared the report, Buck Consultants. We found flaws in their work product, both as a result of an actuarial audit as well as reviewing the 2010 report. And so what I'd like to do is to really hit some of the highlights of the 2010 report. I'd like to go through some of the findings and recommendations that EFI has in their audit of Buck Consultants' 2009 valuation report and their experience study of 2006 to 2008, and then to talk about really where we go in the future as far as actuarial services. And some of this I know is a little bit dated. There's been some news out as to actions of the retirement board and so forth, but I'd like to share with the Board of Supervisors where we're heading for trying to create actuarial numbers in the future that everyone has a much greater sense of confidence in. And then finally, we are here to have the board adopt rates for 2011-12. Those are the rates that are contained in the Buck actuarial report and have been adopted by the Board of Retirement. And I have this at the end of the presentation as well, and it's in your agenda summary, but just a reminder of the legal issue here is that statutorily the Board of Retirement adopts the rates, and then it states that the board shall adopt those rates. So we know it's a situation where there's a limited flexibility for the Board of Supervisors here. But we think that the opportunity to discuss this and educate folks on the rates is critical.
Mr. Anderson, before you begin on the PowerPoint and the specific, Supervisor McCowan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to jump ahead to the conclusion, if I may, because until yesterday, I had been proceeding on the assumption that we were talking about adopting the rates that were reflected in the Buck Consultants actuarial report through June 30th of 2010, and that would have indicated a contribution rate of about 3.6, an increase of about 3.6 million for the county. And I thought that was the direction that the retirement board was going, and it, of course, as you know, we merely ratify the rate that the retirement board adopts. And then I was told yesterday evening by a staff member that in fact, the retirement board had adopted a lower number based on a percentage of payroll. So could you clear that up for me, please, what we're talking about in terms of the county contribution for next year?
If I may, Supervisor McCowan, a couple of slides ahead, I was going to hit on that issue and specifically point to in the report where we can clarify that. Do you mind?
Well, I mean, just very briefly, will it be the 3.6 million or something less in terms of the increase?
Based upon if your payroll is less than was anticipated in the actuarial study, since you have a rate that you're applying to payroll, it will be something less than that, and I'll go into greater detail in how that occurs and what the magnitude of that may be in a couple of slides.
So then, in a nutshell, the retirement board did adopt a percentage of payroll rather than a fixed dollar amount for the county contribution?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yep. The next slide that you have before you is describes why there may be some question as to why move forward. If you have a report where the previous year's report had flaws in it and you see some flaws in this particular report, what was the thinking of the Board of Retirement in moving forward with the 2010 actuarial valuation and the recommendation of the rates? And there were a number of items that they took into consideration in directing me to bring this forward and adopting the rates. The first, as you can see, is that we do have a statutory requirement for the retirement system to provide the county with rates at least 45 days prior to the end of the fiscal year. The other thing that another item that the Board of Retirement looked at was if we were looking at rates that we had some concern about the way they were constructed, what's kind of the cost effectiveness of creating new rates, essentially rates that we have a higher level of confidence in. And what we determined was that, or the board determined was that in talking with experts, we were probably looking at a cost of an additional $25,000 to redo the June 30, 2010 valuation report and another 60 days. And so we were looking at a significant cost as well as a delay in the period of time that the county would be able to proceed with its budgeting activities and know what kind of rates it was looking at for the 2011-12 fiscal year. The findings and recommendations contained by the EFI actuaries, those are going to be addressed in an upcoming experience study. And for those board members that may not have been through this process before, what an experience study is you take a 3-year period of time and you look at what the actuary has assumed, built into their assumptions, and you compare that to what actually happened, the reality of what occurred over 3 years. And it's that comparison of assuming and projecting versus reality that really creates the debate of, okay, what should the assumptions be going forward? Should they be changed based upon the fact that reality was something different than what you assumed? And so the Board of Retirement had, again, a lengthy discussion about this we're going to be doing an experience study in the fall before we do the evaluation report for June 30 of 2011. And so the thought was, let's take that opportunity to not only look at all of the things, all of the economic and demographic assumptions that go into the valuation report, but let's just generally look at how we're creating our data that's used to define the liability, what our assets are likely to be, and all of that ultimately drives the rates that we bring to the Board of Supervisors. The last thing that the Board of Retirement took a look at was, if we went forward with flawed numbers, was there any risk of overcharging the county? And based upon the EFI study, they viewed no risk of overcharging the county. There was some concern that anything that we do to delay the flow of dollars into the pension creates unfunded liability, and that's not certainly from a fiduciary standpoint. That's not something that you want to see have happen. But at the same time, the thought is that with a new incoming actuary, with the findings and recommendations from EFI, and with the experience study coming up in the fall, it was better to move forward in a measured, thoughtful, defensible way as opposed to just a quick and dirty way, so to speak, prior to setting rates for the 2011-12 fiscal year. So the next slide that you have is really the kind of the recommendations, and I'd refer the board members to page 18 in your actuarial evaluation report. And you can see that the recommended rates, and it's important to know that these are blended rates, and I'll get into kind of the unblended rates because there's specific rates on pages 22 and 23 that we'll take a look at. But the recommended rates by the actuary and adopted by the Board of Retirement have an employer rate of 19.08% for the upcoming fiscal year and an employee rate of 9.69%. The employer rate, if the board members can keep a finger there and turn to page 22, you'll see that the employer contribution is broken down. The 19.08% is broken down a couple of different ways. On page 22, the chart in the middle of the page, you can see general safety and probation members, your different tiers 1, 2, and 3. And you can see the rate broken down by basic and cost of living contributions towards the basic pension and towards the cost of living provision of the pension. And you can see that that totals up to your 19.08%, with 14.08% going towards basic and 5% going towards cost of living. On the following page, it breaks it down between your normal cost and your unfunded liability. And you can see on that particular page, again, looking at general safety, probation, and all of your tiers, is that you have 11.08% going towards the normal cost. And the normal cost is defined as a cost that you create this year for pensions going into the future. And your unfunded accrued actuarial liability is essentially the accrued costs, historical costs that you have that have not been paid for to this point. So that breaks down the employer contribution in a couple of different, displaying it in a couple of different ways. Going back to page 18, and I want to elaborate a little bit on Supervisor McCowan's question at this point. As you can see in the recommended rates in the middle of the page, is that last year there was a 13.25% payroll recommended as a blended rate. And if you look at the prior year recommended rates, you see that it was anticipated that it would generate $9.571 million going into the retirement fund. What actually happened was that payroll was less than anticipated, and so what was generated was $9.143 million that went into the retirement fund. So what we call the annually required contribution, or ARC payment, was something less than what was anticipated. I had a conversation with the CEO and her staff and the auditor controller about this issue, and the Board of Retirement discussed this amongst themselves and also with the FI actuary. Is in an environment where you are going forward and you know you are likely to have decreasing salaries against which you apply a rate, you're almost guaranteeing yourself that you're not going to make your ARC payment. From the board's perspective, that could be kind of a...
and for the public, the ARC payment is the annual required contribution?
Correct. Thank you. The annually required contribution. It's one of those kind of double-edged sword type of situations, in that from the standpoint of fiscal prudency and wanting to ensure that you have a fully funded pension, if you apply the rates in the actuarial report, you're going to be applying them against a lower payroll base, and you're going to be making less of a contribution into your pension than you had anticipated. So that means that you're not addressing those liabilities in your pension as rapidly as you would like to. The The positive news is from a strictly budgetary standpoint, you're going to have less demands for funds during your budget process to actually pay for your pension costs.
Supervisor McCowan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So with declining payroll, the county's contribution will be less than otherwise forecast, but then, so that will result in a short-term budget savings to the county for next fiscal year. Will we be required to make that up the following year or over a period of years?
It would be something that then would be addressed during the amortization period, the remaining 28 years of the amortization period. And I think one of the issues that the Board of Retirement discussed at length is, in a period, potentially a prolonged period of time where you have declining payroll, you don't want to wind up getting too far behind on your pension. We certainly, from the fiduciary standpoint of the Board of Retirement, want to see those contributions being made. And so one of the things that the board, again, determined the best time to kind of discuss and address this issue would be in the fall when it does its experience study, is to look at how the contributions made. And there's two, as I showed you earlier, there's kind of two parts of the contribution. There's the normal cost, which as salaries go up and down, if you apply a % to the normal cost, you're fine. You're taking care of your normal cost. Your unfunded liability is what has the potential of being underfunded. And so there's some discussion amongst the Board of Retirement of should we split those two apart, and should you apply different rates to those? I know Mr. Schmidt has some clients that are having similar discussions right now. I believe Orange County may be trying that for the upcoming fiscal year, where they literally take the unfunded liability and they say, we've got this lag. We come up with these rates at June 30 of 2010. The rates are going to apply to the 11-12 fiscal year. That's a whole year lag where that decline in salary is going to change how much is contributed to the pension. And so they are attempting to add to their actuarial calculation of rates essentially a lag factor. What is happening with salaries, and can we ensure that we're actually making that unfunded liability payment, so that you would have both the normal cost and the unfunded liability payment fully made. Again, the Board of Retirement, I think, feels very strongly as fiduciaries that we need to find a mechanism for doing that. But that discussion would come up in the fall of this calendar year and would not affect rates until fiscal year 12-13.
Mr. Anderson, I think this is a very important point, the one raised by Supervisor McCowan. So I'd like to take a minute right now and have Mr. Schmidt just give a little a critique, such as he offered to the Retirement Board on some of his other clients in the Bay Area and how they're sort of adapting to this. I think that this is a whole new arena with respect to the consistency in most public entities of the declining payroll, which is has not been characteristic in over the current or recent history. In a sense, it was actually going the other way. There were small increases that you would gradually see. Now we're in a whole, it's called the new normal, and so we have this other scenario. So Mr. Schmidt gave some good information to us, and we spent some time at the Retirement Board talking about it. So I'd like him to just review very briefly what that is, what that's called, and then I'd like to make a few comments on where the discussion went with the Retirement Board to this issue.
Okay, happy to do so. Thanks very much. If this was something that we started talking about with a number of our clients in the last few years, the current practice of using a percentage of pay for both your normal cost and your unfunded liability in normal times, or the old normal times, made sense. Some years you may have pay increases greater than you expect, some years less, and on balance they would tend to balance out over time. But the unfunded liability as a dollar amount doesn't go away if you cut back your staff, right? If you have layoffs or pay decreases to your current employees, you will reduce the value of benefits that people are earning today. Somebody who's laid off isn't earning a benefit for the service, because they're not earning any service. That's associated with the normal cost. The unfunded liability, that's the liability associated with prior service and people that have already retired. You can have unfunded liabilities that occur because of asset losses or other reasons. Those losses don't go away when you change the size of your workforce. Those unfunded liabilities are still with you, and you are amortizing that, and the most common amortization method used is what's called level percentage of pay. So unlike a mortgage where you're making the same dollar payment towards that unfunded liability each year, with level percentage of pay amortization, you're assuming that your mortgage payment is going to go up each year, and you assume it's going to go up by the level of your payroll inflation to keep that payment level as a percentage of pay. Generally, we're assuming that pay goes up by something about 4% per year. When you don't have those increases of 4% per year, it means you are going to be short on that on the unfunded liability payment in the current year. Again, in normal times, or even if you've got a time maybe of just a pay freeze that's temporary, probably not too much of an issue because you're talking about maybe a difference of 1 year contributions. But when you've got systems like I have of transit districts in the Bay Area where they are anticipating a 30% headcount reduction, in terms of their overall payroll, that means there's going to be a very large shortfall in terms of that unfunded liability payment. So we have had a number of our systems considering whether or not to ask for that unfunded liability payment just as a dollar amount, to say, look, we know that we need to make this payment towards our unfunded liability, and to do so, the best way to do it is to ask for that as a dollar amount rather than a percentage of pay that we know will end up being short. So we've brought this to a number of systems, and they've made different decisions. Some organizations have thought that some of these headcount reductions are probably temporary reductions for them. So if you think it's a temporary reduction, then it's not as important to make a change to asking for the full dollars, because what'll happen the next year when you hire all these additional people? Well, you might have an increase in your payroll of much more than 4%, right? If you're suddenly hiring all these workers back, you're going to overpay the unfunded liability payment the following year, so therefore offsetting the prior year shortfall. But if you think that you're going to have declining payroll, and it's not just a 1 year blip, and you're not hiring those people back, and there might be further reductions in future years, it becomes more important to address this issue. We also think that financially it may be painful this year when when you have this reduced payroll and you're having to pay a larger dollar amount under this alternative proposal. But in terms of budgetary outlooks going down the road, it may be helpful for organizations to actually know in dollar terms what is that unfunded liability payment going to be in future years, rather than having to base that on some uncertain estimate of what payroll will be over time. So we think that there are budgetary benefits to doing a contribution policy in this way. Does that answer?
Yes. I think that goes to the point of the discussion. And I was very, very interested in the examples you brought to the retirement board. And I think Mr. Anderson will recall we had a fairly lengthy discussion about this. It was the interest of this retirement board member that we take it upon ourselves to really engage in this dialogue for this present year. That was not shared by others at the retirement board. There wasn't the interest to delve into, I think, something new conceptually with data that had come from one actuary, then it was being validated or re-examined by a second actuary. And then the discussion and the point made by Mr. Anderson that the experience study done every 3 years would be coming forward this fall, and that would be the more appropriate time to look at a number of issues, this being one. The other consideration, and Mr. Anderson, you might recall this, was that to make any changes to the recommended actual rate might take more actuarial review. Again, it's back to that issue of delay. So I was very, I was very interested in this and asked Mr. Schmidt a number of questions about it and really wanted to focus on it because it was a truer number. It was something that would get us to what truly is the unfunded liability, and are we, to the best of our ability, addressing it? Which heretofore, of course, when you don't have declining payroll, it's a non-issue. But with declining payroll, it is an issue. But it wasn't the feeling of the retirement board, given some of the issues and probably others that I have not gone into, to go forward at that particular point in time and try to adjust the recommended rates and actual allocation specifics to the county in the unfunded liability as an actual dollar amount. There just wasn't the interest at the time, given the complexity of the data we had, your review, and what would be timely and the best way to move forward. I think, Mr. Anderson, your first slide went into some of those issues. So that's some of the background. I think that there truly is going to be growing interest in doing this, and I think it will be the focus of the retirement board with this experience study in fall of 2011, because I think it really is where we need to be. We need to get to a true number with respect to the unfunded liability. It can't be held to the declining dollars that we're currently experiencing and expect to experience for, into the near future. So I think that with the assistance of your work, Mr. Schmidt, in the review here, plus our new actuaries that we have just retained, I think that we're going to be well-positioned going forward. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think we have a true number with the unfunded liability, or at least the actuarially determined unfunded liability. It's a question under the present method, is the county making an appropriate payment towards the unfunded liability? And isn't that really the point of the different method being proposed?
This is the method that you're currently using is by far the most commonly used method.
Correct, but with declining payroll, it doesn't raise the amount of money that you could actually say you're amortizing the unfunded liability or making the appropriate contribution towards the unfunded liability.
That's correct. There are likely to be offsetting actuarial gains that you will have via having lower payroll. If you have lower payroll going forward, if you don't have the salary increases, you will likely see in your actuarial valuation report next year a gain for lower salaries, a reduction in the contribution rate. So there are offsets that reduce the cost for the pension plan via payroll reductions. A lot of those will affect the normal cost, but they will have some impact on the unfunded liability as well. This alternative methodology that we've just mentioned as a possible alternative is it's basically a different approach to how you budget.
Correct. And looking at the current slide, I think the numbers in parentheses generally would indicate cost savings to the county based on lower workforce and lower salary.
Correct.
So that roughly 1.1 or 1.2 million, and yet there might have been perhaps, I don't, it'd just be a wild ballpark, there might have been a corresponding underpayment towards the unfunded liability. Is that
There would have been, given that you anticipated paying $9.57 million in, and you paid $9.14 million in.
And then this year, that's likely to be even a greater discrepancy between the projected amount raised by the contribution as a percent of payroll and what we're actually going to wind up with, given that workforce and salaries are continuing to decline.
And if I may, I think when the retirement board discussed this, and there's frankly been some new information come out that I'm aware of relative to the pension obligation bond rating and the general obligation bond rating for the county being downgraded. And although there were a number of variables that were mentioned, one of them was the speed at which the county is paying down its indebtedness. And so going forward, I think for the board retirement, again, as fiduciaries, we're looking at getting the contribution that should be made into the retirement fund made. And I think, our presumption is that the Board of Supervisors, despite very difficult budgetary times, are looking at these issues of getting debts paid down and getting debts paid down at the velocity that doesn't impact your ratings.
And yet, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but we anticipate that the great majority of the retirement obligation will be paid by return on investments. Probably 75% we expect will be based on return on investment. Are we also counting primarily on the return on investment to repay the unfunded liability?
That is generally what happens, is that during down markets you see unfunded liability go up because of investment losses, and as investment returns occur, that is a huge factor in driving down the unfunded liability.
And that's how we're able to justify adopting an amortization schedule for the unfunded liability that has negative amortization for a period of years before we actually start paying on principal. I mean, we don't really expect that amortization schedule is going to be what cures the unfunded liability.
Yeah, unlike a fixed 30-year mortgage or something of that nature, where you look at an amortization schedule and those are your payments and you expect to make those. Amortizing unfunded liability is something where you know those numbers and that amortization schedule is going to change on an annual basis. If you're coming out of the worst market since the Great Depression, you would expect those numbers to look kind of horrific. As you go forward, if you have recovery of investment income at the same time while you're reducing expenses, you would expect that amortization schedule to begin to look more attractive. The other thing, and it's just a reality of pension fund or pension financing, is that given the magnitude of the market downturn, is that there were acceptable actuarial principles and practices that were applied in just about every pension system. In our particular case, using the maximum amortization schedule for unfunded liability of 30 years, as you begin to pay that down, it's not uncommon for a system to maintain an amortization schedule somewhere between, say, a 12 and 17-year period of time. So as you begin to pay down, you not only are the numbers changing every year based upon both liabilities and income, but you pay down to a certain amount and then kind of reevaluate what that payment, the term of that payment is going to be. Under ideal circumstances, you wouldn't have negative amortization. I mean, from a philosophical standpoint, I think both the Board of Retirement and Board of Supervisors would like to see an amortization schedule with no negative amortization in it. It was just such a unique a market condition that it was determined that it was something that was appropriate to do.
Thank you.
So let's move forward, Mr. Anderson,
Yeah,
so we can
if I can,
hear from all the areas that Mr. Schmidt may want to address us before he needs to.
Yeah,
depart.
and I think the board's probably fairly familiar with what makes up the $3.6 million, but I'll run through it quickly. The correction to the amortization schedule, there was actually an error by Buck in the 2009 amortization schedule, increased the contribution $549,000. Smoothing, the continued smoothing of the investment losses from 2008-09 contributed $875,000. As was noted, savings due to less than projected salaries, $430,000. Change in the withdrawal retirement assumption, which is the big gorilla in this particular report, added almost $3.35 million to the contribution. The savings associated with future salaries based upon the direction of salaries, as we discussed, $235,000. And the savings due to the 10% wage concession, $511,000. It's important to note on that wage concession that an actuary can only look at what's occurred And so that was only for the bargaining units that had conceded at that time. So the extent to which there's any changes during the current fiscal year in securing additional concessions, those will be considered in the June 30, 2011 report. So that essentially created a situation where it brought you up to the 13.166 million contribution, or an increase of about $3.6 million. Turning to page 24 in your report, this is kind of the funded status, or the page 26 in your report, kind of the report card, if you will, of the pension system. Valuation of assets, $343 million. Your accrued actuarial liability, $434 million. And that was increased in large part due to the change in the actuarial assumption. So the unfunded portion of that accrued actuarial liability, just under $92 million. Your funded ratio, 78.9%. Covered payroll, $69 million. And this is the area where again, we're looking at this declining payroll period. And I spoke with your CEO about this, and just trying to calculate the rates for next year, and looking at how they would be inserted into your payroll system for the different types and tiers of employees. We took a March pay period and looked at the retirement compensable income, multiplied it by 26 pay periods, and came out with payroll of just roughly about $60 million. So a pretty significant decrease in the amount of payroll, I think, that's anticipated. And we'll continue to work very closely with the CEO and the auditor on what that payroll figure would be. There has been some question about, especially on the 3.347 million. What with this having happened in Santa Barbara, Stanislaus, and Merced County retirement systems, why are we finding why was this a big surprise for us? And I want to assure the Board of Supervisors that back in the spring of 2010, when we first heard about the Stanislaus case and heard kind of rumblings come out of Merced, is that I made contact with Buck Consultants and specifically asked, if there was any risk of Mendocino County being blindsided with such an increase in their contribution and in their rates. And I was assured by Buck Consultants at that time that, given the fact that they were already addressing this issue in Stanislaus, that they took both methodologies of calculating the liability, both the age only and the age and years of service, calculated our numbers, and there was an immaterial difference between the two. That was something, frankly, I've defended Buck Consultants in saying that it was immaterial, testified to the grand jury that it was going to be immaterial. Hindsight being 20/20, this is an area where I probably should have requested the actual study results themselves to be able to validate that there was no material difference, but we were relying upon the assurance of Buck Consultants. As a result, a result of concerns that were growing, back in the spring of 2010, we did an RFP for an actuarial audit of Buck's work at their 2009 valuation, as well as their last experience study, and that's where we selected EFI, and they completed their work this last fall. The other thing that gave us some level of confidence was that we had an experience done between the years of 2006 and 2008, and if the retirements and withdrawals, which are the big issues that come up in this, were so dramatically different in reality than they were in assumption, is that really should have been reflected in the experience study, and we should have had a discussion about changing those assumptions going forward. So again, our belief is that based upon Buck's assurances, based upon the experience study, that we weren't going to get this type of curveball, but at the same time we moved forward with the audit. The other thing that the board should be aware of as far as going forward is that there were some differences between our financial audit and the valuation report. We are out for RFP as of April 1 for a new financial auditor, and part of that would require that preliminary audited financial documents be available for the new actuary. I'd also just note that there was a lot of discussion of a complete forensic audit for MSERA, for the Retirement Association. And one of the things that we looked at, the Board of Retirement and staff, was looking at a general audit versus a forensic audit. And a forensic audit, as you're probably aware, I mean, that's almost evidentiary. It's material that you could bring into a courtroom. And we wanted to really spend the money to focus. If a forensic audit was needed, we needed to know where that might be needed. Just so the board members are aware, Merced County, after a general audit, looked at a forensic audit, and they were looking at approximately $10,000 per year that's audited, and that was on the low side. We've had conversations with EFI, and their estimates were anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 per year for a forensic audit, essentially redoing the actuarial valuations for all of those years, depending upon the quality of data that they saw. So we wanted to, if we were going to go forward with forensic work, we wanted it to be really lasered in and focused on areas where we felt that there may be damages or areas where we may want to seek recovery of monies from Buck. Just quickly before I turn it over to Mr. Schmidt here, Sarah, we always talk about transparency and good communication. We are recognizing the flaws that exist in the study, and there were some additional items that have been brought up since the study came out. I'd actually like to, if the board will indulge me, because I think you're all getting phone calls and questions about a few numbers in the actuarial report. If the board would turn to page 24, you'll see the actuarial value of assets, the table that calculates that. That's essentially our smoothing formula. And there's been a number of items that have been brought into question, and I just want to follow up with those. If you look under the section 1 of the table, year 2010, the contributions there, it shows $19.3 million in contributions. Our auditor shows roughly $4.7 million, or a difference of $4.6 million in contributions. In discussing this with Buck Consultants, what Buck did is that the contributions that the county makes is that there's a slice of those contributions, and this is an agreement between the county and the Retirement Association, and there's a slice of those contributions that's taken off to pay for retiree health care until we exhaust the accrued excess earnings. And so we slice off a piece of the contribution, we fund retiree health care with it, with those dollars and retiree premiums that are paid. And then we backfill the dollars that should have gone into the pension that went to health care, we backfill with accrued excess earnings. What Buck did is the dollars that backfilled that slicing off of the county contribution, they included that as a contribution, and so this is an error in the calculation of the county contribution, in that they included the excess earnings that essentially backfilled the dollars that went to health care. If you move across that same line to the actual investment return, it shows a $44.6 million investment return. Our independent auditor shows a $38 million investment return, for almost a $6 million difference there. Once again, Buck Consultants, we provide for them, they request information from us. They request information on our earnings. They request statements of sources and uses of funds. And in looking at the sources and uses of funds, there's a line in there for a transfer, that all of the dollars that we transfer, that we collect in the Retirement Association and transfer to Human Resources for use in the retiree health program, Buck calculated those as investment income. They added those to investment income. So you have a dollar amount there that is inflated by $6 million. So the investment income is overstated. What I've spoken with Siegel Company, the Siegel Company are, as of last week, our new actuaries, is how do we correct this going forward? We now have inflated dollars that are in our smoothing formula that we don't want to stay in there for the next 4 years. And what I was assured by Siegel is that when we look at the June 30, 2011 numbers and we determine what those numbers are and confirm the accuracy of those numbers, we'll look at essentially extracting out that overstatement so that the 5-year smoothing formula truly reflects both the gains and losses above the expected return for that period of time. There was also one other figure in there. If you look down at number 2, the market value of assets as of June 30, $299 million. The auditor had roughly $300 million. Buck was working with unaudited numbers. It was a smaller, it was a less material number than the others, but Buck was not working with the final audited numbers. I should state as well that, again, backing up to that actual investment return, the $44 million, given that that's overstated, Buck also states in their report that we had a 17% return on investment. Part of calculating that 17% return on investment is that overstated investment return. The actual return on investment is closer to 14.5%. Again, I know these are numbers that have been out there, they've been questioned, and so I wanted to make sure that the board members were very clear as to, one, what was the origin of those errors, and two, the fact that they are correctable going forward.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Supervisor McCowan.
Other than this verbal report, and I'm sure, of course, you've done the same at the Retirement Board, is there a thought of preparing a corrected sheet that would be an addendum to this report?
What we did is that we edited our independent financial audit, and we put notes in the financial statements or in the audit that addresses
but
these
the
changes.
audit was correct, and this is the one that was incorrect. So without making some kind of correction that attaches to this report, it kind of leaves it out there.
Without cross-referencing the audit, it does leave it out there until it's corrected for June 30th, 2011. Essentially, at this point, and it goes back to my earliest statements, is we're working with a document that we unfortunately know has flaws in it, and we want to correct things moving forward.
Thank you.
So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Schmidt for his findings and recommendations.
Given that, I apologize that I've really limited time, can you skip to the table?
Sure.
I'm going to skip right to the sort of the meat of it. This is, I don't know the slide number, but to summarize in just a couple sentences what the audit was about, was we're checking two things. Did the actuary do the math right? And what went into the math, was that right? So in general, we verified that the calculations seem to have been, for the most part, have been done correctly, that Buck, with the data that they had and the assumptions that they were using, the math and the calculations appear to have been done correctly. We do have a large concern with a number of the assumptions that went into their June 30th, 2009 actuarial evaluation report. We collected data independently. We collected data independently over the entire 2005 to 2008 period to verify what they judged to be appropriate assumptions for both demographics and for economic assumptions. This table here just summarizes those areas in which we had pretty different ideas about what appropriate assumptions would be, and I'm going to run through some of the more important ones. The very top line being the withdrawal assumption. This is what you heard about at the other counties. Buck was applying an assumption about the number of people that would terminate and withdraw their contributions from the system rather than receiving a retirement benefit. That happens quite frequently in the first few years of service. You get short-term employees that are there on the job for a year or two, find out it's not the right thing for them, leave, they take their contributions back. They don't have a vested benefit. This happens much less frequently with people that have large amounts of service, right? Because they know that they're going to get a sizable benefit from the retirement system. Buck was actually applying their termination rates based only on the age of the member. They weren't taking into consideration the amount of service the members had. They were also applying these assumptions to people that were currently eligible for a service retirement benefit. So they were applying these withdrawal assumptions to people that were age 50 with 10 years of service, somebody who would be eligible to get a full retirement benefit right now. So in essence, that's an assumption that the member is going to just take their contributions back and leave all of the employer-paid benefit on the table. You can imagine that doesn't happen very frequently. I think we saw maybe once or twice in the entire 3-year period. Under Buck's assumptions, that would have happened a lot more frequently, like 30 or 40 times. It's not an appropriate assumption, and Buck has acknowledged that. That had a large impact on the cost as a percentage of pay, increasing the cost by over 2% when we just said, cut off that assumption, said that as soon as somebody's eligible for a service retirement benefit, we're not going to assume that they withdraw their contributions. The reason that increased the cost so much is every time Buck is assuming that this would have happened, that's a windfall for the plan. And what we're saying is that those windfalls will not tend to occur. Therefore, you shouldn't be reducing your current contributions now in anticipation of them occurring in the future. The termination and withdrawal rates themselves, again, Buck was looking at these based on the age of the employee, not the amount of service. Our studies have shown, and studies of other actuaries have shown, that at least within the 37 Act systems in particular, service is a much better indicator of when somebody's going to take a withdrawal of contributions. You are likely to have people there leaving with a reasonable frequency in the first few years of their career, but once you get past 5 or 10 years, those percentage of people withdrawing their contributions drops precipitously. So when we changed from age-based to service-based assumptions, on top of cutting those assumptions off when somebody's eligible for retirement, we again saw another increase in the cost of over 1.5% of payroll. The assumptions that we came up with were based on that period from 2005 through 2008. The number of terminations that Buck predicted actually was fairly close to the numbers that actually occurred, but what happened was there were more terminations than they expected amongst low service level people and fewer terminations amongst higher service people. That tends to underestimate the cost because people with large service leaving and taking their contributions back tends to be more of a gain for the plan, and they were over-assuming that and under-assuming the number of terminations amongst low service employees. So we would definitely recommend that the next actuary look at these things on a service basis, and I know, just having reviewed other Siegel reports, that they also generally use those assumptions, or use at least assumptions that are based on age and service. Service retirement rates, that's the next row. We saw a higher number of retirements occurring between the ages of 50 and 60 in particular in that period of data from 2005 through 2008. Early retirements generally end up costing the plan more, so if you assume more early retirements now, it's going to increase your current contributions, but you're less likely to see actuarial losses in the future. Again, this could have been, it could have been that particular period of time, 2005 through 8, that you saw a higher number of service retirements at those earlier ages, but the next experience study will also cover the period 2008 through 2011, and the next actuary can see if that pattern has continued and if higher retirement rates amongst earlier retirees is appropriate. Mortality. We look at mortality slightly differently than Buck did. We looked at it based on the age of the members. We looked at how many people died and what were their ages. We also looked at what were the total benefit amounts amongst the people that died, because one thing we discussed with the retirement board is that we see lower levels of mortality amongst people with higher benefits. It's not a totally surprising conclusion, But when you weight your mortality assumptions to account for that, you end up needing more conservative mortality assumptions because the people with higher benefits account for more of the liabilities of the plan. We also saw that the number of deaths predicted with Buck's assumptions was not as conservative as we would like to see with respect to the male experience. And that's not surprising either. We've seen much more rapid increase in improvement in mortality amongst males than females over the last decade. That's true both here and nationwide. It's just a virtue of the fact that men are having to catch up to women, that you already have longer lifespans. One other conclusion that we've seen both here and in other systems is that traditionally there's been an assumption that safety members are going to have shorter lifespans than general members, but the data hasn't shown that to be true over the last few years, that safety member mortality has improved to the level where they're much closer to the general members. I think there was also an assumption that the safety members' mortality would be based solely on the male rates, but both here and in other places, you've seen an increase in the number of females in safety officer positions. Females living longer means you're going to see higher liabilities from that group because you're assuming that they're going to live longer with a higher percentage female workforce. So the mortality assumptions that we would recommend also would increase the cost somewhat. This longevity promotion pay increase is also tied into this service versus age issue. Longevity and promotional pay increases refer to those pay increases that affect the individual during their career. Not the base payroll increase everybody gets, but the fact that, in your first few years of service, you generally see increases in pay as you move through the steps and you get promoted. Buck's assumptions, again, were based only on age. So they would assume slightly higher payroll increases for members in their 20s, and then those would quickly drop off, and you wouldn't see much expected increase in members' pay once they got into their 30s, above the level of general payroll inflation. But we have been seeing, but we think that, or the data showed that, again, these payroll increases are tied much closer to the amount of service somebody has than their age. We've seen increases in the average age at hire for public employees. So you've got people being hired into the public sector system in their 30s. Under Buck's old assumptions, you wouldn't have ever seen any step increases in their pay. But with service-based assumptions, where we assume that payroll, that individual members' pay will grow by 4 or 5% for the first few years of their career above the general pay inflation, that tends to be a much better predictor of the data. And again, that's something that increases the cost because you're seeing, currently there was no assumption that a member hired at age 30 would get anything beyond just a general base payroll increase. Again, I know that your new actuary also tends to use these service-based longevity assumptions. Terminal payload, that's an item that we looked at that hadn't been incorporated in prior experience studies. We looked at the vacation cash-out policies. Most employees, when they are eligible for a service retirement benefit, are eligible to cash out some of their vacation time, and that goes into their final average compensation calculation. Because that compensation doesn't show up until right before they retire, both the employee and the employer aren't making contributions on that during the member's career, but it will increase their final average compensation and their benefit. So if you want to try to if you want to try to fund the member's benefit as levelly as you can over their entire career, it makes sense to add a load to their contribution in their earlier years of service so that you're funding this steadily over their career. This has happened for us with a number of systems recently. They've implemented these assumptions, and it's impacted both the employees and the employer's contribution rates. It's not so much of an impact here. It's only 0.3% because your newer tier of benefits has 3-year final average compensation. So the impact of a vacation cash out matters 1/3 as much as those employees who have a 1-year final average compensation, which are your tier 1 employees, I believe. Economic assumptions, these are much more these are much more along the level of one actuary's opinion versus another. We think that a 7.75% discount rate might have been a more reasonable estimate given your asset portfolio and what we're hearing from your investment advisor. But the 8% rate was still reasonable. We had some other suggestions in terms of assuming COLA's long-term growth in the cost of living benefits slightly less than the cap, which is currently 3%, and the net impact of those changes was only an increase of less than 1% of pay. So our study really focused mostly on the demographic assumptions. That's everything in 10 minutes, but I just want to leave a couple minutes for questions from the board members.
Okay, we'll go to Supervisor McCowan.
2 questions. Is it possible for you to give a ballpark on the dollar value of these items cumulatively and what it meant? I assume we see from the Bucks actuarial report, we see the 3.347 million reflected based on the changed assumptions. And which of those items, we know the withdrawal overlap is one of them, which of those items are covered within the 3.347 million adjustment, and which ones are we looking forward to for next year, perhaps?
So the first row certainly is covered under that 3 million. The second row possibly, or part of the second row also. Between those two, that's about 4% of pay. You're saying your projected payroll was somewhere around $75 million, not the actual payroll. So that gets you somewhere close to about $3 million, right?
And then the rest of these, potentially based on actions of the Board of Retirement, are going to affect the county's contribution in the following year.
Subject to the fact that another actuary is going to look at these same assumptions and evaluate if they think our proposed assumptions are more reasonable, and also what did the experience over the next 3-year period of 2008 through 2011, how did that compare to this experience? So, I mean, I can't say that your payroll is certainly your cost is going to go up by 7% of pay. I can pretty confidently say it's probably going to be an increase in the cost, because I think by and large Siegel agrees with us in terms of service-based payroll assumptions, service-based termination and withdrawal assumptions. So I do anticipate you will see an increase in cost. I just don't know what level it'll be.
But in a nutshell, our rates are likely to increase fairly significantly for 11,
for
12.
Fiscal year 12-13.
And then for 12-13, there's going to be very likely another sharp increase. And then would it be expected to plateau after that, generally?
Yes, with
But
the understanding that
we'll be at
you've
the
got
new
any other smoothing of your asset losses.
Right, but we'll be at the new ratcheted up level.
Right.
Supervisor Pinches.
Jim, on page 22 of the report, is it a fair assumption to say that basically the safety employees, which is law enforcement, that their contribution or the employer contribution rate to that's roughly running 3 times that of the general?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well,
Supervisor
I would like you to
Hamburg.
can you say a little more about that, Jim? I mean, is that by virtue of action taken by the Board of Retirement, Board of Supervisors?
Well, it has to do with the when you look at the safety, and there's a number of things that play into this. I think what Supervisor Pinches was speaking to is if you look on page 22, let's just take the general members, and you've got say tier 2 and tier 3. That's your largest number of general members. You've got a 16.13% is your cost for a safety tier 2, which is the most common. You've got a 39.15% cost. That there's some factors that come into that. One is the formula, is the 3% at 55 compared to a 2% at 57. You have a lower retirement age, or it's not statutorily lower, but you typically have a lower retirement age because of the benefit. You have a higher level of disability retirees amongst law enforcement than you do for regular members. And when you look at all of those things combined, the burden to the retirement system, or the percentage of that rate that's the blended rate is driven up fairly significantly by the safety rates.
Some of those decisions, though, were made by the Board of Supervisors, like in terms of retirement ages and contribution of public safety employees to their pensions and so forth. I mean, those were decisions taken by this board, if I'm correct.
The formula increase, yes. The contribution on behalf, where the board pays, or the county pays a portion of the employee's contribution, that is not included in this number. That's a number in addition to the contribution for safety employees.
Yeah. Well, I agree with my colleague that it's rather astounding. And while I have the floor, I just want to ask one other question. Am I correct that in 2010 we had a 14.5% ROI?
That's correct.
That seems like somebody did an awfully good job, or we were very lucky.
We like to think we did a good job.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. But given, I mean, I think 7.75 is an amazing assumption to make going forward, because, as the chairperson said, we're in a new normal. A lot of people say, well, we're coming out of this, and, in 3 years will be. That's not really the way I see the state of the economy. So, it seems like really making headway with this fund, with our overall ability to pay pensions into the future, depends to a large degree on the overall health of the economy and the kinds of investments that you can make.
And I think Supervisor Hamburg, in all seriousness, beyond the quip there, is that a good chunk of the significant earnings over the last 2 years have been recovery of losses. And so as of the end of February, our assets for the association were at $354 million, which is essentially where they were before the recession occurred.
So we've come back from that
very
low
fully
point
come back.
in 2009.
It's kind of steep in, steep out. The returns look extremely favorable for the last couple of years. The question is the sustainability of that.
Yeah.
And one thing that so the board's aware, is that the Retirement Association, beginning in the spring, went through an evaluation of its investment policy and looked at kind of 10 years going forward, how it wanted to invest. And we looked at kind of the risk of different investments versus the return. And we actually we found frankly that historically we had kind of a disposition towards small cap investments, which tend to have a high return on investment, and towards growth investments, which have a high rate of return, which helped us actually competitively. Our returns were very high compared to other pension systems. Some of that we're kind of normalizing our portfolio. We're adding more large cap and more value to the portfolio. So, I would assume going forward, the assumption of our investment consultants is that we'll have roughly a 7.8% return over the next 10 years, and that's without any value added by the fund managers. They think with the value added by the fund managers is that we should be in the range of about 8%. But we should see really these double-digit increases kind of normalize back to something along our assumption.
Yeah. Well, all I can say is that I hope they're right. I hope we can maintain 7.75. I think that it will be amazing, given the economy we're looking at.
So we'll say goodbye to Mr. Schmidt from EFI and thank him very much. Mr. Anderson can stay with us, so we'll go to Supervisor Pinches, and then we're going to go to public comment.
What's interesting to me here back to this safety employer contribution rate, you know, when I was first involved in negotiations back 15 years ago, it was kind of the thought that, you know, the reason you give retirements a little better retirement deal for safety, which is basically police and fires, because they live shorter, and I guess that comes from the fire side. They say, well, they've breathed smoke for their whole career, so they don't actually live as long. Now we hear from this consultant that actually that was a false assumption, that they don't. So I just thought that was kind of an interesting switch in what the thoughts were and the direction was 15 years ago to what the reality was 15 years later. So maybe I've been around here too long, but I thought that was interesting.
Thank you,
Madam
Supervisor.
Chair, if
Yes.
I can just do some quick wrap-up comments.
Yes,
And
please.
And it may be old news, and I'll go through these quickly, but given the Retirement Board's lack of confidence in Buck, at its March 16th meeting, they sent a termination letter off to Buck Consultants, terminating our relationship with them. We also entered into an agreement with the Siegel Company. They currently serve 10 other 1937 Act counties, very competent, very directed towards public information and kind of stakeholder information. You see the Buck report, kind of a very thin report. I think even their lack of narrative is questionable standard of practice for an actuary. The Siegel reports tended to be about twice the volume, and not for volume's sake, to really explain why the numbers are as they are. So we do have the new actuary going forward. The board did give direction to staff and to its attorneys to look at any dollars that are potentially recoverable as a result of Buck's work. And as I've stated all morning, we're really looking forward to the fall experience study where we can take everything you heard from EFI, the flaws that we found in the Buck report, and really begin to evaluate how we get the best information possible for making decisions, not only fiduciary decisions for the board retirement, but benefit decisions and so forth and budget decisions for the county and our other sponsors going forward. So with that, I'll wrap it up. And we do need the adoption of the rates.
Yes, we will not forget that. And as one final comment on your summation, Mr. Anderson, it does state at the page 2 of the EFI study that the current expected rate of return of 8% falls within the reasonable range. They continue on and they say the odds of achieving this return appear less than even, so a lower return assumption should be considered. So I think that will be a topic of conversation for the retirement board going forward. Even a small change, even going down 0.25%, as has been discussed before, makes significant changes to the actual contribution of the employer. So, but I think that that's something that we need to seriously take a look at, and I think that the retirement board will. And now, for the first time, we have an actuary who's put that statement in writing. And I brought to the retirement board about 3.5 or 4 years ago the concept then of discussing going to a 7 3/4 rate. It was discussed, it's prior to your time at the retirement board, it was discussed at, I believe, 2 consecutive meetings, and there wasn't the interest from the retirement board or from the professional consultants at the time to validate that concept then. They thought that 8 made better sense, and so the idea never really materialized. But I think now, finally, we've got the actuarial community taking another look at their procedures and practices and coming up with hopefully more prudent advice, and I think this, at least now, is something in print that will give credibility to that discussion going forward. Let's go to public comment. Sorry, Mr. Sakowick, you can be first.
He's up.
Okay, he's up, he's there. Let's go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I've been waiting to ask one question, and that is if I could possibly in the future get more information on what the investments are. I mean, all the money is in the investments. while we're nitpicking the employees to death, real estate investment, 23 million, or is that two? I mean, large cap, small cap, big cap, equities, all this money is here. But
Mr.
I don't know
Bigfoot,
why we're not getting that.
Mr. Bigfoot, at every retirement board meeting, the investments and the
Do they go over
returns
this in detail?
are put out in writing, it's verbally discussed, it's a televised, open
Okay,
meeting.
but it's not here, though, so I'm saying it's not.
No,
in
we
the-
don't have it here, but
Okay.
you can speak with Mr. Anderson later, and he can advise you
Yeah.
about what's available on the website and what you can get in great detail from the retirement system. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Sakowicz?
Good morning, Chair Smith, supervisors, staff, Mr. Anderson. Thank you for a good report. Want to point out to the supervisors that it was one retirement board member, Ted Stevens, and two members of the public, John Dickerson and myself, who caught these discrepancies of $4 million between the actuarial report and the auditor's report in county contributions and the $6 million difference in the investment returns. Don't discount public input. We're watchdogs. That said, I want to go on record as saying, and I've been a careful observer of the retirement system for almost since I moved here 10 years ago and worked for the sheriff's office. It's my opinion that Buck Consultants is being made into a scapegoat. A lot of the, we've characterized their work as sloppy, as deeply flawed. Different board members have said that they felt misled by Buck. I disagree. The flaws were deeply embedded in their work product. And they go back to, and the key is this, this experience study of 2006, 2008. This retirement system was run by one guy for the longest time, Tim Knutson, longtime county treasurer and pension administrator. And he had signed off on all his work products, our longtime auditor, Dennis Huey, and county counsel, Peter Klein. These flaws were embedded in the work product that Buck presented. That said, what was the bitter fruit? $9.6 million in diversions of county contributions that were written off as a complete loss in the July meeting of the retirement board. Another $40 million added to our unfunded pension liability due to the abuses of the excess earnings methodology, dubious at best. Again, this all goes back to a previous administration. So what's your recourse? If it's not against Buck, who is it against? And I say it's the retirement board, which has directors and officers liability insurance, and also the former pension administrators and the auditor and county counsel, as well as the retirement board, who are also covered by fiduciary insurance. Which brings me to my three suggestions. Number one, I think we need a forensic study. It's not that expensive. You can get it for $10,000 a year. It will put things in perspective, and it will give you the evidence to go forward against these two underwriters. It could result in a settlement of millions of dollars. Number two, I've got Joe Nation, professor of public policy at Stanford University, and former termed-out assemblyman from Sonoma and Marin counties, to agree to do a case study on MSERA. I would hope this board would encourage Mr. Anderson to cooperate with him in, again, digging up things that might also be found in the forensic report. And number three, I'd like to see two supervisors sit on the retirement board. Supervisor Smith has done an excellent job. She's an activist. She has tough questions. She requires, gets the most out of staff. She's often the dissenting vote, but I think this issue is so important that it needs two supervisors on the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members from the public wishing to address this topic? Okay, we'll return it back to the board, to our CEO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had a question, if I could, of Mr. Anderson. On page 22 of Buck's report, when we were talking about the employer contribution rates and we were talking about safety, Tier 1 being a contribution of 44.5 and Tier 2 being 39.15. This county provides a safety subsidy, 6% for Deputy Sheriff's Association and 9% for McClema, for management. Mr. Anderson, the 6% and the 9% safety subsidy, are they in those figures?
They are not.
So those safety subsidies are over and above the 44.5 and the 39?
If you go back to the employee contributions and you look at those, you are subsidizing the employee contribution.
Okay.
So they're
Thank you,
over and
Madam Chair.
above this
Yes.
ratio?
Yes.
These numbers only address the employer share. If you flip back to the page, it talks about the employee share that is borne by the county per the negotiated agreements that the CEO is speaking of.
I think that's a really important, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
So we're gonna try to wrap this up, bring it back to the board.
Yeah.
We're gonna get final comments, and then as Mr. Anderson has pointed out, we need to move forward with action on the Supervisor McCowan.
Well, Madam Chair, you want to finish the public first?
There was no one.
Oh, I thought there was more
No.
public. Okay.
We did that.
Well, just for clarification, the safety subsidy is or is not reflected in the employee contribution?
It is not. The employee contribution is just that. It's the employee contribution. Whether or not there's a negotiated agreement for the employer to pick that up on behalf of the employee is a benefit decision.
Well, correct, but if we agree to pay a portion of the employee's contribution, that number is still reflected in the employee contribution. It's a question of who's paying it. Or are you saying that the safety subsidy that we pay is not included within the employee contribution in the rates?
It is not included. This just sets the rates. Who pays that employee portion is not included in this report. It just establishes
right.
the rate.
The rate doesn't care who pays it.
Correct.
So therefore, that safety subsidy amount, regardless of who pays it, is reflected in the rate.
If you look at the employee rate, if you look at the employer rate, that is just the employer contribution. It's kind of simply calculated as the employer contribution. If you look at the employee rate, for all of your regular employees that you don't have negotiated some sort of pension pickup, that is borne by the employee. For the safety employees, where you see that employee rate, a portion of that is paid for by the employer by a negotiated agreement.
Correct, but so therefore, I'm still not clear. You're saying that negotiated payment that the employer makes on behalf of the safety employees is not reflected in the rates that we have in front of us that we're going to adopt, and that it's over and above?
Correct. The rates are simply what they are, distinguished by employer and employee. Who pays for the employee share is not addressed in the report.
Yeah, I'm going to just have to let that one go. I'm going to come back to the assumed rate of return. And with the financial meltdown, a lot of the actuaries are getting nervous. They're running for cover. People are getting out of the business. They're saying, oh my God, my assumptions weren't conservative enough. So there's a big rush to lower the assumed rate of return. As Chair Smith indicated, any adjustment downward in that assumed rate of return will have a significant impact on the employer contribution, on the county contribution. So is there a rough estimate of what the dollar amount might be in a change from an assumed rate of return of 8% to 7.75?
I don't have a rough estimate, but I would like to say that I concur with your kind of evaluation of the environment that we're in. And just for the board's information, when we looked at new actuaries, one of the actuaries that we looked at was Milliman. And
I'm sorry, was who?
Was Milliman.
Okay.
And Milliman settled a large suit with the state of Maryland, and essentially they no longer will serve a client that has a claim against an actuary, any actuary, or has settled a claim against an actuary, it's really driven by their insurance company as to who their clients can be. And as in their particular case, they had a 6-year relationship with Kern County that they just ended December 30th, based upon the fact that Kern County had sued a former actuary or settled with a former actuary. So we have an environment where the actuaries that had kind of been in the shadows for a long period of time are in a spotlight now. And so one of the things, and this is why I think this experience study that's coming up is so critical, and I can't encourage people enough to participate, to view, to watch the retirement board, to ask questions and so forth in this study, is that the actuarial community is looking at its risks. And so they are probably more inclined to use the most conservative assumptions that they possibly can, because you're less likely to wind up getting litigation against you on those assumptions. So it's something where we need to balance that needing actuarial expertise with the knowledge that actuaries have they're essentially litigation averse right now and very conservative.
So let's go to Supervisor Hamburg and then Supervisor Pinches.
Well, Jim, I mean, the discussion here is as if we have a choice between an assumed rate of return of 8% or 7.75%. But all of us know that there's still a lot of room beneath 7.75%, which could be what we are looking at in the near future. So, there's that, but, I don't want to belabor that. But I do want to belabor this issue of the safety subsidy because I'm still confused. I'm looking on page 22. I see tier 1, 44.5. I see tier 2, 39.15. And are you telling us that the safety subsidy has to be added on to those figures?
Yes.
So it should actually be 50.5%? And 53.5%? I mean, it does make a difference whether it's employer or employee in terms of who is actually paying the freight.
Employer pays.
I mean, in this case, it's always to the employer.
Yeah, if you I don't know if this table will help much, because you need to multiply it times age and number of years. But there is a safety members contribution rate table on page 47.
Okay.
And based upon age of entry, there is a multiplier that is used, and that comes up with that is what is used to develop the employee contribution to the retirement fund if you're a safety member. That whatever that happens to be, if you come in at age 22, it's going to be a lesser amount than if you come in at age 35. Whatever that amount is, you are the county by agreement, negotiations and agreement, is picking up a share, is paying for a share of that cost. That cost is completely separate and apart from the employer contributions that you see on page 22.
And this is the only class of employees that the county does this for, as I understand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I get the picture.
All right, moving on, Supervisor Pinches.
Jim, of course, the spotlight's certainly on the retirement system and the investments and every part of it, but I've got a couple of questions. People call me and say, there's a rumor, or I don't know, I don't go to the retirement board meetings, and reading what's reported out. There was one recommendation by one board member to basically anything, I think was over $2,000 expenditure of the retirement system to report to the Board of Supervisors, and I think it kind of failed for lack of support on retirement board. But what is the status of, I heard that from several people, the retirement system is about ready to or are in a process or have already purchased a new computer system. Can you give me and what is the total cost of that? And who pays that and how is that paid for?
That, two questions. The first one, actually, Board Member Stevens made a recommendation to develop a policy that for any expenditure, understanding the independence of the retirement board, for any expenditure over $2,000, that we at least report that out to the county before the expenditure is made. And it wasn't dismissed. Actually, the board directed me to do a survey of other systems to see if anyone else had a similar policy. So I'm in the process of doing that survey, and that'll come back to the board at its April meeting. So that's still something that's to be decided. The automation, the Retirement Association is the only 1937 Act Retirement Association that's still on kind of a paper system. We have some Excel tools and some uses of the county's payroll system that we use to aid in calculating retirements and in managing our data and so forth. But essentially, we're actually decades. I think it was estimated that we're 15 years behind other systems. What the board did was it commissioned an IT expert firm to do a strategic plan, Linear Solutions, and they prepared a strategic plan for the board. And the board reviewed that, and it had kind of like the most critical things to do from an automation standpoint, and then things that they recommend we do, but might want to think about doing it at a later date. What the board's action was to say we wanted to move forward with a couple of items. One, getting all of our records digital, scanning all of our records, which means cleaning through the files and looking to make sure that that the information is all there and accurate and so forth. Secondly, to have a business continuity or business resumption plan, given the fact that we do have a paper system. And third, to develop business rules that are fair, equitable, consistent with law, and applied equitably to everyone. And those business rules can be either done manually or they can be used to procure software at a later date. So all three of those items, kind of like the build-up towards potential build-up towards a decision to actually have a fully automated retirement system. Those items have a price tag of $800,000 over a 3 fiscal year period. And the financing for that is essentially comes out of your investment earnings. So just like administrative expenses are paid for out of investment earnings, whatever portion of that $800,000 is paid for on any given year, that serves to reduce investment earnings for that year.
One other comment. Last week I read where CalPERS adopted the 7.75% rate. You would think with all their billions of dollars of investments and whatnot, they would have the investment power to actually get more returns. So it seems to be kind of, in general, inconsistent that, and I'm certainly no economic advisor or expert on the subject, but it seems to be like, I don't know, I mean, does that mean that the county's investment people have more smarter people or better clout than the whole state of whole CalPERS system? So I just think I just thought that was ironic that last week CalPERS adopted 7.75 and yet the county is still at the 8%. I just thought that was.
I can just quickly address that, Supervisor Pinches, and Supervisor Smith is correct. That's clearly an economic assumption that we'll look at when we do.
In a 0.25% reduction in investment returns, you don't have any idea of what would be the fiscal impact in a year?
No, I don't have that number.
You got a ballpark figure?
I don't. I don't have a number.
So it must be a staggering amount, everybody throw it out there.
It's probably I'm sure it's significant, but the one thing that I did want to say, Supervisor Pinches, is since I've been with MSERA, I don't think that there's been a quarter, let alone a fiscal year, where we haven't outperformed CalPERS.
Yeah. And one other question for
Yes,
me.
quickly.
What, as a county council, what would be the process? I completely concur with what Mr. Sakowitz and his recommendations, although I don't, I think there's a real advantage of having more than one board member. I mean, I appreciate Supervisor Smith's interest in this issue, but I really think that because it really comes down to that the county, the employer, is paying, you know, I mean, it's nice to think that in a retirement system that the investment return, after we've been in business since, what, 1850, that our investment returns would carry the load, but it's certainly not, and actually it's looking like it's going to get worse. But what is the process to add another? I don't think there'd be any resistance from the retirement board.
Well,
I mean, would you have to add 2 more to have
no, you would have to amend the legislation in the 37 Act, because currently the law only allows for 1 board member to be on the retirement board.
So that would be basically, I guess, through CSAC or something, would be the process?
Yeah, I mean, it would be the county pursuing a legislative
But I mean, to get other
change.
37 Act counties to lobby for a law change, right? That would be the process?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anderson, to that number, I do believe at the time I was trying to advocate for and discuss 3.5, 4 years ago, the idea of going to a 7.75. I believe that they did calculate the number of the change, but at this, you can probably look back in time, it would certainly be an old number now, it wouldn't be relative. But I believe that we had enough discussion that they actually brought forward the change in the employer contribution based on the 0.25% change. And I think we've had some subsequent discussions that have touched on it, so it's probably not a difficult number to obtain.
And if the board members wish, I can attempt to either locate or calculate that number and then provide it for the board just as correspondence.
That would be great.
It's irrelevant at this time because we're going to go ahead and adopt the rate today.
But it gives us some parameters of looking ahead to know what we could expect. So I think it probably would be useful. Supervisor Brown?
Thank you, Chair Smith. Supervisor Pinches, talking about CalPERS and rate of return on investments. CSAC had an individual that addressed us at our annual meeting. I believe our CEO has brought forward in December as well as February the opportunity to invite former Supervisor Tony Oliveira to come and address this board. I think it would be very important, and if you read the summary that she gave us, I was not able to attend at CSAC, but I heard from my counterparts that it was an excellent presentation. But I think that is an opportunity that we can take, and we should. Thank you.
I believe the executive office is working on scheduling that. Oh, yeah. Okay, Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I think that there's, with the financial meltdown and the pressure that that's put on both the retirement board and the county, there's, you know, a lot of incentive for people to be pointing the finger and try to say who's to blame. And it looks to me like there's more than enough blame to go around. I think that the county clearly made decisions based on salary and benefits with the expectation that the stock market's going to continue to go up and up and up, and it won't be any problem to pay these. And now with the financial downturn, we're seeing that it's a real struggle to maintain those benefit levels. And I really don't think the county did its duty to calculate what the real cost of those benefits was going to be going forward. By the same token, the retirement board was utilizing the mechanism of excess earnings to fund the retiree health care. And I'd sure like to have the money back that was diverted out of the retirement fund and shifted over to the retiree health care, because as one speaker indicated, that may easily have contributed to $50 million or more in the current unfunded liability. The actuary apparently has really not served us well, with assumptions that over time understated the contribution that the county should have been making. So the county not only was not making those contributions in part at a time when it could have better afforded to do so, it also was not realizing the return on those contributions. So that has helped dig a deeper hole for us. So, you know, I would really recommend that the board and the retirement board have a joint meeting in a workshop format where we can really go into detail on all of these past issues and really, frankly, acknowledge for the public and for ourselves some of the errors that have been made in the past that have resulted in a very challenging liability for the county. And unfortunately, it's not something that we can just wave the wand and make it go away. The decisions that contributed to it were easily made. Undoing it is something that realistically isn't within our grasp given the state of current law. So we're in a deep hole, and I think it's going to be a long, hard climb to get out of it. And it's going to rely as much on the state of the overall economy, or actually more, than individual decisions that we make. But I think we should really investigate in detail what are the things that we could do that might help our situation. But the reality is, I think they're pretty limited. So with that gloomy introduction, I'm going to make the recommended motion, which again, this is a pro forma exercise that the Board of Supervisors, as I understand it, is required to adopt the rates that are recommended to us by the Retirement Board. And the effect of the motion would be to adopt the rates that are outlined on page 23 of the actuarial report.
If I could just make a recommendation, is that...
Well, first of all, I mean, we are in effect adopting the rates on page 23 of Buck's actuarial report. Understanding it'll be based on a percentage of pay.
Those are the employer. That's a breakdown of the employer rates. I would recommend that the board adopt the rates, employer and employee rates, as contained in the Buck report.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor McCowan. We have a second by Supervisor Brown. And Mr. Anderson concurs with the wording of that. Is the clerk clear on that? Okay. Any questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We'll now move on to the companion item number 8B. Since Mr. Anderson is here, I don't believe this one will take a lot of time, but it is consistent with the previous discussion. This is a letter. It's in the board members' packet. This is a letter from, signed by, and passed, I believe it was unanimously by the Retirement Board, to myself as chair, signed by the chair of MSERA, regarding information that was discussed and brought forward in the EFI study, as stated in the agenda summary. Basically just bringing to the Board of Supervisors, to Supervisor McCowan's comments, that of the shared responsibility. What are the things that each entity can be doing for the fiscal solvency, the fiduciary responsibility of the retirement system? So this letter addresses some of the finer points, but they were one of enough note at the Retirement Board that we felt it was important to bring it to the attention of the Retirement Board. It addresses specifically the concepts of vacation pay and sick leave as impacting final compensation. Mr. Schmidt talked about it as being one of the lesser items. It isn't that this is one of the biggest items that will affect the overall solvency of the plan, but it's important to know that all of these things, commonly referred to in this case as spiking, do affect payout, and I think there's a public perception about that. In fact, to this very point, there was a front page article in the San Francisco Chronicle this Sunday that's titled "Unused Paid Time Leads to Big Payouts," and it goes on to give a rather frightening scenario that's happening that would be in effect to CalPERS with payouts. There's not anything like that as delineated in this article happening in Mendocino County, but it does have some impact as described by Mr. Schmidt. So I think it's just important for board members to be aware that these and other items that will be coming forward affect or can be affected by county policy. Some of these are meet and confer items, some of them may not be meet and confer, but we need to be aware of any and all that are affecting, I think, the basic benefit, because I think as defined benefits are constantly being under review because of the funding mechanisms that are heretofore paid for them, getting down to really what is the base benefit, I think, will be more and more important. So when you add in these other sideline issues that have been used to up those benefits, I think those are the ones that initially we need to apply a lot of scrutiny to see, is it something that we want to be doing? Is it something we want to change? And if it is something we want to change, how do we go about changing it, and why would we be changing it? And I would say, in this case, it would be to protect the basic benefits of employees and not go to the added benefit that some individuals are getting through vacation and sick leave additions to your basic level of pension. So it's just for board consideration. Any public comment on this item? Any board comment? Supervisor Brown?
Yes. Thank you, Chair Smith. I realize the concern. I would have to know more about the process we would need to go through to discuss this. We do have a lot of rules that apply, so I would need a written process telling us exactly how to go forward. But I also want to make a statement. It may cost us more in the long term, because we have many dedicated employees that don't take sick leave, don't take their vacation time, that all of a sudden it's accumulated. And being as short-staffed as we are, I think I heard 439 from the SEIU representative this morning, the number of employees in the last 3 years that were down. And so, we need to look at it. We're shorthanded in many departments. It appears we're even going to be shorter-handed. But I want a clear process before I think we even should address this letter of the things we can do and can't do and where you talk about it. But I do want to make a statement about dedicated employees.
All it was, Supervisor Brown, was just referring it to staff. I think it was important for the responsibility of the retirement board to bring it to the attention of the board, just to refer it to staff to take a look at the issue. Maybe it's something to act on, maybe it isn't. The retirement board did not weigh in on this. But it's just one aspect of benefit calculation, and it was brought forward to us by the actuaries. And it's in the actuarial report.
I read it.
Yeah, so it would just be to refer it to staff so staff can take a look at where we might want to go with this, if anywhere. Supervisor McCallum?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question of Mr. Anderson and then a comment. Even if the board were to make these changes, and I think that they probably would be a subject of negotiation with the employees, because I think that's how we've arrived at these. This would be a change, my understanding of the law, that would take effect for new employees and perhaps to county council as well. So this is something that might benefit the county 14 or 15 years into the future, would be my understanding, rather than anything that's going to improve our financial situation in the short term.
I think the vacation buyout, that's covered under what's commonly referred to as a Ventura settlement. It's considered compensation earnable for retirement purposes. So as long as there is an agreement between the board and their bargaining units that this practice is allowable, we have to count it. The extent to which that was negotiated away, it would essentially become a non-compensation issue for us. So that one probably wouldn't require going out into the future. I think I'd defer to council on the others. I would guess when you start getting into accumulation of sick leave and expectations of doing that over years and years of time, what extent does that become a vested right or a property right? I wouldn't want to comment on that.
Do you have a quantification of what the dollar amount of these items are in terms of the county cost? How much does this really spike the contribution?
I don't have an actual dollar amount on the. I think as Mr. Schmidt noted that the kind of that category was about a 0.3% increase, where you have I think you only have 27 Tier 1 members left. The rest are Tier 3, and so vacation buyout for someone that you're looking at their average of their last 3 years is going to be a very small. I think it's 0.7% of final compensation. The sick leave, we just took a quick look at that for the last year, and there were 78 retirements in the last year, and it increased. Being able to apply to accrued unused sick leave to service time increased the pension payroll about $2,000 per month, or so you're looking at about $25,000 per year.
So certainly these items pale to insignificance compared to the increase the county is looking at based on the faulty assumptions that Buck was using in their actuarial study.
No question.
So, I think the letter's fine, but I really would go back to my earlier comment that I think it would be appropriate for the board and the retirement board to have a joint meeting / workshop, and for our respective staffs to work together to identify the issues that would be appropriate for the discussion that I think it would be healthy for us to have, and kind of let's just pull back the covers and really state as openly as we can where we are and how we got there and what our options are going forward.
And we have done that, Supervisor McCown, in the past, and there are plans to do that in the future. We didn't have time to get that organized under the timeframes that we needed to have the numbers agreed to here today. So we had Mr. Anderson come forward, do this report, but that is still a concept that we're working on going forward. Supervisor Pinchot.
Briefly, Madam Chair, I don't really believe in vacation buyouts or cash outs. I think that, especially in an agency like County of Mendocino, where most of our employees interact with the public, I think vacations need to be physically taken, because the whole benefit for the employer, the county, is you take a vacation, they're off for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they come back, they're rejuvenated, they're ready to deal with the public in a better attitude. That is the employer benefit for having vacations. But to just write them a check and let them keep working and whatnot, there's no really employer benefit. And especially, like I said, in the public sector, it's a real benefit to have employees that are not tired from their job and whatnot, and address the public in a forthcoming and friendly way. So I don't really believe in the issue. I mean, to me, if you put a cash benefit in for a vacation, to me it's nothing more than a bonus, and it should be called a bonus then. But when you talk about a vacation, the word vacation means to get away from your job and get rejuvenated so you're ready to come back to work refreshed. So we've lost the employer benefit by doing these cash bonuses on vacations.
Thank you, Supervisor. On that note, the board will recess till 1:30. Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Supervisor Smith, do we have closed session?
Yeah, the only report I have is that the board gave direction to staff with respect to labor negotiations.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 6B, this is a presentation of report regarding applicability of the Sunnyvale model to Mendocino County, discussion and possible action related to implementation of permitting and customer service process enhancements in Mendocino County. Sponsoring departments are Health and Human Services Agency, Planning and Building Services, and Transportation. We'll go first to the CEO to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really pleased that we're having this presentation today. On Friday, December 13th of 2010, the board heard a report on the City of Sunnyvale's permitting system. The board then directed staff to research the Sunnyvale model and return to this board within a certain period of time with findings and recommendations. As the staff understands the task, the board would like us to research the possibility of creating a model that improves customer service and allows for greater efficiencies in the permitting process. This may be accomplished in many ways, and staff will discuss this during their report today. The Executive Office formed a team of department heads and staff to do this task. Howard Dashiell from the Department of Transportation, Nash Gonzalez from Planning and Building, Stacy Cryer from Health and Human Services, Steve Dunicliffe from the Executive Office led the team and field trips to Sunnyvale and Sonoma County. Howard Dashiell is not here today. Tom Peters is here representing DOT. Nash will be presenting this report and leading this effort, and it has been a continuous group effort. I wanted to just also recognize other staff that have participated in this, Chris Warwick, Roger Mobley, and Dave Jensen as well. And so at this point in time, I'll turn it over to Nash.
Thank you very much. And what I wanted to go ahead and talk about is the applicability of these different models that we looked at. You know, we didn't look at just one model. We looked at several models and several things that we actually have going on. So really what I would call this is more of an enhancement of customer service and streamlining the permit process, and then fostering interdepartmental collaboration amongst the partners as opposed to the Sunnyvale model. So the CEO has basically introduced this item by advising everybody that the Board of Supervisors on December 13th received a presentation on the model itself. Staff was directed to come back within 60 days. During that time, Health and Human Services, Department of Transportation, Planning and Building, and the Executive Office formed a committee that would research and explore these various models, including the Sunnyvale model. Through our research, it was determined that Sunnyvale represents one specific example of enhanced customer service and streamlined permitting approach. During this opportunity, we examined Sonoma County's PRMD model because of its relevancy to Mendocino County. So we visited both agencies. We met with the directors and the department heads and staff with both of these agencies, and were able to come up with the findings that we have before you. So Sunnyvale, they established their model in 1984 as a one-stop permit center. The effort was supported by staff from Community Development, Public Works, and the Public Safety Departments. As a result of this, they were able to come up with a fast and convenient services to the public. So basically what you did is you brought all of the permitting agencies together so that everybody could have input in the review of development projects and streamline. Okay, and so as our CEO indicated, we did visit Sunnyvale. And as you can see from the photographs, what they've done is they've done some physical changes to their counters and to how they approach the delivery of the service. We're so used to what we call a standardized counter, or what I call a formal counter approach, where people walk up to the counter, ask for the service, receive the service, and so on. What Sunnyvale has done is they have physically done some changes to their lobbies and to their resource center, where people can actually sit down and go through the process and have the various representatives basically switch out from the chair. So what you have is an individual here at the counter who is receiving services. So he starts off with let's say the planning department, and then he moves to let's say the fire department, and then finally he ends up at the building department, and if he or she has a complete set of drawings and plans, they may be able to get a building permit issued that day. If not, at least they receive the information necessary to go back and have those drawings amended so that they can come back in a short period of time and have those permits issued. Again, what the Sunnyvale model resulted in was a coordination of customer contacts, all of the players coming together so that you could deliver the services all at once. Again, central location provides a streamlined approach. Sunnyvale claims a 90% plan check and permit issuance over the counter. Why this is possible? Again, by having all the responsible permitting agencies involved at the same time. Now, one thing, and I will elaborate on this, is that as you look at the 90% plan check and permit issuance, that number can sometimes be a little distorted because, again, it really depends on the type of permits that you're issuing and what you're processing, so that if they're simple permits, you're going to be able to issue those permits over the counter. If they're large commercial projects, residential construction, planning permits, for example, are not going to be issued over the counter, but at least you're going to be able to direct the public, direct those seeking the services so that they can go ahead and come back with all of the information needed. One of the things that we also looked at and asked the question, are you 100% cost recoverable? And so Sunnyvale basically is 100% cost recoverable on their building permits because their building permit valuations are much higher than they are anywhere in Northern California or here in the county. 30% recoverable on planning entitlements. So again, their general fund is subsidizing the majority of the planning division. We questioned them and they said, well, what they're looking at is delivery of customer service as opposed to relying on the fees. So again, they put an emphasis on the customer service and not fees. Okay, so again, more photos that show the Sunnyvale model. Again, what you have is a reception area where people come in. They ask the questions, they're directed, they're sat down, and then the various players come to the table and sit down. And again, one of the things that they've done here too in their lobby is they've got a lot of self-serve handouts, green building, they have planning handouts so that people can come in and at least pick up that information. Again, no different than what we have already installed in our department. Again, they also have more handouts at the counter than what we have online. So I just wanted to point that out. Now, again, they provide a very positive example of what is ultimately possible. Again, there's always room to do better. Okay, so again, some of the critical differences that I have to point out is Sunnyvale is an urban city with lots of financial resources compared to a rural county such as ours. Also, Sunnyvale has no septic issues, no resource protection issues, ag, timber, or coastal issues, no slope or geologic issues, and almost no what we call undeveloped land and a smaller geographic area. Again, we're dealing with a lot of undeveloped land and a lot of these issues, which makes issuing permits over the counter somewhat challenging because there's a lot of research that goes into these sites. We also looked at Sonoma County's PRMD model. And again, what PRMD is Permit Resource Management Department. And again, very relevant to what we do here in the county because it is a county model. Their model was created in 1995 and it brought 5 departments together because again, in Sonoma County prior to 1995, you had a building department that was separate from a building department, you had an engineering department or public works department that was separate, and environmental health or well and septic, and then again you had a fire agency which is totally separate. So the model of PRMD was to bring everything together under one roof. Okay, and again, here again is an example of what we call a one-stop customer service. And again, the top photo basically shows a person would go to the front counter to the reception area and indicate what type of service they're looking for. Again, they would be directed to a monitor after being issued a number. Once their number is called up, they are then sent to a technician's desk who asks all the various questions, whether it's a building permit or a planning permit, and then they're going to be routed through the various technicians at PRMD. PRMD also has a self-serve area where people can come in and basically pick out all the information that they need to develop their site, handouts, that are there at the counter and so on. So they've tried to make it as customer-friendly as possible. But again, the difference is that they do utilize, technicians to go through and look at all of the various potential issues that may come up, to a point where you finally get people all the way through the system, and then a permit would be issued. Okay, we said 5 departments under one roof, technicians review. Currently, they're at a 65% issuance of permits over the counter, and they're starting to do some single-family homes. And again, but talking to their staff is, again, most of the single-family homes that are coming in and are being issued over the counter are very complete in nature. Okay, and so they've provided handouts, they've provided all of this information, and again, they deal with a lot more architects and design professionals than what we do here. All in all, it's a collaborative effort between all these 5 agencies under one department. Okay, again, we asked the question about cost recovery. Their department is financed by 3 different sources: fees and penalties, reimbursement for work performed. And again, let me touch upon reimbursements for work performed. The PRMD department also does environmental work for other public agencies, and they're reimbursed for their materials, or should I say, time and materials also. And then they also receive general fund revenue. Okay, PRMD does not attempt to achieve full cost recovery. Okay, so the majority of these agencies that we looked at, again, the cost recovery issue is not there, but they have tried to get there at some point. Now, again, what did we learn through this exercise? Okay, a true one-stop center is ideal. It would be great to have a centralized resource agency consisting of all 3 departments. Would be a great goal. However, these models have proven to require focused commitment of staffing and financial resources. Because one of the things that I want to point out with Sonoma County is when Sonoma County started this in 1995, they found that they had very little staff to work with, and they had to come back and the board had to allocate additional staff for them to meet the customer service needs. So again, the issue is customer service, you need to add staff, you need to add the resources. And obviously, as we saw in the last couple slides here, this is a result of what's happened in Sonoma County, and obviously what has happened in Sunnyvale as well. Current economic climate makes it difficult to finance these types of changes or immediate in the future, because again, it's going to take some commitment as far as physical changes and staffing resources. And so the other thing that I wanted to point out is that there was modified counters or stations that were created in both of these jurisdictions. Again, trying to move away from what I call the traditional counter, what I call the formal counter, to a more relaxed atmosphere where you sit down on a one-to-one basis. So they've got the resources, you're able to sit down with staff and go over everything in a more relaxed environment. Okay. Both of these models that we looked at also utilized in-house fire services. Again, one of the challenges for our county is that we have 22 different fire districts and CAL FIRE, and everybody has different approaches and so on. And so one of the things that we find in this county is that before a permit is issued, someone has to go and get a clearance from CDF, somebody has to go get a clearance from the fire agency. So again, one of the things that would be great is if we had one county fire marshal. Okay, so that you can have a unified voice for all the fire districts. Okay, but both of these communities, that's what they have, is a fire agency.
Before you move on, we have a question and comment from Supervisor McCowan.
And is that true that in Sonoma County, they actually do have a system where they, in effect, have one fire marshal?
Yes. In fact, in PRMD, what they do is in the afternoons, every afternoon they staff their office with representatives from the fire marshal's office, so that when people do schedule their appointments ahead of time and they know they're going to be dealing with fire issues, they have somebody there that can review the plans and sign them off accordingly based on the information that is provided. And again, Sunnyvale, they may not have the fire agency inside that office, but they're within walking distance. And again, they provide that service in the mornings. So you do have that service right there. So that that commitment of staffing resources allows for that streamlined approach. Again, one of the things that we don't have in this county is a unified voice for fire. So one of the things that we hear all the time is, I have to go up to Howard Forest to have my CDF clearance issued. And then CDF has to do the finals also, or the fire districts do the finals as well. So again, there's a lot of different cooks in the kitchen. Okay, which again, these other models that we looked at, and there are other models out there in the state that don't do that. Again, one stop, because you've committed to all those resources of staffing. The other thing too, that these other models that we looked at, both of them have in-house structural engineers. So again, one of the things that I need to point out is that a staff person, for example, can't modify engineering drawings. It has to be done by another engineer. And so you have these structural engineers that have the ability to make a lot of these decisions and a lot of these calls at the counter. And so, in fact, the gentleman that was shown in the Sunnyvale picture was a structural engineer. And so a person comes in, has an issue, the structural engineer can make those suggestions. In our county, we have 2 plans examiners, and they're not structural engineers, and what they do is they make the suggestions based on what's in the code. It is then up to the applicant to go and have those changes made by their own engineer and then brought back, because typically you're not going to question what the engineer puts down, because that engineer is assuming any liability. Okay, and again, the other thing that I want to stress out of looking at both of these models is not all permits are issued over the counter. What are issued over the counter are simple permits, water heaters, re-roofs, electrical, HVAC or heating and cooling, and again, very, very similar to what we do in Mendocino County. Now, again, one of the things that takes these other models and adjusts the numbers upward is that you're talking about more urban area, more areas that have been built out. Therefore, you're going to see a higher number of water heater permits, a higher number of electrical changeouts, and so on, as opposed to new homes. The other thing that you're going to find in Sonoma County that does kind of change the numbers a little bit is Sonoma County, like all of their cities, have what they call urban growth boundaries. So it's not like they're adding all new single-family homes. So they're, again, most of these are simple permits that are being approved over the counter. And again, we do the same thing. Now, one of the things is we keep hearing so much about the Sunnyvale model, but we actually have our own model in our own backyard, which is the Fort Bragg office, or what I call the Mendocino model. And again, what happened here is, call it by chance or coincidence, but the planning and building and environmental health were co-located in our Fort Bragg Avila Center. And that really has provided a one-stop shop approach because of the 2 agencies that are co-located together. And really, from what you see here in the photograph, is you have 2 counters over here on the right-hand side, and the office is actually physically separated only by a hallway. So you actually have environmental health staff and planning and building staff just mingling together. And on any given day, what you're going to have is, if all of your staff are in-house, you will get that one-stop shop, because people will come in and they'll be directed to environmental health. They'll then be directed from environmental health over to planning and then over to building. And in some cases, if it's a minor permit, those permits are issued over the counter. But in the case of a single-family home or other type of use that may require a coastal permit, they are guided through the process. So it does give you that effect of a one-stop shop, because they've touched bases with everybody. Plus, the other thing that we have in Fort Bragg is, because most of the development activity that does go on over there is within the Fort Bragg Fire District. So we have the local fire marshal there who is interacting with our plans examiner all the time. And so there's a lot more interacting, because everything's right there in the community. So we do have our own model that we can look at, and I want to give credit to that office over there, because, again, call it by coincidence, that's how it was established, and you actually see this type of work going on over there.
Mr. Gonzalez, since you're on the Fort Bragg coastal operations, could you talk for just a moment, because you referenced the coastal development permits. Now, those are, you as the coastal development permit administrator, you conduct those hearings on the coast at that facility?
At that facility, yes.
Correct. And how often is that?
That right now is once a month.
Okay.
We do have some permits that are processed over here, for example, lot line adjustments and other types of permits, and then the what we call the CDPs for a lot of the single-family homes and other other developments are processed over there in Fort Bragg. So we do again have that one-stop shop in Fort Bragg. Some of the things that we looked at as opportunities that could be opportunities and room for enhancement is we know that the Department of Transportation is located a little over 3 miles away from planning and building and environmental health. So it does require customers to drive back and forth, does require customers to start here and then ultimately end up there, and so I think that's usually the frustration. The other thing is we see the same thing with CAL FIRE, where people have to go up to CAL FIRE, have a permit, have a clearance, what we call a 4290 clearance issued before they can go ahead and begin the process. And oftentimes we'll see people who will come in and want to start the process, but because of the nature of their permit or their request, it's difficult to start that process until the fire district has evaluated it. Operational differences do exist between the primary partners, again, and no consistency. Unifying goals and purposes need to be emphasized and have been emphasized. Customer service can become more of an operational focus here. What are the solutions? Well, first of all, we would like to implement a one-stop pilot program at Planning and Building Services, which would allow us to basically study this over a year's time. Through this process, we would be looking at a cross-pollination of staff resources so that you would have basically a model like the ones that we saw in the Bay Area, where you can actually have the different partners know what the other partners are doing and what their functions are, so that at least the information can be delivered to the public. We would want to identify any inconsistencies among the partners. Obviously, we have done that. As a good example, and I'm going to ask Stacy to speak about this, is the type of software that the departments use. Department of Transportation and Planning and Building use what we call a tracket for our permit processing and permit issuance. Environmental Health has used something different, but we're moving in the direction of actually creating a unified software, and I don't know if Stacy wants to chime in on this.
Is this on? I can expound on that just a little bit. Based on board direction, some time ago, we were asked to integrate software so that we were on the same software program as in planning and building and DOT. So we began to work with County IS, and I believe that the CRW program has been installed on our computers, and we will begin to use that as soon as training can be completed.
One of the things in order to accommodate this pilot program is we've already set aside the computers that would be utilized. And again, just to show you the collaborative effort of the 3 agencies here sitting at the table, is we've had, we put the computers up, DOT has said we'll put the monitors in, and again, Environmental Health is saying we're on track to learn this program and to try to get a system in place so that we can go ahead and make the issuance of permits and processing much easier. We're also looking at the implementation of an expanded issuance of permits over the counter. For example, things like ag-exempt buildings and so on that are not currently issued over the counter, that we might be able to do that. And we'll be looking at other permits that we could do over the counter. We're also looking at establishing a uniform policy with all of the 3 departments here that would provide for regularly contacting customers with permits. Now, one of the things that people want to know is what is the status of their permit. But what we would do is, rather than being asked, we would just provide those statuses. And so one of the things is that our applications right now don't provide for email addresses. One of the things that we would be doing is asking clients to provide us those email addresses, and then we can go ahead and, at their option, give them those statuses. So again, it's going to be working with the public on these things. We're also proposing to establish benchmarks that are going to measure performance of this pilot program. And then most importantly, have regulators become educators. I think when people look at us as regulators, they think, well, this is just the group that's going to say yes or no. But I think a lot of it begins with the education of the public and letting them know what are the expectations. And again, the other thing that people have to understand is that these regulations are enacted by the state and the federal government, and they trickle their way down to the local government, and basically we're just the messengers. But oftentimes what I see is everybody just wants to shoot the messenger instead of asking for direction, and that's what we want to do, is we want to become more of an educator than a regulator. So as far as the type of permits that are already being processed and issued at the counter here in the county, and these include electrical services, mounted solar, not over 6 feet, heating and cooling units, gas lines, plumbing fixtures, re-roof siding, windows and door replacements, demo permits, sheetrock, deck repairs, minor dwelling repairs. The other thing I would also add is that over the weekend we did have a little storm that blew into the county. One of the things that we did is that we prioritized anybody coming in for storm damage. And so again, part of the collaborative effort of trying to get these permits issued so that if somebody did sustain storm damage, again, a permit could be issued very quickly. Again, part of the process of trying to make things more user-friendly. Again, while Sunnyvale notes a 90% issuance over the counter, Sonoma County is doing 65%. We're at approximately 50% of permits over the counter. And again, one thing that I will note is that you're dealing with a rural county in both Sonoma and Mendocino. With Sunnyvale, it's built out, and yes, you have more population there. You have, I think, in fact, I forget what the total population is, but I think it's about 139,000 in Sunnyvale, maybe less or more. But again, you have more dwelling units there. You have more room for different types of permits because, again, they require more permits for a lot of things there. And so people will be obviously looking at the issuance of a greater number of permits. Again, their model in Sonoma County and Sunnyvale required additional staffing to implement their models. Basically what it comes down to is the board will need to set priorities regarding staffing resources and any physical changes that would occur to accommodate a one-stop center. Board, again, is simply going to need to choose the priority for existing staffing resources. And so what we're looking at is the pilot program to allow us staff to assess these issues and then to provide for any possible changes. And we're available for any questions.
Good. Any other staff members wishing to address the board at this time? Please, Ms. Cryer.
My name is Stacy Cryer. I'm the Director for Health and Human Services Agency, and I just wanted to comment on a few things that have been stated here in the report, and I think, Nash, you did a great job, so thank you. I think that the Fort Bragg model does work, and it works because there's increased communication, and like Nash said, when staff are in the building and they can communicate with each other, working together on a particular set of plans, it does work. It works for the customer, it works for the staff. I think it works for everyone. From here on out, I'm going to refer to land use rather than environmental health, because for this particular pilot, we're talking about the land use division solely, not the entire environmental health department. When the committee got together, we started with what is it we're trying to accomplish? Why are we looking at different models? What is it we're hoping to achieve? And we asked ourselves those questions. And for us, what we wanted to achieve was increased customer service and increased access to our services. So we began to think of it as a brainstorming session, and we just started throwing out ideas of how really can we accomplish those two goals. And we came up with a long laundry list of, you know, some radical ideas, some really concrete ideas of how we could really get out to the customers in a better way together. And that's the way we developed the project. And I think it was a good model because it was free-flowing, and it allowed us to really work together and learn a bit more about each other. For environmental health, the land use division, this model fits into our vision statement, which relies more on education than enforcement. Although we do have regulations to enforce, we try to work with the public to really educate them on what needs to happen. And that is our model, and I'd like to continue it. The one issue that I think Nash has done a good job pointing out is for the land use division, because we do have well and septic issues here, where in Sunnyvale they don't, there is a difference there in the ability to gain a permit right there at the counter, and that is one distinction that we need to make. We can issue some permits at the counter, which are non-standard sewage system operational permits, septic tank replacement permits. Those types of things can be issued at the counter. But one of the missions of the Land Use Division per state regulation is to protect water and public health. And so some of those things have to be checked out to make sure everything's healthy and good to go. So there is some process that's developed into that and can't be issued right at the counter. So we just want to make sure that the board's aware of those issues, and we'll answer any questions. Did you have anything?
Tom Peters, pinch hitting for Howard DeShiel with Department of Transportation. I do think Nash did a great job putting together this presentation. I know Howard worked with him very closely in coming up with these concepts for the pilot program. But one of the things I just reiterate is that our staffing levels are very small compared to these models that you looked at. I'm the supervisor of the Land Improvement Division, which reviews subdivision projects. We inspect the improvements that are required for development of those projects. It also includes the county surveyor's office, which now we're down to 2 technicians which review record of survey maps and parcel maps. So there's six people plus myself that are available to do these reviews, and it you know, if that's a priority that the board wants to direct, that customer service is the #1 priority, it is going to affect delivery time on some of our projects. In my division, we do some road projects, and we check private development projects, also do airport projects. So available to answer any of your questions.
Supervisor Pinchas has a
Well,
question.
just as a comment, I see the key to this, especially with the, whether it's a consolidation or office, but I think with certainly, and I don't think anybody here on the board is going to promise anybody sitting out there that we're going to give you more staff in your department. That's probably not going to happen. So I think the key to this is having cross-training, because you talk about, there's the issue of permits, but there's also the side of going out and to do the inspection, like on a well inspection or something like that. You know, if somebody in environmental health can't make it or something on a certain day, that they could get somebody from the building and planning division to go make that inspection or something. So I think the key to this is a lot to do with the cross-training of it, to where you have multiple employees that can go, basically to do whatever the work of the day needs to be done. Because, you know, in the building trades industry, time is money. And to hold up a drilling rig or something like that because they're waiting for an inspection is something that's really important to people out there, or even just a contractor that wants to get a final inspection done so him or her can move on to the next job. So it's nice to be able to have somebody, when they call for inspection, that the county can respond in a responsive manner. So, and I think because it's like, well, we need another staff person, so we can't hire another staff person. But I think when you can consolidate, like environmental health of building and planning, to have that person that, even though he or she works in building and planning, they could actually help out and go do an inspection in environmental health that needs to happen.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree with my colleague, the value of cross-training. The more we can do that, I think that's a way to stretch our limited staff resources. And of course, there's limits to how far we can go with that, particularly when you get into an area where professional certifications are required. But I want to commend Director Gonzalez, Director Cryer, and Director DeShiel, with Mr. Peters standing in, and also your staff members. It's obvious that staff has devoted a lot of work to this and really took seriously the direction of the board to investigate the Sunnyvale model, and so I really appreciate that. And I think you've come up with a pilot program that makes a lot of sense for our circumstances, because I think we all realize that there's very obvious differences between Mendocino and Sunnyvale, or even Mendocino and Sonoma. But that's not a reason not to go forward and do the best we can with trying to improve customer service. And it's really an attitude as much as it is any particular model, where that's my impression of dealing with taking a tour down at Sunnyvale. They really strive to have a customer service ethic. And it's not that they're, cutting corners or taking shortcuts, but they're really making the customer, the applicant, feel as though their concerns are important and that we are here to help them. And I know many of our employees do have that attitude, but it's not necessarily consistent all across the spectrum. So creating a culture that focuses on, that sets measurements, you said benchmarks, or I would call them performance standards maybe, that we are going to take pride in being able to issue permits within an appropriate time frame and safeguarding all of the public interest concerns while we're doing it. And so, I see that this, if this really takes hold, it will become more efficient. And I agree with my colleague. I don't think we want to hear about we need more staff to become more efficient. I think we have to become more efficient because we don't have more staff. And I think with the departments working more closely together, ideally, and better understanding the role that each one plays so that each of you are then better able to inform the public, I think we make the system more efficient, and we will be able to do more with less. Because we're not talking about adding another layer of work. We're talking about how we're going to do the work we already have. So the only thing that's not clear to me is how implementing this model is going to slow down other work. So other than that, great job, and I hope we all really endorse this and move forward with it.
Yes, Mr. Gonzalez.
Well, a couple of things I wanted to go ahead and add. When we talked about all the staff that was involved here, but I also want to recognize Steve Dunnicliffe in the CEO's office, who played a big role here, because we're all regulators, but he's not. And what we wanted him to be was the objective third party that would ask the questions. Well, what if this and what if that? In other words, he was our member of the public that we were using to ask these questions of him as we were developing these ideas through this committee. And he asked a lot of questions. How can you get this done? How can you get that done? And I want to recognize his efforts, because he also gave us a lot of ideas on how to guide this. So secondly, as far as the pilot program, that is what it is. It's an experiment. It's a pilot program. And so what we're going to be looking at is over the course of time, and what we're looking at is trying to implement this within the next 30 days, get it started, but it's actually going to give us a year's worth of time to look at what have we done right, what have we done wrong, and it's going to be, like anything else, it's going to be an evolving program. And out of this program, we're going to be able to establish those benchmarks. Out of that program, we're going to be able to establish what worked, what didn't work. And that's going to involve everything from looking at the revision of the mission statements for each of the departments, to looking at new handouts, enhancements of the websites, through this coordinated effort. But the way I would envision it would be a person would walk in and say, I am here to participate in this program, and we would assign them an appointment. They would bring in their plans. They would meet with all of the representatives 2 days a week. We would provide the workstations in one of our identified offices, and then they could go through the system. And that would be very similar to what they do in Sunnyvale, what they do in Sonoma County, where we could start with environmental health. We could start, land use. We could start with land use, we could go to building, planning. Everybody would look at their applications. The other thing that I want to point out is that we've already begun the discussions with the fire districts as well. And so what we're trying to do is, if possibly, we can even talk them into participating and coming in and helping us with this so that we could vet out all these issues. And then how can we then come back to you as the board with the model. And that's what we're saying is, we need to do a pilot program rather than to rush in and to try to copy somebody else's that may not work given our situation financially, and as well as all of the other issues that we have to deal with that are resource-based.
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Cryer, I also have a question of you, so go ahead.
I just wanted to add very quickly, one of the things that we did talk about through this process is that it would be important for us over the next year that we're implementing this pilot project to give regular reports to the CEO, whether that be monthly, every other month, quarterly, to hold some accountability to us that we are moving forward, and also to give her the information on how the pilot's moving forward, so that you could get that information as well.
The question that I have, Ms. Cryer, is I remember a related discussion along these lines a number of years ago. I can't say right now exactly when, but it was about more of the sort of consolidation of the land use division of environmental health with planning and building to this very end, for the one-stop concept, the customer service interface, how it would be far more user-friendly. Now, out of those discussions, a couple things arose, and I had the opportunity to follow up with a number of constituents and also discuss with environmental health staff. So a couple things come to mind that I think are relevant to this discussion. And I would think that this is going to be covered, but I just wanted to be sure, would be covered with the pilot as you describe it. What I got from constituents, and it was more than one, was that they were feeling that they were getting conflicting information when they were talking with specifics on, this is on subdivisions, on setbacks, on septic applicability to these various lot sizes. They felt that they weren't getting consistent or useful information, depending on the scenario, from environmental health and planning and building. So they felt that there were some inconsistencies there that they very much wanted to have addressed. So that was one thing that arose. The other was, so out of that, I remember suggesting, if we had the same forms on these various topics that would be given out at both, at that point, no one-stop shop. So short of that, if they're arriving at different entry points into the permitting process, that they had the same documents being presented by all departments, so there'd be more clarity to how they needed to comply with various regulations in order to proceed, so that would be helpful. And so I'm assuming that is either has happened to some degree, will happen more if we go forward with a pilot, I would assume. So the second piece is, I'd like you to talk a minute about the computer systems and the databases, because that was also an issue way back when. And the fact that the systems either weren't compatible, they were different. Have we made any progress? Because staff recommended to me, you could get read-only files, and then you could have the departments have access to the read-only files within the other divisions or data sets. Now you're talking about a new computer program that you would be using, right? You would be switching over. So could you give us a little bit of historical information? What's the status on all of this now? You're getting the new computer system. How long is it going to take to sync the databases? It would be good to have an update, because I really think that is the data is a core component of the permitting process, that if we don't have this ironed out, we're never really going to get to where we want to go.
Yeah, I can address some of those questions, Supervisor Smith. Back on April 22nd of 2010, based on some direction from the Board of Supervisors, Nash Gonzalez and I had presented a report to the CEO, who subsequently shared that with you guys, you supervisors, I apologize, about the integration of land use into building and planning. And we had really looked at that as a model and had come back with a recommendation of not to integrate at that point. Some of the obstacles that we came up with at that point were some of the ways that land use is funded. It's funded with realignment dollars. When you merge into other departments, that becomes technically pretty messy, and it can pose some audit risk on the realignment dollars, and some of the other disruption of services that we felt would happen at that time. So we do have a report back on April 22nd that was shared with this board. When the board heard that report, they directed staff to look just at what you said, continuing to look at other ways to improve consistency in information and to improve customer service through a similar software program. So we began to work with the County IS department to look at the software program, I believe it's called Track It, that is in building and planning as well as DOT. As it is with any software program, there's a time sink and an expense with converting the data and with getting everybody trained and getting all of the systems in place, purchasing the software, all of that. All of the, everything's been installed. We're ready to begin implementation. I probably will have to look to Dave Jensen to tell me exactly how long we think the training will go, but it will not be read-only access. We'll be able to look at the program, we'll be able to check the status of permits, we can read their information, they can read our information, and we can enter information into the system. If we want more specifics on that, Dave is here and he could probably give us some specifics. We were very happy that the computer software was installed prior to today so that we were able to tell you, yes, we have moved forward and that has been installed. We have been, some of the things that Howard and Nash and Steve talked about were, as far as cross-pollination of staff, setting a time aside, maybe quarterly, monthly, every other month, and develop a training calendar where staff from the various departments really gets together and learns about each other, key components of each other's divisions, key questions, maybe frequently asked questions that get asked, so there's a better learning of staff amongst the various divisions so that when somebody is at the counter, they are getting consistent information, they're getting good information, and they're able to answer all of the questions. So that was very important, one of the important aspects of the pilot project. We also did talk about consistency in forms and wanted to look at that over the beginning of the pilot project to see where we could develop some consistency in that regard.
Good.
And if I could
Yes.
add a statement. Supervisor Smith, you pointed out that oftentimes it's difficult for people entering the permit process at different stages. And one of the things that prompted me and the rest of us to look at was when we did the building permit amnesty, one of the questions that needed to be answered was, have you explored other areas, in other words, other key issues that are going to come up, for example, well and septic? And one of the things that we were doing during that amnesty program is we were directing people to start with environmental health, to start with their regulations, because again, with environmental health, you're dealing with environmental health specialists, scientists, soil scientists, who are more in the science areas, and they are under what we call a North Coast Basin Plan, which the Regional Water Quality Control Board establishes as what we call the guidelines, the rules, and the regulations. And so they have a certain standard that they have to abide by. And so we were asking people to start there so as to avoid any potential conflicts with coming to us first and then realizing that they couldn't do their septic system. And so part of this pilot program would be to bring all of the players to the table certain days of the week and to say, here we're going to be able to answer all your questions. We're going to be able to address some of these issues that are going to come up, so that you start with the land use division of environmental health. You talk about the well and septic requirements, because one of the things that you're going to find in the area of well and septic, and again, I don't want to step on Mr. Jensen's toes here, but you have tests that have to be done during dry months for wells, tests that have to be done during wet months for septic systems. Because again, as what was pointed out earlier, is the purpose is we don't want to circumvent the process so that we end up creating a health hazard for water quality. So here again, those things need to be looked at very, very carefully throughout this whole process. So again, what we're looking at is that this pilot program is going to bring all of the participants together so that we can provide that information to the public.
Good, thank you. Ms. Cryer.
Just very quickly, I did confirm with Mr. Jensen that the training will be all completed and will be active on the new software April 1st.
Great. Very good, thank you. So I have a number of forms for public comment. Anyone wishing to address this topic with the board, please fill out one of these and bring it forward. First of all, going to a department spokesperson, Mr. Mobley, if you'd like to comment.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Roger Mobley, Chief Planner of Planning and Building Services. I hadn't planned to start my comments this way, but I have to tell you that I don't like being called a regulator. I feel like I'm a facilitator and that one of our objectives is to help people achieve what they want to achieve, but they have to do it within the context of all the regulations that we have to deal with. So maybe that goes to Supervisor McGowan's comments about attitude, and we need to have that attitude, I think. I would like to add a couple of things beyond what Director Nash has laid out. One of the things about the process, the expediting of the process, the permitting process, the review of applications, it's really a shared responsibility between both the staff and the applicant. And what I mean by that is that the adequacy and completeness of information that's submitted has a lot to do with how well the process goes and how quickly it goes. Because a lot of what we have to do is review it, and if it's not complete, we have to ask for more information, and that usually adds time to the process. And so part of the education is to make applicants understand that the information they submit is a really important part of how quickly we can deal with their process or their application process. So education is important, and communication is a part of that, and trying to identify all the things that we think are necessary as early in the process as possible is a real important component to making that go expeditiously. So, yeah, I just wanted to make that point that we look at it as a shared responsibility, and hopefully we will create an attitude where the applicant feels that we're working together to get through the process, and we're not working at odds, or we're requesting things that they don't understand why. So we need to make them understand the need for things, and that getting it early will help them get through the process faster.
Good. Thank you. Keith Woods.
Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. My name is Keith Woods. I work for an organization called the North Coast Builders Exchange. We have 1,400 or so members, of which 140 or so are up here in Mendocino County. So we have a real interest in what you're talking about here today. And if I happen to run over my time, I'll just take some of Lee Howard's. Will anybody mind that at all? No one will mind
that.
Take as much as I need, huh? I've got probably the chief troublemaker in all of this for your poor staff. This has been a mission of ours. We've been a maniacs on a mission for increased customer service in local government, particularly in building departments or community development departments. So this is near and dear to our heart. I first discovered Sunnyvale, which your poor staff and others all through Sonoma County, since I'm bringing this message for our organization to 8 or 9 different jurisdictions. Staff gets very tired of hearing about Sunnyvale, and I understand that. But I found them back in 1994 when I saw on the news that Bill Clinton was there presenting them with an award as one of the most efficient and effective local governments in America. And it caught my attention. I began to investigate them in my old days at the Santa Rosa Chamber of Commerce, and was in awe not just of their permitting process, which misses the point entirely. It's their whole approach to governance and the true concept of public service. And I began to take groups down there, and when I got to the Builders Exchange and continue to hear problems that existed all through Sonoma County, we got very interested in all of this. So we took a group of elected officials down there a few months ago. Thank you, Supervisors McCowan and Brown, for joining us, and I know that's probably what fanned the flames here. I'll be just a couple of key points, general comments I want to make, I guess. One, I hear constantly in every city or the county that I go into in Sonoma that we're not Sunnyvale. I get it. Supervisor Supervisor McCown nailed it. He said, we understand that. Population's different, the makeup, the urban nature of those cities. That's an argument that ought to be lifted up and set aside. Nobody's trying to recreate what Sunnyvale can do because they are very different. But what isn't different is their attitude and their culture. That doesn't cost a dime. Pleasantness doesn't cost a nickel. Good attitude doesn't. And this isn't disparaging them at all. It's my message to all government is it's not an either or. To govern effectively and apply regulations and somehow not do it with a smile. That's all we're really after. I will note that Sonoma and PRMD, okay as a model a little bit, but they've got their own serious problems. And our president, Robert Cantu, is serving on an advisory committee for PRMD to try and straighten out their major issues that even my friend Pete Parkinson, the head of it, and others acknowledge, and that is a lack of consistency, a lack of customer service, and a lack of a commitment, as Supervisor Pinch has pointed out, to understand that time is money and delay is the single biggest element, an enemy that people seeking permits have. I would strongly suggest you look at what they're doing, and I admire what they've attempted to do, and I hope you take it seriously. But just because you're not Sunnyvale in nature doesn't mean that the principles of treating the public as a customer can't apply. As John and Carrie heard, Sunnyvale has, we brought their city manager up to Santa Rosa to talk to a large group, and what he said resonated with people. He said, we want to be the Nordstroms of local government. And a guy from Petaluma, a councilman, got up, by the way, and said, hi, we're the Ross dress for less of local government. And he was differentiating between the two. All we ask is that you look all through the county government to say, wait a minute, I love this Mendocino style if you live up to it, not just in the departments that you heard from, but in the entire local government. I would close by suggesting that you look at what I hadn't heard come up, and that is the concept of a citizens or users or business advisory committee to get real-life, on-the-ground examples so that they can talk on a semi-regular basis and say, look, you're making great strides, but here's what's working and here's what's not. And the advisory group in that PRMD is, I think, helping them greatly in reality checking what they're doing. So service with a smile doesn't cost any money. We're looking at efficiency, we're looking at avoiding delay, and anything we can do at the Builders Exchange to help, we'd be happy to do so. Thank you for letting me have lease time.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes,
You know,
Supervisor
in
Pinto.
this county, if we're doing something wrong, we hear it within the hour from Lee Howard.
John Mayfield. And I have nothing from Lee Howard.
Keith took his time.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the board. I'm John Mayfield here today representing the Employers Council. Tony couldn't be here today. I really am pleased to see that this effort is underway. You're getting started with it because it's long overdue in Mendocino County. And I really congratulate the people on getting this started and the opportunity for enhancement and increased customer service that will result from these efforts. I think a couple of things need to be said about it that weren't said so far. One of the things that you will benefit from this is increased compliance if you get satisfied customers. They will quit avoiding the departments and doing things on their own without getting a permit if they can be helped when they get there instead of hindered. And I think we've all are aware of many examples of this when people just simply ignore the need to get a permit, go ahead and do what they need to get done and forget about it. We've seen lots of that, and I think that an improved services there would be of great help. The other thing that I think is missing that needs to be a big portion of what's done with the pilot program, and I hate to see pilot programs, but with the initiation of this effort, I think is what it should be called, is a feedback from the clients. A compliant, or a customer satisfaction sheet with each permit that's turned back in so you'll know what the situation is and how they responded to it and what went on with it. And with that, we would like to see you go ahead with this effort as quickly as possible because I think it will bring about increased compliance and a lot better results of the public dealing with the various departments that they have to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to address the board? Please come forward. No, please, take the microphone, state your name for the record.
Hi, Ross Liberty. I recently did I'm in the process of doing a building expansion for my company, and it's something I avoided forever. Being a libertarian, I don't deal well with government entities, so I just avoided doing it forever, and it finally got to where I had no choice. And so off I went. Luckily, I'm dealing with Doug Crane, who knows how to go through all that. And I was really pleasantly surprised. Steve Dennicliffe, he's been helpful, bordering on harassment. I mean, he's always in there saying, you know, what can we do to help you? And Carmel, every time I deal with Carmel, it's, do you know anybody that wants to move a business to Mendocino County? That's a manufacturing company at Mendocino County. Johnny called and offered support. John's been helping. I'm telling those of my ilk that Mendocino County is truly open for business. That's unusual for me, right? Working with Nash, that was a good experience, and I mean, he's got a good crew, a lot of good people. I'm happy to see these changes that he's implementing. Frankly, it's a lot of people, good people working in something of a dysfunctional system that I think he's working to change. And I agree with John that, you know, we need to make this system more efficient, not by adding more bodies or adding staff or adding more hours to the process, but by eliminating hours. You know, you eliminate non-value added processes. You should have a continuous flow of value-added processes, the connected flow of value-added processes. And if it doesn't add value to the process, if there's, you know, there's the 7 deadly wastes, which I won't go into too much here, but if it doesn't add value, if you're waiting for something, that's a wasted process. If you're you know, if you can email, or better yet, if you can, like he's offering to do, is, you know, have a group of people in a meeting and everything's handled all at one time, that's just the best. That is, I'm in a different situation, but we do engineering reviews all the time, and you get all the stakeholders in one room, and you get through every issue, and it's done, right? You don't go back and forth with letters and all this stuff. You don't need that. What you need is an agreement. The final blueprints are the contract, and that works well. So anyways, happy to see the direction it's going. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Chair Smith.
Supervisor Brown.
Mr. Liberty, I'd like to congratulate you. I recently read that you won a national award, and that was due to customer service and quality of product with, was it maybe a defect in every 20,000 manufactured pieces?
56 parts per million.
Congrats.
That's on me, that's the crew, right?
Well, it's also you. You're the boss. Thank you.
That comes and goes.
Anyone else wishing to address the board on this topic, please come forward.
Devin Jones, Mendocino County Farm Bureau. I'll be brief. We haven't really discussed this very much aside from discussions with Keith and other entities, but we do encourage the streamlining of the permitting process. I know a number of my members, I think it was hit on the head. It comes down to education and public relations. I mean, a lot of folks think they're out of compliance, but they don't even know they're supposed to be in compliance. So I think a lot of it is just getting the word out there to what they need to bring in to the permitting process so that their applications are complete from the get-go. Most of the folks that I talk to that come into my office say I spent weeks, months, days working with hiring specific engineers, or I should have gone through an engineering firm because I just can't do this myself. I think there should be options for people to do simple permitting issues on their own without having to go through the expense of hiring a number of consultants when applicable. So I think a lot of that has to do with not reinventing the wheel so much as getting the word out there as to what needs to be done. And I would offer, you know, if there are pamphlets, handouts, anything that's just general information that's out there, to use some of the entities that are out there, such as the Farm Bureau, the Builders Exchange, to spread that word so that it's not just, you know, everybody depending on staff to get that word out. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Melissa Bastianon with the North Bay Association of Realtors. I wasn't planning on commenting this morning, but just hearing the conversation, I thought it was important to get up here and share some of our viewpoints with you. We firmly support any process that will ease homeowners' abilities to do the right thing and obtain permits for their property. So, again, my comments are brief, but I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors as well as staff for taking this opportunity to actually review the different model types and to potentially go forward with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Returning back to the board, the recommended action is to accept the staff report regarding the Sunnyvale model and direct staff to implement the identified plan, that would be the pilot project, returning with a status report in 90 days. Supervisor Brown.
Chair Smith, I so move the recommended motion.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second, okay, and I'm assuming that that we're all going to be in support of this. It's been a very good discussion. So I don't know who was first. Was it Supervisor Pinches or Hamburg?
Dan was.
Supervisor Hamburg.
I just want to say that I'm very glad that the Mendocino model was included among the models you reviewed, because I did have occasion with the chair to go over to the Avila Center and see the way that office functioned. And I have to say I was very impressed. I was very impressed not only with the with the setup of the office and the way that that contributed to moving a process along, but I was also very impressed with the people I met there, with their level of not only commitment to their jobs, but really excitement about their jobs. And we know we're in an era when morale is not as high as it might be among a lot of our employees, but I did not see any trace of that in our coastal office. And I kind of suspect, you know, and Nash, I give you credit for this, at least, you know, I'm sure there's others who have contributed to this, but I think there's similarly a good attitude in the Planning and Building Department office here in this building. And I guess the only thing that I want to caution is that we not, I know we've put a lot of time into this, and we put a lot of expense into this. I mean, here we've got, you know, some of our very highly paid department heads, you know, sitting here for a couple of hours to discuss this. We've made trips down to Sunnyvale. We've done this and that. And I just hope that that the amount of time and expense has been well spent. I really appreciate what Ross Liberty said, and it's something that I hear from constituents on a regular basis. I mean, sure, I hear complaints, but I also hear, and I pass these along to department heads, a lot of satisfied customers out there. And I think we are doing more with less. And I think that, you know, when I see things like, and Nash, I really appreciated your report and how thorough it was, but when I see things like, you know, under solutions, provide more friendly and consistent interaction with customers, include a warm handoff of telephone calls, you know, and these plans to do quarterly fairs where contractors and people come together. I mean, it sort of implies something about our current status quo that is kind of negative. You know, like we're not warm and we're not friendly and we're not trying to facilitate, and I don't really think that's true. And as far as streamlining the permit process, we were doing that back in 1982. And I would assume we're going to just keep doing it. You know, at least every time I'm on the board, we're going to be doing it. So I think it's great, and I want to see the Builders Exchange and the realtors and everybody happy with the way the county's functioning. But I don't want this to imply in any way that, especially given the kinds of cutbacks that we're dealing with, that we're not providing friendly service, that we're not being facilitators as well as regulators. You know, that we're not doing the very best job we can do with the very limited resources that we have as a county. That's it.
Supervisor Pinches.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all the staff that's involved for And I got to admit, probably 15 years ago when I was sitting here, I could look out and look at a bunch of department heads or whatnot and say, well, he's the problem and he's the problem. But I really look out here today and I see a total group of people that are the solution. And that really makes me feel really good. Nash, the amnesty program, you touched on that. That was a real success story in Mendocino County, not only getting people into compliance that had been out of compliance for years, but just it created a real tick up, especially in my district, of creating some work and people doing the things that they should have done 20 years ago, but basically giving them the opportunity to come forward without getting fined additionally to do projects. And that was, I can't say enough about that. And that come from you, Nash, basically. I mean, that was, I really appreciate that. And the interactions that I have, I think this is a new day in Mendocino County. And I don't like, I agree with Dan, it's not like we've ever really doing anything wrong, but I think in government in general, you can always do better. And I'm not so sure, you know, I was raised in the retail business for years, and when it comes to helping the customer, I'm not so sure you can ever do as good as you can do in that area. You can always do a little better there. It's always good, but I just think we've created here recently kind of a new day in Mendocino County. And when it comes to our economy, you know, I feel the future of Mendocino County, the economic future, is going to have to come within. I mean, we're going to have to, this board, we're going to have to come up with the correct zoning and all that, and our departments are going to have to come up with the right way to help the people within. You and I know that we're not going to be able to bring in big corporations from overseas, from out of country or out of the area to come and invest in Mendocino County. We're going to have to grow within and treat our businesses that are here. I think Ross Liberty is a prime example. Expansion of a business that's already here is probably our best chance of economic growth. So anything we can do to help that entertain, and I've said it many times, you know, it's not the Russians or the Chinese or any foreign government that's caused our economic crisis. It's kind of, we've done it to ourselves, and I think it's up to us to rebuild from within. And I think we're starting right here in Mendocino County to do that. And I appreciate the work that you folks have done, but I really appreciate the work that you're going to do. So thank you.
Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I agree, and based on some of the public comment and also some of the statistics, it's not that we're doing a bad job, but you know, I think we can always do better, and I think that's the direction that this is going to be leading us. One suggestion that was made by some members of the public was having some sort of citizens advisory group to participate in the discussions about how are things going so far, how do we handle this issue? And I could see some real value to that, because it might be that through the contacts that they have, the ability to send out to their entire membership to pick up anecdotal stories of how things are going, or maybe a unique situation, they can probably bring in more information than might otherwise come to the attention of staff. So I would encourage giving some thought to the possibility of developing an informal citizens advisory committee that could participate in the review meetings. I think there could be real value in that.
And on that note, another point for consideration, I think Mr. Mayfield's suggestion that there be a customer feedback form attached to the permitting that is going to be consolidated and part of the pilot, and I think that would probably be good feedback to consider as well. Yes?
I'd like to respond to that, Madam Chair. That is pointed out in the list of items on page 6 of the staff report that we developed. The comment card for the public to provide feedback. So a lot of these things we've already vetted out. And again, I want to thank Steve Dunfield, who actually, he was the one that we were bouncing these ideas off of. And he was suggesting do this, do that. So that we were able to get some of these other ideas in there. And again, I think Roger said it very well. We want to be facilitators.
I think, Mr. Gonzalez, though, you could even take it one step further and instead of just a comment card, have an actual formal form that would go with the permitting process. So at the end of the process, the applicant could be asked, you know, have you applied for permits in Mendocino County Planning and Building Department before, yes or no? Could you compare your experience from this, you know, that point in time to this? Something a little bit more in depth, so when you're doing your analysis for the pilot, to get back with us on the efficiencies provided, the costs and so forth, that could be a feedback mechanism. I think it could be useful if it was a pretty, you know, somewhat in detailed form that the applicant could certainly choose to fill out or not, but it would be asking for their feedback on the pilot concept. Was it useful? Was it valid? Do they think it makes sense going forward? Okay, so should we assume that we're all in favor of this? All right.
Actually, there's a motion on the floor.
Yeah, there was a motion.
There's a motion.
Yeah.
There's a motion, okay.
We
So,
might vote on it.
so we're all in agreement, yes?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank
We're-
you.
I'd like to move up, Mr. Peters, while you're here, to the director's report for DOT. If the board members have any questions of you, that's item number 6A.
I got one question, if I can find it here. Tom, of course, this is Howard's report, but on March 15th, 11, it says that the landfill activities, staff is working on a 5-year cycle of constituents of concern, COC testing. What in the hell is a 5-year cycle of constituents' concerns? And is that says we're going to do more testing on the land? Is this a requirement? Is this something, an internal program you got set up? Is this part of AB 939 state law, or?
It is,
Is it
state, they're water tests for constituents that we don't regularly test for every year. They're, and they're, they only do it every 5 years, but this is the year that we have to do it. It like means we have to take 4 times more samples because they're going to test for these different constituents
Is
that
this
we don't do
because
annually.
of the what law? Is this by law we have to do this?
Yeah, this is required for our monitoring program on our closed landfills.
On our post-closure plan?
Yes.
Okay. But what type of testing is this? Is this drilling?
No. We're just, we already have the monitoring wells in there that we test on a regular basis.
So you just go get samplings?
Just means we have extra sample bottles and more lab
Okay.
testing.
So it's just a step up in the amount of testing you do?
That's
And you have
correct.
to do that every, thank you. That's my only question.
Any other questions from board members on the DOT director's report? We'll accept the report, thank you. We have a notice public hearing for 3 o'clock, so we'll take a 4 or 5 minute recess and reconvene for that hearing. Thank you. Okay, the Board of Supervisors is now back in session at 10 minutes after 3. This is for a noticed public hearing. This is agenda item 6D, a Bielenson hearing for suspension of family planning services and treatment for sexually transmitted infection services at the Ukiah and Willits clinics provided through Community Health Services. The sponsoring department is Health and Human Services Agency, and we have the agency director here, Stacy Cryer.
Thank you, Supervisor Smith. My name is Stacy Cryer. I'm the Health and Human Services Agency Director, and we are here today to conduct the noticed public hearing, the Bielenson hearing, that's required by the California Health and Safety Code, Section 1442.5. As you know, I recently did a presentation with the Agency Advisory Board on the Family Planning Services, and I conducted that on March 1st. I don't want to repeat everything that I stated then, but I do want to go over some of the specifics again because they're relevant to today's hearing.
Ms. Cryer, I think before you do that, we'll just go ahead then, because this will be part of your staff presentation. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing. First, we'll have the clerk establish proper notice.
Proper notice has been established.
And would the clerk note any correspondence and telephone calls received?
Everything has been dispersed.
Thank you very much. So, Ms. Cryer, we'll go ahead and continue with your presentation.
Thank you. The Family Planning Clinic within Public Health has provided services since 1971. These are good quality services, and in no way is this reduction of these services to be considered a negative reflection on the program or the staff that are involved in this program. This hearing today is a culmination of a process that has exceeded 2 years. It has involved agency board members and subcommittees, staff within family planning and public health, agency leadership, and community partners. Frequently, the agency in this county has been in the position of having to react and to make services terminate quickly. I have to be honest, I don't think that closing family planning services is the highlight of my career. I do think that we are in a very fortunate position to have the time and the ability to be thoughtful about this process. As I've stated, we've taken 2 years, we've talked to our community partners, we've talked about entities that provide these services, and the staff have engaged in a plan to do a thoughtful closure of this program. For calendar year 2010, for family planning, the costs were approximately $775,000. The revenue associated with family planning services is approximately $117,000 of Title X dollars, and $448,000 of federal dollars, which include FPAC and Medi-Cal reimbursements. The remainder of the program is funded with some fees that are collected and approximately $200,000 in realignment. As you are all aware, realignment continues to trend downward and is approximately 20% down from 708 actual numbers. In addition, Medi-Cal reimbursements are being proposed for reduction, and the federal government is stating that it plans to cut funding to family planning in the near future. The proposal being heard today is that Mendocino County discontinue providing family planning direct services. I want to be very clear on this point because I believe there may have been some confusion. We are not here today to discuss eliminating family planning services in Mendocino County. We are here today to talk about Mendocino County no longer providing those services. And there is a distinct distinction. Family Planning through Public Health currently operates clinics in both Willits and Ukiah. In 2010, there was approximately 2,500 clients served in these two clinics, which made 5,122 visits. There were over 16,000 low-cost or no-cost family planning visits provided elsewhere in the county by private providers, community clinics, and rural health centers, etc. As a reminder, Public Health discontinued family planning services in Fort Bragg in 2005, and on March 1st during my presentation, we heard from Paula Cohen, who's the Executive Director of the Coast Community Clinic, on how those services are being provided today and the success that those have had. I believe that today it is more important than ever to use our scarce and declining resources in a way that maximizes the outcomes. 3 years ago, in the community health branch of the agency, we formed a prevention unit to put a focused effort on population-based prevention activities. We have a commitment to continue with this process, with this vision and this focus. Last year in the family planning program, we did approximately 145 hours of outreach and education. If we take the realignment dollars that are currently funding the direct service component and we use them to focus on outreach and education, we can have a more positive impact on a much larger portion of our community, much more than the 2,500 clients that we serve today. We will focus this prevention on STD and pregnancy prevention, especially in the schools, and we'll do this in collaboration with our community partners, such as Planned Parenthood and the clinics. Family planning services are provided elsewhere throughout the county. They're provided in our clinics that are located, there's several of them located on the south coast, the north coast, inland, in Laytonville, Boonville. They're throughout the county and they're provided there. There's also other rural health centers that provide these services. There are private providers that provide these services. And Planned Parenthood, who is here today, is planning to move into Ukiah effective July 1st, who will also be available to provide these services. This program is jeopardized by the threat of decreased funding at the federal level. Again, it's important for us to take action today in a thoughtful, informed, proactive way, rather than waiting until the funding has been eliminated from this program. We will continue, parts of the program we will continue. We will continue STD investigation and surveillance. We will continue the mandated state reporting. We will continue the current HIV and AIDS program, and an expanded focus on community education and prevention countywide. The proposal to reduce these services has been a 2-year process. And I realize that today we have a difficult decision and an emotional one. As we talked about on March 1st, I acknowledge that the relationship between the provider and the patient is a very personal and private one. I've talked to many counties like ours in the last several months, several years. In fact, today I've talked to several counties who have done the same thing that we're proposing today and eliminated the direct service component of family planning. They, just as we're suggesting, they have taken on a role in public health of providing assurance and oversight that the services are available and are present in the community and can be provided. There are mandates within the Health and Safety Code that state that we have to ensure that certain services are provided, that people have the ability to access free pregnancy testing, that we can assure that those services are out there. And public health's role in today's environment is to assure those services are there, not necessarily to provide those direct services. Additionally, many counties are moving in this direction because of the emphasis on managing patients through the primary care model. With Medi-Cal managed care moving into the community, there's an emphasis on treating the whole client, treating all pieces of the client, the mental health components, the behavioral health, the substance abuse, the family planning and reproductive health, and the primary care components of their health, and to treat them all together. That doesn't mean that's the only place that people can access those services. Through Medi-Cal managed care and through state and federal legislation, people are allowed to receive their reproductive health needs outside of their primary care provider. So this model will give them access to either to get it through their primary care home, which is always, I think, a benefit to the patient, or also to get it through another provider, because some people don't want to get their reproductive health through their primary care model. And Planned Parenthood is another option that will be coming into this county to be able to provide that model for people. I'm not saying that this decision today is one that we would face in a perfect time or in a different time. I am asking this board to move forward with this proposal, and I am making this recommendation today in order to be able to continue to provide the core mandated public health services and to serve the community in the best way we possibly can. And right now it is through education and outreach. There are many people here to speak today, and two that I would like you to engage in conversation with, or at least allow them to speak with, is Planned Parenthood and the representatives from the clinics. Because just as other counties have found, one thing that is vitally important in the success of the closure, in fact, you wouldn't do it without this, is the available of resources and the availability of services throughout the county. And so I think it is important to hear about the services that are available from those two partners. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Ms. Cryer. Would it be your recommendation that we have those spokespersons come forward under the presentation, or would you recommend that they, I believe I have names in here already submitted under public comment, would you prefer that they come forward and?
I would actually prefer that they come forward as part of my presentation. At least then one representative from each.
That will work. I think that will be fine. So who would you like to call on first, since you're?
Ms. Kathy Fry?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Lynn Hunter?
Yes. Question?
And then Heather Estes from Planned Parenthood.
Okay, so if you'd like to stand either at the podium or sit next to Ms. Cryer, either one. Supervisor McCowan has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is a question that the presenters can respond to. One of the concerns is that, and I understand you're saying we're making this change now because we may well be forced to make it based on economics and declining revenue. So let's make it with some thought rather than being rushed into it at the last minute. But still, there's the concern, particularly that perhaps teenagers are not going to have the same assurance of confidentiality. Currently, they feel very comfortable going to the county family planning, and they may not feel so comfortable walking into a crowded clinic waiting room and going up to the receptionist, and they're already nervous about being there, having to explain why they're there. And so how are we dealing with that? How are we assuring the people who are maybe most in need of the service but most reluctant to access it that the clinics are going to be a safe, confidential place? And another concern I've heard is that they may not be getting seen by a specialist who specializes in their need, but more of a generalist. So I'm hoping that those concerns will be responded to.
Very good, and we also have comments or questions from Supervisor Brown before you begin.
Thank you, Chair Smith. I just wanted to point out as well on page 3 of our report, population impacted, it'd be the second paragraph. I had a question, and maybe this can be answered through the process. But it says, unfortunately, unless Planned Parenthood provides services.
Guess they can't hear you.
Button.
Oh. Okay, thanks. The sentence that I have underlined is, unfortunately, unless Planned Parenthood provides services in the community, it is doubtful that the current local providers would be able to provide the necessary services and have appointments available to individuals in a timely manner. So I'd like to hear that addressed as well. Thanks.
I would like to address Supervisor Brown's comments first, and then I'd like to let Lynn and Heather speak. When we put this report out to the public, of course, it requires a public notice, and we were still waiting to hear final report from Planned Parenthood that they were indeed moving into the county. It is indeed a really good thing that they're here, because I think it provides just another resource for all of the individuals in the county, youth included, but all of the individuals. So this report was out a little sooner, and it was our hope during negotiations and talks with them that they would be in the county, and they have decided, yes, indeed they are, and I believe you've gotten a letter to that effect from them. So I'll let Heather address that a little more. The capacity issue is there's 2,500 clients, mostly in the area of Ukiah, some in Willits, and the issue is of capacity as of July 1st, and whether or not the clinic would have been able to absorb all of that capacity. I'll let Lynn to speak to that. They are building onto their care site, and they'll be increasing their capacity, but with Planned Parenthood being here July 1st, we're in good shape.
Well, I think Stacy just mentioned that we are building a new Care for Her, it's called, and it has 16 exam rooms, and we have 6 midwives and 1.5 OBs. And we do have the capacity. When we were in our trailers, or I guess that's not modulars, it seemed like there was less capacity because it was a lot more crowded, but we still have the same providers. We have a separate entrance for those people that would like to use the separate entrance, and it's different than our mental health entrance. It's different than our internal medicine entrance. So those fears are out there, and I think that we are doing the best we can, as usual, to pick up and do what we can for the community.
Ms. Hunter, your name, please, for the record, and who you represent.
I'm sorry. I'm Lynn Hunter. I'm the CEO at Mendocino Community Health Clinic.
Thank you.
And I'm Heather Estes. I'm the CEO of Planned Parenthood Shasta Pacific. And I want to acknowledge what Supervisor McGowan says, that I think that there are some clients who have, for whatever reasons, needs to want to go to different places. And so I think that while for many people family planning is properly in the context of comprehensive primary care, such as Lynn Hunter's clinic, there are some people who for confidentiality reasons, or young people or whatever, who find that an alternative provider is helpful. So I believe believe that there are a diversity of providers, which is the reason why I'm very sad that the county is even considering the possibility of closing family planning services. They're not alone. There are many other, sadly, there are many other public health departments in the same situation. But I'm sad about that. I'm sad to see another provider in family planning services sort of leave the public health stage. But I'm hoping that by Planned Parenthood being here, we can help with that diversity of provision and have more people's needs met. Does that answer your?
Yes, you would kind of be the alternative that family planning used to be. So presumably if people, maybe they don't want to go to the clinic because that's where their parents get health care, they'd have the option to come to Planned Parenthood. Now, one issue is accessibility, and previously we were assured by the clinic directors that although the expectation is most people would qualify for reimbursement, there might be some for whatever reason may not. They said they would serve people regardless of their ability to pay. Is that also the policy at Planned Parenthood?
Yes, it is. Our doors are open to all, and we are also a community clinic. We're just not the same kind of community clinic, but we're licensed the same way and accordingly have a sliding fee scale, and our doors are open to all. It's important to us.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment that, what's important here is that we continue collaborative discussions. I do know that Planned Parenthood and the clinic just met today to talk about collaborative efforts to figure out where the gaps are and who can fill what role and who can fill what role the best. I wanted Lynn to speak briefly. When we closed the family planning clinic in Fort Bragg and the clinic there took over the services or absorbed a lot of the services, they developed a teen clinic model there. And I know Lynn has had conversations with Paula, and we heard from Paula on March 1st about that and the need to perhaps replicate that service. And it's going to be perhaps a collaborative effort. And I thought maybe Lynn could talk about that briefly.
Sure. The teen clinic on the coast is a model that we're definitely looking at. And when we heard about family planning, looking at closing and the teens being the issue, we have 4 or 5 AmeriCorps workers also that are young kids in college, and they are perfect for this role. And so we've been trying to develop a communication with the schools and doing an outreach to the schools. And I know that Planned Parenthood also has that as part of their mission, is to actually do more education, because that's where you want to start with this. And so you want to
Prevention. Right.
So maybe
Yes.
since you're all resources, we have quite a few for public comment. So I was thinking that as part of the public notice hearing, we'd move forward with that. But since you're all resources and may need to engage, if you don't mind, you could stay there and because we're going to be returning to a discussion with you at the closure of the hearing, if not before. So let's go to public comment. We have numerous individuals that would like to speak, so I am going to need to hold everyone strictly to the 3 minutes. Please come forward when your name is called quickly and state your name for the record. The clerk will keep track of the time. And we have, first of all, Joe Moritz, followed by Val Mahowski.
Joe Moritz, City of Ukiah, and I'd like to express my empathy to Director Cryer in these difficult budget times, having to do the impossible. But, and this pitch is difficult for me. It was a few months ago I had to go in and do a mandatory meeting in order to have my insurance continued, etc. I'm 64. I'm not exactly out there on the street selling anything. And the nurse took me into the family planning room. And it was just a little reminder that I have AIDS. I am a family planning client, patient, whatever. If I'm appropriate, everything's okay. But if I'm not appropriate, if there are barriers to my service, then society is at very expensive risk, humane risk and dollar risks. I suggest with this set of services there should be a very careful set of primary care planning that Director Cryer mentioned. I'd like to really see that primary care plan first, then do the program. programs. I would like to know how you can have a diverse set of services out there and still keep track of STDs. It seems like you're going to have your baskets and your oranges in different places, and you can't keep track of them. And 3, where's Covelo, where's Laytonville, where's the rural clinics in the mountains?
Thank you, Joe. Val Mahowski, followed by Linda Bailey.
Val Mahowski, Philo, California. And I was here before and talked a little bit about historically how women have struggled for reproductive options. You started the very excellent family planning in 1970, and it's continued for 40 years. Why now, when reproductive services are under attack, have you decided that you're going to withdraw those services from the people of the county? We can talk about having the clinics do it. Well, the clinics are already maxed out. Can you imagine them also doing outreach? Can you imagine them counseling teenagers who are very, very nervous about confidentiality, I know the Anderson Valley Clinic is wonderful about being confidential, but the kids are reluctant to go there for reproductive services. And you really need to think about this as a central clearinghouse for all of the different services that you provide. Such a variety of services, but especially geared towards women. And therefore, when you take this away, it's going to be taking it away from women and the services that they need. Teenagers are especially very vulnerable. I taught 16 years of continuation high school over in Boonville, and during that time, we had our most fragile population. To keep them from not getting pregnant was a major focus of our group. And it was really wonderful to have the facility of the family planning. They came in and counseled the kids. They provided condoms for our classrooms so that we could have them available for kids. This is not the services that you're going to get from the clinics. They just are too maxed out to really be able to do this. You have 5,000 people using your facilities. The clinics are open. Private people are open. Planned Parenthood is out there somewhere. With a little bit of luck, we'll get it here. But until I see them sign that contract, I'm a little reluctant to believe that they're going to be here. So think about those 5,000 people, most of them women, who really need those services. They need to have it available here. And I think that, public health means serving the public. And it can't just be a department head and a bunch of secretaries. It has to be people that are going out and meeting the needs of the people in this community. So I ask you to please keep public health open. Keep that option open for our women, our kids, and our guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Bailey, followed by Joni Stevens.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Bailey. I live in Ukiah. I have a master's in public health from Berkeley. In fact, I first came to Mendocino County as a health planner back in the days when Dr. Holzer was a public health officer. I'm here today out of deep concern for reproductive health of women. I understand that there has been a great deal of thoughtful work that has gone into this. My concern is that the work is not yet finished. As the report said, unfortunately, unless Planned Parenthood provides the services, well, apparently public health is Planned Parenthood is planning on coming, but the standard of the act is that alternate services have to be in place, and they're not in place. And in fact, they're still working on identifying gaps. This may very well be, and many people I talk to think it is, in the long run, a good idea, but the proposal before you today simply does not meet the standards of the act. And I am also concerned about the outreach. in that on March 1st, and then again today, they say, you know, the outreach, the dollars are going to be used for outreach, but in the report, which is the subject of this hearing, it said outreach will continue if funds are made available, or available funds are identified. There is not a firm commitment to outreach contained within the report that's the basis of this hearing. I really do hate to see a service which has been providing such essential services for so long closed yet. We are in perilous times. The women's constitutional right to control their bodies are under attack across the country. One state even wants to legalize the murder of abortion providers. Congress is in the thrall of deficit hawks who have clearly demonstrated that they value NASCAR more than they value women and children. Federal funding is the linchpin of these services, but also of the clinics. And if federal funding is cut across the board, where are these services going to come from? If the clinics are hamstrung, if family planning is hamstrung, I just think we really need to move with caution in this arena, because it's difficult to rebuild a service after you've collapsed it. So I would encourage you to keep on working on this, and in particular pay a great deal of attention to outreach for teens and provision of confidential services for teens. It's just simply not done yet.
Thank you very much. Joni Glover Stevens.
I'm Joni Glover Stevens. I live in Ukiah, and I was one of those teens that benefited from family planning on a local basis, and also from Planned Parenthood. And I could not go to my home doctor. I could not go to the clinic in my area, and it made a huge difference. I would have been an unwed mother at 16, and that would not have benefited me or my community. And while they're saying that Planned Parenthood will be here and take up the slack, Planned Parenthood was here before. They left. So we can't guarantee that. And my thought is that, especially for the county not to provide these services, you are penalizing 1/2 of this county's population unfairly. And I just hope that you don't. I feel that many teenagers will not go to the clinic. They will not go to their primary care physician. They will only go, and reluctantly at that sometimes, to the county mental health, or the county family planning. And I don't want this taken away from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda McClure.
Linda McClure from Boonville. Since Department of Social Services and Public Health and Mental Health were combined, there's been a ongoing elimination, decline of programs and services. And that's been very, very painful for the staff of those departments and also for the community members. I understand there's budget issues, but at some point we have to draw the line. There are few services that are as comprehensive and far-reaching in our community as family planning. Birth control alone impacts on women's health, on the economic, their ability to provide for themselves and their family economically. Population control, overpopulation is a huge issue in many ways. Teen parents, people in poverty, result in a draw on the medical system, on foster care, on other social services.
it's that pound of prevention is so important. Infectious diseases have a tremendous impact on our entire community, not just women. Planned Parenthood is under attack, and I'm really glad to hear that Planned Parenthood is planning to come here. I think that's very important. But as we know, Planned Parenthood is under a huge attack at the federal level, and there is an attempt to eliminate family or Planned Parenthood at the federal level. And while I wanted to say I strongly oppose privatization or corporatization of public services, I think we lose accountability and we lose services because some of the money goes for profit, not for services. Regarding the previous agenda item, I don't agree that county residents should be considered customers. But I do wish that there was as much concern for customer satisfaction in family planning as there is on for builders and developers and using planning and building. So surely the health and well-being of women and children in our community is as important as the other services that we are continuing to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Wolty, followed by Wendy Walsh.
Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I hope that hearing from the public today helps you with your decision. And I'm very grateful to live in a country where I can speak. Thank you. I understand one of the reasons the county family planning program is to be closed is there's a trend among counties to let go of family planning programs. Mendocino County has a long history of independent thought and action. And my question is, does Mendocino County really want to be part of this trend, and why? This program has been successful and efficient and operating for 40 years, since 1971. It's been working at capacity at most of that time. I wasn't here for very long at the time I've been involved. My name's Melissa Wolty. I'm from Willits. I'm the Family Planning Program Manager. And it's been at capacity for the years that I've been doing it. It serves a specific population, generally people entering into the healthcare system. 78% report they're uninsured, not on Medi-Cal, nor do they have private insurance. They qualify for the Family Pack program. Most of them are young, under 30s. We see people entering as young as 12 and 13, sadly enough. All but 2 or 3% of the clients report that they are at 200% or less of federal poverty levels, and they want birth control and STD care. Another reason given for closing the program is that it costs too much. At this point, the program pays for daily operations and salaries and all benefits for 10 part-time and full-time employees from state and federal funding, totaling about $600,000 annually. That's no county funds coming from outside. And although there are, and have been for many years, attempts to remove that money has done nothing but increase since the inception back in 1971. Historically, realignment funds have been paid for family planning, for public health shared costs, for fiscal, HHSA administration, things like this. These costs are not going to go away if family planning goes away. The health department still needs people to answer the phone and pay the bills, and certainly the HHSA administration is not going to go away. The program's share of these costs were at $201,277 in 2010. In addition to screening, treating STDs, cancer screening, prescribing contraceptions, this program has a strong outreach and education component that reached more than 7,500 people in 2010. The Title X federal funding totaled about $187,000 last year. That was, usually it's around $116,000. Last year we applied for and received additional $60,000. There was no expense to the county for the travel, for the presentation, for all of the time that had to do that. For the brochures, we get the brochures, but you have to be a clinic to qualify for that federal funding. So If the family planning program goes away, a lot of federal and state dollars will go away from coming into the county. Realignment dollars will still be needed to cover the costs for fiscal, admin, and so forth. And the county will be paying up to $200,000 that they don't pay now for having 2 staff continue to do family planning, outreach, and education. That's $142,340 for the salaries and benefits for the staff, plus up to $50,000 for their travel costs, the cost of brochures, outreach, phones and computers, and whatever their share of shared costs will be.
Melissa,
So
your
my
time is
question
up,
is,
so you'll need to
where's
wrap
the
it up.
savings? That's my question.
Thank
you very much.
Wendy Walsh, please.
Hi, I'm Wendy Walsh. She's the number cruncher. I work in the clinic, and I'm saying this to you and to you as well because my concerns are the gaps that are going to be left. And I hear what you've said. I just need you to hear what the facts are that we've heard. And this is just this month. We have called your clinic trying to get services, STD services for males. They first said, go call public health. And we said, well, we know they're closing. We want to go somewhere that's going to be around for a while. They will not family packed males. Care for Her is where the family packed program is done, and so that's a huge gap. Males need to be covered to get STDs treated. Surveillance will continue with the county, but treatment is just as important, and that is a real concern of ours. The cancer detection program, which treats older women, menopausal women, or women that are not needing reproductive health care, tubal ligations, whatever, that's going to be a problem. Those are women that have no other services, no other insurance. It's often undocumented women or older women that need mammograms and need pap smears, and they have nowhere to go. We're hoping Planned Parenthood can get that contract. This month alone, there were 2 emergencies of implanon removals. We were told that Law's clinicians were out till the end of April. They have 1 clinician that does it. We filled in, so there is a need for Planned Parenthood to fill those gaps as well when pick up the pieces. You guys picked up Fridays when we closed, so more than 1 provider is really necessary. And it took 3 weeks to get an emergency case into Law's clinic. So that was just this month. I just worry about our clients, so thank you.
Thank you. Carol Ann Cruz. Followed by Ann Mulgard.
I'm Carol Ann Cruz, public health nurse, recently retired from the county. My assignment was in Willits, and I worked there for just a few months shy of 15 years. You've heard some number crunching, which is remarkable because if we take away the administration costs from it, it looks like it's pretty much we get in enough money to cover. If there is no buyer, the seller goes out of business. We are busy. We are in business. We have people that are coming to us for our services because they don't fit elsewhere. The couple that came down from Laytonville because they know too many people at the Laytonville Clinic and they can't show up there for STD and family planning services, so they came to us in Willits. We've served people that fall through, that other programs don't fit. We have privacy at a level that cannot be matched, where you have a central computer name base system. Even if there's nothing there but their name and birth date, you cannot match the privacy we have. At the Willits office, the charts are filed in a separate lock cabinet. As a public health nurse, I had no access to those. I had no access to their list of names of the people that were in there. The chart is a paper chart filed on a shelf, and you have to get the number with a password out of the computer in order to know which chart to pull. Nobody is going to be reading these people's records or even know that they've had family planning services. I have seen young males come there. I've asked the practitioner there, what about the boys that come? Well, a couple boys came wanting, they thought their girlfriends were getting, maybe they're going to be receptive to sexual activity, and they needed information. They got condoms. These are boys that would not have scheduled an appointment at a doctor's office. But our reputation in Willits at the high school is excellent, and people will come there for what they need. So That would be pre-exposure for the teens. My husband and I transferred our care over to Mendocino Community Health Clinic on Laws Avenue. And the doctor went from one group to a different group, so that would add additional difficulties. But it was months from the time we last saw the doctor at the old place till the new one. And if I needed my family planning shot because I was a young woman, I would have been pregnant before I got to see them. These are gaps we need to think about. One of my assignments was with the pregnant and parenting teens. The major characteristic of a welfare family is a mother who is a single parent. She became a mother before she finished high school and never finished high school. We have a program called Cal Learn that I was co-working with for a number of months. And these young women really need us. Cal Learn is about going away. We need to help these girls to avoid pregnancy. I see the problems of children born to teens that aren't ready to be parents. Please don't abandon them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Mulgard, followed by Claudia Proctor.
Good afternoon, Ann Mulgard with First 5 Mendocino. I want to explain the reason I'm here is because the literature tells us that unplanned pregnancies by teens and by anybody under 26 result in more poverty and more developmental delays in terms of the children growing up. So the best thing we can do for the next generation is to not have kids too young, to not have kids out of marriage, and to wait until you've graduated from college. Now, if we can't get all of those, at the very least, we can wait until we're not teenagers, and we can help young men and women prevent pregnancy when they really are not up to being parents yet. There's some recommendations on page 4 for you. I don't really want to address, I don't know enough about the fiscal situation to address. If there's other providers who can earn just as good a wage providing the same service, I can certainly understand why that would need to be investigated. The issues that I'm concerned about is how are we going to monitor what happens 6 months from now and a year from now? Can we find out how many family-packed providers there are, how many visits there have been? Is there an overall decrease or an overall increase? Because if we don't see an overall increase when we have 2 new providers providing rather than the one that was here before, then I think we need to look at that and see how can this plan be adjusted. The other thing I would like to see is that on page 3 of the report, it says that there is a savings of $1,222 of realignment that would go to prevention. And the problem is everybody's broke right now. So I think that if this board does not allocate that funding for prevention of disease and unplanned pregnancy throughout the county right now, I doubt that it will survive the next budget process. So again, I ask you for intense monitoring, that we make sure that services do not decrease even if somebody else is providing them. And I ask you to allocate the $200,000, and we would certainly be willing at First 5 to work with them in terms of letting people know that the earlier you have kids, the worse outcomes you have for many children on many different levels, and combining with our parents to get that message across. So thank you.
Thank you. Claudia Proctor, followed by Kathy Fry.
Hi, my name's Claudia Proctor, and I was the director of the Family Planning Program from 1977 to 2008 when I retired. I started working for the County Public Health Department in 1974. And at one time worked with Kendall Smith as she worked for Public Health. The County Family Planning Program, as has been mentioned, started in 1971, originally with a grant going through North Coast Opportunities. That funding was, the services were always provided at Public Health, and the funding came to Public Health in the early 1970s. At one time, our clinic provided services all over the county. It was before the rural health centers were open, and the equipment for providing service was put into a back of a station wagon and driven all over, from Covelo to Elk. When fully operating, our program provided over 5,000 visits a year, 2,700 clients, 500 new clients each year. We provided both family planning services and pregnancy testing and referral. We provided cancer detection program, STD services for those not eligible for the State Family Pact program or didn't have Medi-Cal. We provide those on a sliding scale with free services for those at or below 100% of the federal poverty level, which is something that needs to be addressed by the clinic services. I think Planned Parenthood would be able to take care of it. We also provided pap smear clinic services to those women not eligible for family planning services and not eligible for the cancer detection program for one reason or another, mainly age. We've had federal reviews every 3 years that have been very positive. We have client satisfaction surveys that have been excellent, with 99% of the clients who responded saying that they had recommended our services to other clients and that they think that the services are very important to themselves and the community. Statements have been made saying the program is unable to support itself. As it's been said, there's about $200,000 of county realignment funds in the program. There's if you look at that list, there's $180,000 of funding going to support the other costs within the department, within the fiscal department, within the reception, with administration, with the computer support for the medical management system used. All of those things will all continue unless you lay off at least another 2 people within the department. So we're not talking about just the 7 family planning staff, but there are also 2 people in the fiscal department that primarily provide family planning fiscal services, and there's a person, we primarily cover the services for of the computer person. I'm out of time.
Yeah, please conclude.
The big thing is that I would like 2 requests from the Board of Supervisors. One is that you recognize the 40 years of excellent services the program's provided to the women and men of this county, and that you, I'm not asking that you continue the service, because I think that the administration of the Health and Human Services has broken the morale of the staff. I do think that you should, though, allow the clinic to continue to provide services until there's another viable service providing services, which means that if Planned Parenthood could start July 1st, I think that Public Health should continue services through June 30th. If Planned Parenthood cannot start July 1st, then continue public health services until Planned Parenthood can. Mendocino Community Health Clinic cannot serve this many extra clients.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kathy Fry with the Alliance for Rural Community Health, and I'm also a member of the Health and Human Service Advisory Board, and I cannot imagine a more tougher decision that you're having to go through than to talk about discontinuing family planning services. Truly, it really is gut-wrenching. But I'm here to remind you to talk about a couple statements. One, somebody asked about the clinics that are in Laytonville and in South Coast, and I'm here to represent them and to tell you those clinics all provide Anderson Valley, Laytonville, Wallala, Point Arena, provide family planning services. As a matter of fact, there is a teen clinic in Point Arena that's located just a few steps down from the high school so that those teenagers don't even have to go anywhere near Redwood Coast Medical Services. They actually have a private little room off to the side and they get their family planning services there. I would remind you that you represent the entire county, and what we are talking about, unfortunately, is family planning services in a defined area. There are 2,500 people within Ukiah and Willits that are affecting it, and this is big. I absolutely get that. But as Claudia had referred to, family planning services kind of stop there. County family planning services, or I should say, as Stacy was saying, services that are actually provided by by the county. So I would just keep that in mind. All of the providers that are clinics are nonprofits, so to respond to that, they don't make money. As a matter of fact, they don't make money. And I would just also remind folks that teenagers are a small, that access for teenagers is huge. I have 2 daughters. I wanted them to have access to family planning, but they went to the clinic, and they went to the high school clinic in Point Arena where they went to high school. And they got the care that they needed. I know this is tough. I know this is gut-wrenching, but I would remind you again, you know, there are Covelo, Laytonville, Wallala, Point Arena. Those places have not had county-funded family planning services for a long time. One more thing, Ann Mulgard talked about monitoring. I think that's not a bad idea. Community clinics that are licensed have to report annually. It's called the Office of Statewide Health Planning and Development Annual Report of Clinics. We have to annually report on the number of family planning visits. Carrie Brown, you can remember those from the Potter Valley days. That is public information that's available. And just one last thing, in 2010, 16,000 family planning visits were provided outside of Ukiah and Willits. So thank you.
Thank you. Perry Tripp. Followed by Fabiola Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Honorable Board of Supervisors. I'm here today because pretty much I would not be doing a public service or a community service if I wasn't here to speak up on behalf of my community. I'm a federally recognized Native American who's lived in this county all of my life. Family planning services have served many Native, non-Native, and Hispanic Latinos in the community. I strongly oppose that the services be discontinued. You've heard a lot, wealth of information provided by other public speakers. It was actually a lot better than what I've heard coming from the presenter. It's really hard to believe where we are at today. We can all live in the here and the now, but I don't think we're all considering or thinking about the future. Without these services that are provided, you know, it's predominantly my people, the Native American community, the Hispanic Latino community. They are affected first and foremost, above all in any. Statistics prove that, and some of those have probably been provided to you today. The numbers outspeak the dollar amount that's in question. I know that we all are stressed for money and resources, and with everything that you've heard here today, what you're not hearing when I hear community clinics is I do not hear Round Valley Indian Health. I do not hear anything about Consolidated Tribal Health. And being a Native American and having to wait over 2 months to just get an appointment for a dental or even a medical, these community clinics and federally qualified clinics are overwhelmed as it is. I don't know if you've ever been to the community clinic on any given day during business hours. There is a line. The waiting rooms are full. People are standing and waiting. If you think that a teenager at the age of 12 or 13, which is the reality here in this county today, that are having sex unprotected or otherwise, and that they're getting education in schools, just like the suicide prevention that hasn't happened so much, you got to be fooling yourself. And I would just like to address you all and take whatever amount of time you need to seriously and honestly think this over. You do represent the whole community as a whole, and I'd hope you take everything that's been said here today to heart and really give it some thought process. Thank you.
Thank you. Fabiola? If anyone else wants to address the board, I'm to the last speaker form. Please fill one out and bring it forward.
My name is Fabiola Ruiz, and I am a family planning client. I've been a family planning client since I was 15. I'm now 28. I went to family planning for the first time when I was 15, and I went to go pick up birth control, and unfortunately, I had arrived 1 or 2 months too late. I was already pregnant. I was supposed to wait to take my birth control. Never got to that point. I had my first daughter when I was 16, and I continued to come into family planning. And luckily, because I continued to come into family planning, I didn't get pregnant again. And I was able to graduate from high school. I was able to, you know, continue and be somebody successful. Not like my peers. A lot of my peers got pregnant numerous times and are home taking care of the kids instead of being out working. And so I'm here. I'm living proof that family planning helped me. And it's unfortunate that it is planning to be closed. And I feel sorry for all those young girls that won't have access to that. And I can talk for myself that I would never, ever have gone to the clinic on Laws Avenue. And that was my experience. A lot of my peers are there now, so there's no way I could ever step into that door and say, I want to get tested. I'm also here for my brothers. I have 9 brothers. What if one of my brothers thinks they have an STD and they have no access to that STD testing? That would be, I know my brother wouldn't pay money, hundreds of dollars to get tested. And, you know, brothers, nephews, my grandma, my mom, how is she going to get her yearly mammogram if she can't afford one? How is she going to get her annual pap smear if no services are available for her because she can no longer have children? So that's why I'm here. I'm here for my brothers and my grandmas and my mothers, and that is why I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to address the board at this time? Okay, we'll return back to the board. Questions for our staff and presenters, partners. I have a number of notes here that I took on some of the, what I considered kind of key concepts that I thought should be responded to from the public. So we will go to first Supervisor Brown, then Supervisor Hamburg.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair Smith. I also took some notes, and I think a couple of them, the tracking of statistics has already been answered, and the clinics are nonprofits. That's been answered. Confidential information, maybe it's called HIPAA. If a young person goes in, now let's say teenager, under 18, are their records kept private?
All of our records are kept private. I mean, it's not, there's not any difference between your record and a teenager's records. They are all private. That's what HIPAA is. HIPAA is the rule that actually mandates us to make sure that everything is private. There are fines for blowing that. So we definitely pay attention to HIPAA.
Lock files and such.
Well, we have electronic medical records now, and so there are no paper charts to get lost.
Passwords.
Yes, confidential services.
Okay.
Yes, confidential services. It's very critical to the delivery of care to this population.
Then I wanted to ask about the gaps that were brought forward. They said for HIV and, STDs, cervical cancer. Do we feel confident that we're going to be able to serve that population?
Well, we have the Title III grant that the county asked us to take over many years ago, and we serve 160 HIV clients for Lake and Mendocino County. The county has a responsibility to manage the ADAP piece of it, but we actually do the care for most of the HIV clients, and I think that they get very good care. We are nationally recognized HIV care. So, and the STD, male STD, do you want to speak to that? And then
Sure.
I can speak to that clinic.
Well, part of our services include sexually transmitted disease testing and treatment for men and women. About 10% of the visits to Planned Parenthood sites are by men. And we do HIV testing, rapid testing for most of our clients. So that's a very important part of what we do.
Thank you. And I think the final piece, Ms. Cryer, is for you. Have we done outreach to tribal health and asked them about their client loads? I do remember when the Potter Valley Health Center closed, tribal health out here in Calpella was one of the clinics that offered to take on patient loads as well as MCHC. Have you done outreach to tribal health?
Yes, we have engaged in outreach with tribal health. We spoke to Consolidated and talked about the potential caseload that would be could potentially impact their clinic, and they're comfortable that they can handle that caseload. Most of the clients currently, like we said, are in Ukiah, but we were able to demographically look at what possibly could hit Consolidated specifically. And they were part of an original committee that looked at this several years ago when we began talking about this originally.
Thank you.
I did want to speak to the cancer detection program because you did bring
okay.
that up, and I don't
Yes,
think
I
we
did.
responded to that.
Okay.
Currently, we have a provider that does the cancer detection program on the coast. The piece that would be missing if family planning were to close is the cancer protection detection program inland, and we have talked to both the clinic and Planned Parenthood, and collaboratively we'll need to decide who will pick that program up, but there's certainly an interest on both parties. And if I could just make a couple other comments. The Bielenson hearing states that prior to implementing a reduction or change in medical services, we need to have Board of Supervisors approval. I am not asking to close this clinic tomorrow. My close date is July 1. And the reason I need the approval today is so we can do exactly what was stated by some of the speakers, is that we need to finish the planning process. There are transition processes that do need to happen, and that's why I'm asking for the 3-month lead time to do that.
Thank you. Is that all? Yes. Supervisor Hamburg.
Yeah, I just had a few thoughts and maybe some questions. When Ann Molgard was talking about the negative outcomes that result from unwanted pregnancies and children being born into poverty, I was reading an article last night on Roe v. Wade, which was decided in 1973. And in the mid-'80s, there was a study done to try to determine why violent crime took a dip, a very significant dip in the mid to late 80s. And in this study, they traced it back to Roe v. Wade. In other words, that once women could get the kind of reproductive counseling and care that they needed, there were less unwanted pregnancies, there were less children being born into impoverished situations, and there was less violent crime. So this whole issue is a public safety issue. I know we like to kind of cordon that off to the Sheriff's Department, but this is a very important public health issue as well as a public safety issue. I just wanted to say that. Now, questions. Stacy, maybe you could help me with this anticipated savings, $201,000 of realignment funds. You've been talking during this hearing about education and prevention being a continued function of the county in this area. But I noticed that on page 3 of your report, you talked about those funds being utilized to continue to fund public health nursing program services. And so I'm a little bit confused about how those realignment funds are going to be redirected.
Last paragraph on 3.
There's no page numbers on 9 for some reason.
Bottom right.
Oh, I see.
Anticipated savings.
The situation that we're in, that the county is in, is that realignment dollars are continuing to shrink. They're 20% down from 07-08. Realignment funds several of the programs within public health. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a long answer, so I hope that that's okay. When the program staff talk about the fact that the program can sustain itself without, if it didn't need fiscal or if it didn't need administration, a program can't sustain itself without those things. It has to have payroll services. It has to have personnel services. It has to have, unfortunately, a director. It has to have all of those services, and they are a cost of that program, and so they're an associated cost of that program. So there is somewhat of a difference of opinion. The realignment dollars have to fund the public health services that are mandated. We have several mandated programs within public health. TB, active TB is an example of that. So as one speaker stated, many counties are closing family planning services. Well, it's not because we want to follow a trend or we want to do what the county next to us did. It's because family planning direct services are not mandated. So I can either come to you today and ask you to close family planning and to close the mandated services and focus some of that money on an ongoing education and prevention efforts, or I can look at you tomorrow and begin to close mandated services through a Bielenson process because I won't have the money. There isn't enough realignment to go around. So the shift in the dollars will go both towards prevention and it will go towards sustaining the other public health programs. I can't continue to take the risk of putting realignment dollars into a program that's not mandated. This Bielenson process is is not about whether the program's good or not good. And I think that Claudia makes a very valid point that the program it should be recognized for its excellent service for the last 40 years. But I can't continue to run the risk as your leader to take the risk that I don't have the money to fund the core public health programs that I need to fund. So I'll take the money, the realignment dollars. I've already asked for the dollars to be put in the budget. I've asked for 2 positions to be put in the budget for prevention services. The infrastructure is already in place to support those positions through the prevention unit that's already been established. They'll report to the director of nursing, and we can funnel the rest of it into the core public health programs. We will save on infrastructure costs, and we'll save on realignment dollars.
And
that
with
was a really long
with the overall decline in public funding, are you confident that the community clinics that you expect to kind of fill this vacuum, that they won't suffer the kind of federal cuts that would cripple their ability to deliver these services?
Well, I was just going to suggest how lucky this county is to have 4 federally funded health centers. I mean, this is a unique county, and we are well funded, and we are positioned to look toward the future to do really well. There are a couple of assumptions that are made that the clinics are hamstrung, or that we're losing money, or that we're not in a position to be able to partner with the county, and we have partnered for a long time. All of the services that we talk about, we do provide. We're talking about some unique services that probably can't be provided in the future, but our clinics are well funded. We've received a lot more money recently. The federal government is looking at the community health centers as the step into healthcare reform, because we do what they're looking forward to for healthcare reform. And we are, I think we're extremely lucky I think you're lucky to have us as a partner for this. And in many other circumstances, you wouldn't, if you didn't have community health centers for mental health services, for all the other services that the county is looking at, they can't continue to provide.
Well, that's somewhat reassuring, although I'm sure that Supervisor Brown would remind you that Potter Valley Clinic is closed.
That was an exception.
Well, the reason
and Anderson Valley is on the ropes.
And the reason that those 2 clinics are in jeopardy is that they do not have federal dollars. Our clinics have been to those 2 clinics and said, join up with us, because we have some security. We could be there to help the Anderson Valley Health Center before it does go under. We were there trying to do the same thing for Potter Valley, but circumstances were beyond our control. So the federal funding is the lifeline to what we need to do for the future.
I also wanted to just mention, with respect to Planned Parenthood, that I just got an email this morning from Diane Agee, who runs the clinic in Point Arena. She had met with Thompson and Boxer and Feinstein yesterday, and said that things look better for Title X. That once the Republicans have kind of gone off and done their little PR thing, make the Tea Party happy, that probably Title X will survive. But I am still concerned that, Planned Parenthood is such a Ukiah-based program, and I'd really like to know, what are you going to do in terms of outreach to the rest of the county?
Well, I think we can only do what we can do, and so I have a couple things to say to that. One is that if you vote today to actually end up closing the service, we're committed to try and see if we can open a health center by the end of June. That's a very short timeline. And we'll do our best to do that. And there are no guarantees, I don't think, about funding for poor people in this country, I'm afraid. And that goes for us as well, although I think we're in, as good a shape as we could be. And in terms of the services in other parts of the county, I mean, our Planned Parenthood has other rural health services as well. Rural health delivery is very difficult. We will do our best, both through our online presence as well as being able to have some workers and educators, and we'll work with the other community clinics to see where there's a particular need that maybe we can fill, that's a special niche that we can do. but our money is not endless, and we can only do what we can do.
Why did Planned Parenthood leave last time they were here?
Well, I've gone back and tried this. We're now going, 17 years ago or so, and my best understanding from talking to the director of that Planned Parenthood, not the same as mine, was that they were having financial difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
It happens.
Madam Chair, the last thing I wanted to say was that of all this testimony we've just heard, the thing that really made me the saddest was hearing Claudia Proctor say that the morale of the family planning staff has been broken. And, I know it's kind of a metaphor for, what we're going through as a county, but it's just, I've heard from many, many people about this issue, mostly women, whose histories with this clinic go back to, the 70s. Mm-hmm. And, to have the service going away and to have the morale of a staff that has contributed so much for the last 4 decades, described as the longtime director of that program, describing it as broken, is just is a very, very sad thing to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, on that last note, Melissa Wooltree was one of the people who addressed us, who I believe is the current director of the clinic. And, I've heard nothing but praise for the job that you are doing and that your staff is doing. I haven't heard anyone say anything to the contrary. Everyone's very pleased with the service they receive. They feel it's very empathetic, caring, professional, and exactly what they need in family planning services. So obviously we're not here because of any lack of the program, but this is a decision that's being driven by finances. And like across the board with the county, the revenue is shrinking, and we're trying to make the best decisions we can on how do we deal with that in a way that hopefully helps the services to continue, although we may not be the ones providing them. And I think the clinics are facing their own challenges as well. And the clinics are already providing the bulk of the family planning services in the county, is my understanding. And so, you are currently providing the services. You're set up to do it. You have professional staff, and by the county making the decision to not provide the direct service, to the extent that those clients access the clinics, it'll help support the clinics and retain their economic viability. And hopefully then the county can still be providing support services through the education and outreach. So I think that's the intention of how it's going to work. And hopefully our current employees, if they, either there's a home for them at the county or potentially there's opportunities at the clinics. And maybe Director Cryer, you could say something about what their future might look like. What discussions have there been about what the options are for the employees?
We, of course, if we got approval to close the clinic, we would initiate an approval for a layoff process, and we would go through the layoff process. And as you all are aware, there are several steps that are involved in that. There are positions within public health and within the agency that have been held vacant in anticipation of this possible closure, and there will be positions that will be offered to the employees in family planning through that layoff process. Some of those positions, I must be honest, could involve a voluntary demotion or a decrease in pay, and that may be something that the employees choose not to accept, or they may choose to accept. I do know that Planned Parenthood has recently advertised in the paper some positions that they're planning on hiring within the community, and the clinic has, through conversations, has stated that they would be interested in picking up some of the employees as well. So I think that once the layoff process is initiated, which is a formal process we do have to go through, that there will be opportunities. I think from the staff's perspective, however, you know, going to work for Planned Parenthood after 18 years of county service is not maybe a viable option. Taking a demotion with a significant pay cut may not be a viable option. So I won't say they're great options, but there is options available.
And then, you know, again, I think we have to keep in mind this is really also against the backdrop of what is happening with funding overall for Health and Human Services Agency. I think that consistently, Director Cryer, you've been using the figure of you're expecting a 20 to 30% cut in revenue from the state once the state completes their budget process. And I know it's probably too early based on the actions the state has taken last week, but as far as you know, is there any reason to reassess your opinion of a 20 to 30% cut in state revenue to Health and Human Services Agency?
Not today. I would not reassess that position. I think that locally, statewide, and federally, we're challenged with fiscal constraints and fiscal problems. I think that some of the questions Supervisor Hamburg asked about the fiscal viability in the future applies to all three of us sitting here. I don't know that any of us can say we're 100% convinced that our funding won't go away. Certainly, I wouldn't be sitting here today asking this if I thought my funding was going to stay the way it was. I think that because we are facing such constraints and such dramatic decreases in funding, it is important to engage in these conversations that we're engaging in today. And I think the collaborative spirit is what's important about this. If you remember, approximately 3 years ago, I stood before you and went through a Bielenson process on closing the public health lab. And it was a sad process as well, but the end result was a collaborative response between Sonoma County Public Health and UVMC and public health locally here that continues to play a role in those services. And the emphasis was on collaboration. Separately, all three of us may suffer budget cuts and budget restraints, but collaboratively and together we can provide the services on an ongoing basis. And I think that's the important component of this. I do want to make one comment. There was a comment made, I believe, by Ms. McClure that we were going to be privatizing family planning. I just want to reiterate to this board, we do not have to contract out or privatize the family planning services that we're talking about. We're not mandated to provide them, so we discontinue providing them, they go to another service provider. We, however, do not, in this county, just stop providing services. We try to engage in a long process, which we have engaged in, and try to find partners that are willing to step up and collaborate with us to continue the services, which is what we've done.
Thank you. Ms. Cryer, I have a couple of questions from the notes from the discussion. A comment was made regarding the reporting on STDs, and the county currently does this. And I think maybe there's a misconception there about how that would go forward, because that's still a mandated responsibility of the county, and you already coordinate that within the county, is my understanding. So I don't see that that's creating a new set of circumstances where people would fall through the cracks. So could you just comment on the county's reporting responsibilities currently and going forward?
The Public Health Department has an obligation or a mandate to provide STD surveillance and investigation, and it's similar to the processes that are involved with communicable disease. So there are processes established and processes in place. If you wanted very detailed specifics of how it would work, I could ask my director of nursing to come up here. I did have a conversation about if there were staff in the family planning program now that would be used to continue that service, and we have had that conversation, and we will continue that conversation, but it will simulate the communicable disease reporting that we have in place right now. Okay. Again, if you wanted specifics, I could ask for you.
And if you could talk, Lynn, just very briefly about the FQHC designation, just very briefly about why it's so important that we have that in this county and why that makes the difference in terms of reimbursement and being able to continue at this juncture the services.
FQHC stands for Federally Qualified Health Center, and it means that we receive federal dollars. They're called federal 330 dollars, and they're public health, well, I'm not sure they're public health dollars. They're dollars that the HRSA has, it's a grant program, and our clinic receives about $2.5 million in grant subsidy to make sure that the uninsured and the underinsured are well cared for, and it's based on the underserved portion of our community, and that's the same way if you look at Walala, which is a federally funded clinic, Laytonville, which is a federally funded clinic, or also in Fort Bragg. There are 4 of them, and every year there's a base grant that we get, and then since healthcare reform has come around, they have been adding additional dollars to that so that we can expand our services and make sure that the services are out to the further uninsured population that we will be looking at in 2014.
And my understanding also that all 3 of you could respond to is that, and this I think was covered very well in the last time we had this discussion, but I don't think it's come up today, and that is that the parties involved, I believe the clinics and Planned Parenthood, are required in the receipt of federal dollars to provide the services regardless of the person's ability to pay.
Absolutely.
So this is something I think it's very, very important to have in the record that would continue going forward. So we're not going to be losing anyone because of an inability to pay.
No, not at all. And I think the 16,000 visits that Kathy Fry spoke about, you know, you could look at how many of those were actually underinsured or uninsured, undocumented people. The ability for us to see those people regardless of their ability to pay is our mandate and our mission.
So you do have the mandate to provide the services.
Absolutely.
That is not going to
That's
go away,
how
and
you
that-
receive the $330.
And that's true for Planned Parenthood as well.
It's also part of our licensing requirement as being a community clinic in the state of California, that we have to have a sliding fee scale that makes it available to all people.
Excellent. Okay. I think that's important to have because I don't think it was clear this time around. The other concern I had would be the one brought forward by Ms. Mulgard on the dedication of funds, and I think you took us through that discussion, Ms. Cryer, about how you were going to try to maximize those realignment dollars for prevention services. I had raised a similar point last time we had the discussion that Ms. Mulgard raised here today. So I don't know how we create the guarantee mechanism, but I think it is really essential that we somehow be able to create some safeguards on this one going forward. So I don't know if you could offer suggestions on that, but I understand it's an ever-diminishing pot of money, but it might be seen by some as an opportunity to shift these dollars into other service delivery areas. They might be very valuable, but I think the prevention component here is key, and part of what is being advocated or recommended is that the actual direct service delivery be passed on to community partners, but that we would have an enhanced role in prevention and education. So I think we need to have some nexus between that commitment and the dollars provided to do so. So I would be looking for some tangible method to do that.
We did talk about that during the March 1st presentation, and you had brought that up. And at that time, I gave you my commitment and my word, and that only goes so far, and I understand that. I don't know, I might look to council. Can they direct me through the budgeting process to come back and show them through the budgeting process that I've committed a certain portion of the realignment dollars into that activity? I'm not sure who to look to for advice here. I mean, I'm committed to it. It will happen. Let's get some assurance and some accountability put to it.
Madam Chair, that can happen through the CEO through the budget process. I'll work with Ms. Cryer.
Thank you. Supervisor McCowan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably lost my point now.
I write mine.
What, is there a short